Chapter 1 of Freaks on the Fells, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1, by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annalisa Bodker. Chapter 1. Mr. Sudberry in his counting house. Mr. John Sudberry was a successful London merchant. He was also a fat little man. Moreover, he was a sturdy little man, wore spectacles, and had a smooth, bald head, over which, at the time we introduce him to the reader, 50 summers had passed, with their corresponding autumns, winters, and springs. The passage of so many seasons over him appeared to have exercised a polishing influence on the merchant, for Mr. Sudberry's cranium shone like a billiard ball. In temperament, Mr. Sudberry was sanguine and full of energy. He could scarcely have been a successful merchant without these qualities. He was also extremely violent. Now, it is necessary here to guard the reader from falling into a mistake in reference to Mr. Sudberry's character. We have said that he was violent, but it must not be supposed that he was passionate. By no means. He was the most amiable and sweet-tempered of men. His violence was owing to physical rather than mental causes. He was hasty in his volitions, impulsive in his actions, madly reckless in his personal movements. His moral and physical being was capable of only 2 conditions: deep repose or wild activity. At his desk, Mr. Sudberry was wont to sit motionless like a statue, with his face buried in his hands and his thoughts busy. When these thoughts culminated, he would start as if he had received an electric shock, seize a pen, and, with pursed lips and frowning brows, send it careering over the paper with harrowing rapidity, squeaking and chirping, the pen, not the man, like a small bird with a bad cold. Mr. Sudberry used quills. He was a tremendous writer. He could have reported the debates of the House in longhand. The merchant's portrait is not yet finished. He was a peculiar man, and men of this sort cannot be sketched off in a few lines. Indeed, had he not been a peculiar man, it would not have been worthwhile to drag him thus prominently into notice. Among other peculiarities in Mr. Sudberry's character, he was afflicted with a chronic tendency to dab his pen into the ink bottle and split it to the feather, or double up its point so as to render it unserviceable. This infirmity, coupled with an uncommon capacity for upsetting ink bottles, had induced him to hire a small clerk, whose principal duties were to mend pens, wipe up ink, and generally to attend to the removal of debris. When Mr. Sudberry slept, he did it profoundly. When he awoke, he did it with a start and a stare, as if amazed at having caught himself in the very act of indulging in such weakness. When he washed, he puffed and gasped and rubbed and made such a noise that one might have supposed a walrus was engaged in its ablutions. How the skin of his head, face, and neck stood the toweling it received is incomprehensible. When he walked, he went like an express train. When he sauntered, he relapsed into the slowest possible snail's pace, but he did not graduate the changes from one to the other. When he sat down, he did so with a crash. The number of chairs which Mr. Sudberry broke in the course of his life would have filled a goodly-sized concert room, and the number of teacups which he had swept off tables with the tails of his coat might, we believe, have set up a moderately ambitious man in the china trade. There was always a beaming smile on the merchant's countenance, except when he was engaged in deep thought. Then his mouth was pursed and his brows knitted. The small clerk was a thin-bodied, weak-minded, timid boy of about 12 years of age and of humble origin. He sat at Mr. Sudberry's double desk in the office, opposite and in dangerous proximity to his master, whom he regarded with great admiration, alarm, and awe. On a lovely afternoon towards the middle of May, when city men begin to thirst for a draught of fresh air, and to long for an undignified roll on the green fields among primroses, buttercups, and daisies, Mr. Sudberry sat at his desk, reading the advertisements in the Times. Suddenly he flung the paper away, hit the desk a sounding blow with his clenched fist, and exclaimed firmly, "I'll do it." Accustomed though he was to nervous shocks, the small clerk leaped with more than ordinary tremor off his stool on this occasion, picked up the paper, laid it at his master's elbow, and sat down again, prepared to look out, nautically speaking, for more squalls. Mr. Sudberry seized a quill, dabbed it into the ink bottle, and split it. Seizing another, he dabbed again. The quill stood the shock. The small clerk ventured a sigh of relief and laid aside the inky napkin which he had pulled out of the desk, expecting an upset, and prepared for the worst. A note was dashed off in 2 minutes, signed, sealed, addressed in half a minute, and Mr. Sudberry leaped off his stool. His hat was thrown on his head by a species of sleight of hand, and he appeared in the outer office suddenly like a stout jack-in-the-box. "I'm away, Mr. Jones," to his head clerk, "and won't be back till 11 tomorrow morning. Have you the letters ready? I am going round by the post office and will take charge of them." "They are here, sir," said Mr. Jones in a mild voice. Mr. Jones was a meek man, with a red nose and a humble aspect. He was a confidential clerk and much respected by the firm of Sudberry and Company. In fact, it was generally understood that the business could not get on without him. His caution was a most salutary counteractive to Mr. Sudberry's recklessness. As for Co., he was a sleeping partner and an absolute nonentity. Mr. Sudberry seized the letters and let them fall, picked them up in haste, thrust them confusedly into his pocket, and rushed from the room, knocking over the umbrella stand in his exit. The sensation left in the office was that of a dead calm after a sharp squall. The small clerk breathed freely, and felt that his life was safe for that day. End of Chapter 1. Mr. Sudberry in his Counting House. Recording by Annalise Bodker. Chapter 2. Of Freaks on the Fells, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1, by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annalise Bodker. Chapter 2. Mr. Sudberry at Home. "My dear," cried Mr. Sudberry to his wife, abruptly entering the parlour of his villa near Hampstead Heath, "I have done the deed." "Dear John, you are so violent. My nerves, really, what deed?" said Mrs. Sudberry, a weak-eyed, delicate woman of languid temperament and not far short of her husband's age. "I have written off to secure a residence in the Highlands of Scotland for our summer quarters this season." Mrs. Sudberry stared in mute surprise. "John, my dear, are you in earnest? Have you not been precipitate in this matter? You know, love, that I have always trusted in your prudence to make arrangements for the spending of our holiday, but really, when I think—" "Well, my dear, when you think, pray go on." "Don't be hasty, dear John. You know I have never objected to any place you have hitherto fixed on. Herne Bay last year was charming, and the year before we enjoyed Margate so much. Even Worthing, though rather too long a journey for our family, was delightful. And as the family was smaller then, we got over the journey on the whole better than could have been expected. But Scotland? The Highlands? Mr. Sudberry's look at this point induced his wife to come to a full stop. The look was not a stern look, much less a savage look, as connubial looks sometimes are. It was an aggrieved look. Not that he was aggrieved at the dubious reception given by his spouse to the arrangement he had made. No. The sore point in his mind was that he himself entertained strong doubts as to the propriety of what he had done, and to find these doubts reflected in the mind of his faithful better half was perplexing. "Well, Mary," said the worthy merchant, "go on. Do you state the cons, and I'll enumerate the pros, after which we will close the account and see on which side the balance lies." "You know, dear," said Mrs. Sudberry in a remonstrative tone, the journey is fearfully long. I almost tremble when I think of it. To be sure, we have the railroad to Edinburgh now, but beyond that we shall have to travel by stage, I suppose. At least I hope so. But perhaps they have no stage-coaches in Scotland." "Oh, yes. They have a few, I believe," replied the merchant with a smile. "Ah, that is fortunate, for wagons are fearfully trying. No, I really think that I could not stand a wagon journey after my experience of the picnic at Worthing some years ago. Think of our large family, 7 of us altogether, in a wagon, John." "But you forget, I said that there are stage-coaches in Scotland." "Well, but think of the slow and wearisome travelling among great mountains, over precipices, and through Scotch mists. Lady Know-Nothing assures me she has been told that the rain never ceases in Scotland, except for a short time in autumn, just to give the scanty crops time to ripen. You know, dear, that our darling Jacky's health could never stand the Scotch mists. He is so very delicate." "Why, Mary," exclaimed Mr. Sudberry abruptly, "the doctor told me only yesterday that for a boy of 5 years old he was a perfect marvel of robust health, that nothing ailed him, except the result of overeating and the want of open-air exercise, and I am sure that I can testify to the strength of his legs and the soundness of his lungs, for he kicks like a jackass and roars like a lion." "It is very wrong, very sinful of the doctor," said Mrs. Sudberry in a languidly indignant manner, "to give such a false report of the health of our darling boy." At this moment the door burst open, and the darling boy rushed into the room, with a wild cheer of defiance at his nurse, from whom he had escaped and who was in full pursuit, hit his head on the corner of the table, and fell flat on the floor, with a yell that might have sent a pang of jealousy to the heart of a Chippeway Indian. Mr. Sudberry started up and almost overturned the tea-table in his haste, but before he could reach his prostrate son, nurse had him kicking in her arms and carried him off howling. "Darling child," said Mrs. Sudberry with her hand on her heart, "how you do startle me, John, with your violence. That is the 15th teacup this week." The good lady pointed to a shattered member of the set that lay on the tray beside her. "I have just ordered a new set, my dear," said her husband in a subdued voice. "Our poor boy would benefit, I think, by mountain air. But go on with the cons." "Have I not said enough?" replied Mrs. Sudberry with an injured look. "Besides, they have no food in Scotland." This was a somewhat staggering assertion. The merchant looked astonished. "At least," pursued his wife, "they have nothing, I am told, but oatmeal. Do you imagine that Jacky could live on oatmeal? Do you suppose that your family would return to London in a condition fit to be looked at after a summer spent on food such as we give to our horses? No doubt you will tell me they have plenty of milk. Buttermilk, I suppose, which I abhor. But do you think I could live with pleasure on sawdust, just because I had milk to take to it." "But milk implies cream, my dear," interposed the merchant, "and buttermilk implies butter, and both imply cows, which are strong presumptive evidence in favor of beef. Besides—" "Don't talk to me, Mr. Sudberry. I know better, and Lady Know-Nothing, who went to Scotland last year in the most unprejudiced state of mind, came back absolutely horrified by what she had seen. Why, she actually tells me that the natives still wear the kilt. The very day she passed through Edinburgh, she met 500 men without trousers. To be sure, they had guns on their shoulders, and someone told her they were soldiers. But the sight was so appalling that she could not get rid of the impression. She shut her eyes and ordered the coachman to drive straight through the town, and let her know when she was quite beyond its walls. She has no doubt whatever that most, if not all, of the other inhabitants of that place were clothed, perhaps I should say unclothed, in the same way. What surprised poor Lady Know-Nothing most was that she did not see nearly so many kilts in the Highlands as she saw on that occasion in Edinburgh, from which she concluded that the natives of Scotland are less barbarous in the north than they are in the south. But she did see a few. One man who played those hideous things called the pipes, which she says are so very like little pigs being killed, actually came into her presence one day, sat down before her with bare knees, and took a pinch of snuff with a salt spoon." "That is a dreadful account, no doubt," said Mr. Sudberry, "but you must remember that Lady Know-Nothing is given to exaggerating, and is therefore not to be depended on. Have you done with the cons?" "Not nearly done, John. But my nervous system cannot stand the sustained contemplation of such things. I should like to recover breath, and hear what you have to say in favor of this temporary expatriation, I had almost said, of your family." "Well, then, here goes for the prose," cried Mr. Sudberry, while a gleam of excitement shot from his eyes, and his clinched hand came heavily down on the table. "The 16th cup, as near as possible," observed his wife languidly. "Never mind the cups, my dear, but listen to me. The air of the Highlands is salubrious and bracing." "And piercingly cold, my dear John," interrupted Mrs. Sudberry. "In summer," pursued her husband, regardless of the interruption, "it is sometimes as clear and warm as it is in Italy." "And often foggy, my dear." "The mountain scenery is grand and majestic beyond description." "Then why attempt to describe it, dear John?" "The hotels in most parts of the Highlands, though rather expensive—" "Ah, think of that, my dear." "Though rather expensive, are excellent. The food is of the best quality, and the wines are passable. Beds—" "Have they beds, my dear?" "Beds are generally found to be well aired and quite clean, though of course in the poorer and more remote districts they are—" "Hush! Pray spare my feelings, my dear John." "Remote districts they are not so immaculate as one would wish. Then there are endless moors covered with game, and splendid lakes and rivers full of fish. Just think, Mary, what a region for our dear boys to revel in. Think of the shooting." "And the dreadful accidents, my dear." "Think of the fishing." "And the wet feet, and the colds. Poor darling Jackie, what a prospect." "Think of the glorious sunrises seen from the mountain tops before breakfast." "And the falling over precipices, and broken necks and limbs, dear John." "Think of the shaggy ponies for our darling Lucy to ride on." "Ah, and to fall off." "And the dew of early morning on the hills, and the mists rolling up from the lakes, and the wild, uncultivated beauty of all around us, and the sketching, and walking, and driving." "Dreadful."
"And bathing, and boating."
"And drowning."
"Not to mention the—"
"Dear John, have pity on me. The prose are too much for me. I cannot stand the thought."
"But, my dear, the place is taken. The thing is fixed,"
said Mr. Sudberry with emphasis. Mrs. Sudberry was a wise woman. When she was told by her husband that a thing was fixed, she invariably gave in with a good grace. Her powers of dissuasion having failed, as they always did fail, she arose, kissed Mr. Sudberry's forehead, assured him that she would try to make the most of it, since it was fixed, and left the room with the comfortable feeling of having acted the part of a dutiful wife and a resigned martyr. It was towards the close of a doubtful summer's evening, several weeks after the conversation just detailed, that a heavy stagecoach, of an old-fashioned description, toiled slowly up the ascent of one of those wild passes by which access is gained into the Highlands of Perthshire. The course of the vehicle had for some time lain along the banks of a turbulent river, whose waters, when not brawling over a rocky bed in impetuous velocity, or raging down a narrow gorge in misty spray, were curling calmly in deep pools or cauldrons, the dark surfaces of which were speckled with foam and occasionally broken by the leap of a yellow trout or a silver salmon. To an angler, the stream would have been captivating in the extreme, but his ardor would have been somewhat damped by the sight of the dense copsewood which overhung the water, and while it added to the wild beauty of the scenery, suggested the idea of fishing under difficulties. When the coach reached the narrowest part of the pass, the driver pulled up and intimated that "she would be obleeged if the leadies and gentlemen would get down and walk up the brae." Hereupon there descended from the top of the vehicle a short, stout, elderly gentleman in a Glengarry bonnet, green tartan shooting coat, and shepherd's plaid vest and pantaloons. Two active youths of the ages of 17 and 15 respectively in precisely similar costume, a manservant in pepper and salt, and a little thin timid boy in blue, a sort of confidential page without the buttons. All of them wore drab gaiters and shoes of the thickest conceivable description. From the inside of the coach there issued a delicate elderly lady who leaned in a helpless manner on the arm of a young, plain, but extremely fresh and sweet-looking girl of about 16, whom the elder lady called Lucy, and who was so much engrossed with her mother that some time elapsed before she could attend to the fervent remarks made by her father and brothers in regard to the scenery. There also came forth from the interior of the coach a large, red-faced, angry woman, who dragged after her a little girl of about 8, who might be described as a modest sunbeam, and a little boy of about 5, who resembled nothing short of an imp incarnate. When they were all out, the entire family and household of Mr. Sudberry stood in the centre of that lovely Highland pass, and the coach, which was a special one hired for the occasion, drove slowly up the ascent. What the various members of the family said in the extravagance of their excited feelings on this occasion we do not intend to reveal. It has been said that the day was doubtful. In the south the sky was red with the refulgent beams of the setting sun, which gleamed on the mountain peaks and glowed on the purple heather. Towards the north dark leaden clouds obscured the heavens and presaged stormy weather. A few large drops began to fall as they reached the crest of the road, and opened up a view of the enclosed valley or amphitheatre which lay beyond, with a winding river, a dark overshadowed loch, and a noble background of hills. In the far distance a white house was seen embedded in the blue mountains. "Yonder's ta hoose," said the driver, as the party overtook the coach and resumed their places, the males on the top and the females inside. "Oh, my dear, look, look!" cried Mr. Sudberry, leaning over the side of the coach. "There is our house, the White House, our Highland home." At this moment a growl of distant thunder was heard. It was followed by a scream from Mrs. Sudberry, and a cry of, "You'd better send Jackie inside, my dear." "Ah, he may as well remain where he is," replied Mr. Sudberry, whose imperfect hearing led him to suppose that his spouse had said, "Jackie's inside, my dear," whereas the real truth was that the boy was neither out nor inside. Master Jacky, be it known,
had a remarkably strong will of his own. During the journey he preferred an outside seat in all weathers. By dint of much coaxing, his mother had induced him to get in beside her for one stage, but he had made himself so insufferably disagreeable that the good lady was thereafter much more disposed to let him have his own way. When the coach stopped, as we have described, Jackie got out and roundly asserted that he would never get in again. When the attention of the party was occupied with the gorgeous scenery at the extremity of the pass, Jackie, under a sudden impulse of wickedness, crept stealthily into the copse that lined the road, intending to give his parents a fright. In less than 5 minutes these parents were galloping away at the rate of 10 miles an hour, each happy in the belief that the sweet boy was with the other. Somewhat surprised at the prolonged and deathlike silence that reigned around him, Jackie returned to the road, where he actually gasped with horror on finding himself the solitary tenant of an apparently uninhabited wilderness. Sitting down on a stone, he shut his eyes, opened wide his mouth, and roared vehemently. At the end of about 5 minutes he ventured to reopen his eyes. His face instantly assumed an expression of abject terror, and the roar was intensified into a piercing shriek when he beheld a fierce little black cow staring at him within a yard of his face. A drove of shaggy Highland cattle had come suddenly round a turn in the pass while Jackie's eyes had been shut. They now filed slowly and steadily past the transfixed boy, as if they were a regiment and he a reviewing general. Each animal as it came up stopped, stared for a few seconds, and passed slowly on with its head down, as if saddened by the sight of such a melancholy spectacle. There were upwards of 100 animals in the drove. The prolonged and maddening agony which Jackie endured may therefore be conceived but cannot be described. Last of all came the drover, a kilted, plaided, and bonneted Highlander, quite as shaggy as the roughest of his cattle, and rather fiercer in aspect. He was not so in reality, however, for on coming to the place where the poor boy sat, he stopped and stared as his predecessors had done. "Fat is she doing there?" said he. Jackie paused and gazed for one moment in mute surprise, then resumed his roar, with shut eyes and with tenfold vigor. As it was evident that any farther attempt at conversation must prove fruitless, the drover took Jackie in his arms and carried him to the extremity of the pass, set him down, and pointing to the white house in the blue distance, said, "Yonder's ta hoose. Let her see how she can rin." Jackie fixed his eyes on the house with the stare of one who regarded it as his last and only refuge, and ran as he had never done before, roaring while he ran. "She's a clever callant," observed the drover with a grim smile as he turned to follow his cattle. Meanwhile the Sudberry family reached the white house in the midst of increasing rain and mist and muttering thunder. Of course Jackie's absence was at once discovered. Of course the females screamed, and the males shouted, while they turned the mail coach entirely inside out in a vain search for the lost one. The din was increased by 9 shepherd dogs, which rushed down the mountainside, barking furiously with delight, probably, and with excitement, certainly, at the unwonted sight of so many strangers in that remote glen. Presently the coach was turned round, and the distracted father galloped back towards the pass. Of course he almost ran over his youngest son in less than 5 minutes. 5 minutes more placed the recovered child in its mother's arms. Then followed a scene of kissing, crying, laughing, barking, and excitement, which is utterly indescribable, accompanied by thunder, lightning, and rain, in the midst of which tempestuous mental and elemental commotion the Sudberry family took possession of their Highland home. End of Chapter 2. Mr. Sudberry at Home. Recording by Annalisa Bodker.
Chapter 3 of Freaks on the Fells. 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R. M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Chapter 3, First Impressions. Next morning, the Sudberrys were awakened to a sense of the peculiar circumstances into which they had plunged, by the lowing of cattle, the crowing of cocks, and the furious barking of collie dogs, as the whole household of Donald Macallister commenced the labors of a new day. Of course every member of the Sudberry family, with the exception of Mamma, rushed to his or her respective window. "Oh, how beautiful!" gushed from the heart and lips of Lucy, as she gazed in wonder through the casement, and a shriek burst from Jacky, as he stared in wild delight upon the gorgeous scene that met his view. We have said that the White House was embedded among the Blue Hills. It was an old and extremely simple building, having an oblong front, 2 sides, and a back, 2 stories, 6 windows, and 1 door, which last, imbued apparently with a dislike to being shut, was always open. The house appeared to have an insatiable thirst for mountain air, and it was well supplied with this fresh and exhilarating beverage, for it stood in an elevated position on the slope of a mountain, and overlooked a wide tract of flood and fell, on which latter there was little wood, but a luxuriant carpet of grass and heather. The weather had evidently resolved to make amends for its surly reception of the strangers the previous evening, by greeting them with one of its sweetest Highland smiles in the morning. When Mr Sudberry, in the exuberance of his delight, ran without hat or coat to a neighbouring knoll, accompanied by all his children, the scene that met his eye was one of surpassing grandeur and beauty. The mists of early morning were rolling up from the loch in white, fleecy clouds, which floated over and partly concealed the sides of the mountains. The upper wreaths of these clouds, and the crags and peaks that pierced through them, were set on fire by the rising sun. Great fissures and gorges in the hills, which at other times lay concealed in the blue haze of distance, were revealed by the mists and the slanting rays of the sun, and the incumbent cliffs, bluff promontories, and capes were in some places sharply defined, in others luminously softened, so that the mountains displayed at once that appearance of solid reality mingled with melting mystery, which is seen at no period of the day but early morning. The whole scene, water, earth, and sky, was so involved that no lines of demarcation could be traced anywhere, only bold, startling points, melting into blue and white masses that mingled with each other in golden and pearly grays of every conceivable variety. Having said thus much, we need scarcely add that the scene cannot be adequately described. A light, fragrant air met the stout Englishman as he crested the hill, and filled his unaccustomed nostrils with sensations that could not have been excelled had he been greeted by one of Afric's spicy gales. The same air, with telegraphic speed, conveyed to the collie dogs of the place the information that the Sudberrys were abroad, whereupon the whole pack 9 in number bounded open-mouthed up the hill, with noise and ferocity enough to have alarmed the bravest of the brave. No wonder then that poor Jacky rushed into his father's knees, being too small to run into his arms. But these seemingly ferocious dogs were in reality the gentlest and meekest of animals. "Down, Topper, down! Down, lively lass! Come into heel, Swaney!" cried Donald Macallister as he approached his tenants. "Good morning, miss. Morning, gentlemen. The ben has on its nightcap, but I'm thinkin' it'll soon take it off." Donald Macallister's English was excellent, but he spoke in a slow, deliberate manner, with a slightly nasal drawl, which sounded very peculiar in the ears of the Sudberrys, just as peculiar, in fact, as their speech sounded in the ears of Macallister. "Ah, you call the white cloud on the mountain top a nightcap? Good, very good," cried Mr Sudberry, rubbing his hands. "What a charming place this is! A paradisiacal place, so to speak." "The dogs won't bite, will they?" said he, patting the alarmed Jacky on the head. "No fear o' the dogs, sir," returned Macallister. "They're like lambs. It's just their way. Ye'll be for a row on the loch the day, no doot." The Highlander addressed this remark to George and Fred. "What!" exclaimed the former, "is there a boat that we can have the use of?" "'Deed there is. A good safe boat, too, that can hold the whole of ye. I'll show you where the oars lie after breakfast." "Capital!" cried Mr Sudberry, rubbing his hands. "Charming!" exclaimed Lucy, with sparkling eyes. Master Jacky expressed his glee with a characteristic cheer or yell that at once set fire to the easily inflamed spirits of the dogs, causing them to resume their excited gambols and furious barking. This effectually stopped the conversation for 5 minutes. "I delight in boating," observed Fred, when Macallister had quelled the disturbance. "So do I," said his father, "but fishing is the thing for me." "There's nothing like fishing. You have fine trout in the lake, I believe?" "Ay, and salmon too," answered Macallister. "So I've heard, said Mr Sudberry, with a glow of excitement and pleasure on his round visage. "We must get our rods and tackle unpacked at once, George. You are a great fisher, no doubt, Mr Macallister?" "Well, not just that, but I do manage to fill a basket now and then, and whiles to land a gills." "A gills!" cried George in surprise. "What is that?" "It's a small salmon." "Oh, you mean grills," interposed Mr Sudberry. "Yes, I mean that, and I said that," returned Macallister, slowly and with emphasis. "Scientific men are not agreed whether the gills is a small salmon or not. I'm of the opinion that it is. But whether or not, it's a famous fish on the table, and lively enough on the line to delight the heart of every true disciple of Isaac Walton." "What! You have read that charming book?" exclaimed Mr Sudberry, looking at the rugged Highlander in some surprise. "Yes," replied the other, in the grave, quiet manner that was peculiar to him. "I took to it one winter as a sort o' recreation after reading through Paley's Evidences." "What!" cried Mr Sudberry. "Whose evidences did you say?" "Paley's. Ye've heard o' him, dootless?" "Why, yes," replied Mr Sudberry, "I have heard of him, but I must confess that I have not read him." At this point Jacky's eye fell on a shaggy little cow which had strayed near to the party, and stood regarding him with a stern, inquisitive glance. Remembering the fright he had received so recently from a similar creature, he uttered a tremendous roar, and again sought refuge in his father's knees. The discussion on Paley was thus cut short, for the dogs, whose chief delight was to bark, though not to bite, as had been libelously asserted of all dogs by Dr. Watts, sprang to their feet, divided their forces, and while 2 of the oldest kept frisking round and leaping upon the party in a promiscuous manner, as if to assure them of protection in the event of danger, the remainder ran open-mouthed and howling at the cow. That curly-headed, long-horned creature received them at first with a defiant look and an elevated tail, but ultimately took to her heels, to the immense delight of Jacky, whose soul was imbued with a deep and altogether unutterable horror of cattle, especially black cows. The service which the dogs rendered to him on this occasion induced the boy to make advances of a friendly nature, which were met more than half-way, and the result was the establishment of a good understanding between the Sudberrys and the collie dogs, which ultimately ripened into a lasting friendship, insomuch that when the family quitted the place, Lucy carried away with her a lock of Lively's hair, cut from the pendant tip of her right ear. Presently Mr Sudberry pulled out his watch, and exclaimed that it was breakfast time, trotted down the hill, followed by his family and escorted by the dogs. We will pause here to describe Mr Sudberry's family briefly. George was the merchant's eldest son. He was bold, stout, active, middle-sized, and 17 years of age, full of energy and life, a crack rower, a first-rate cricketer, and generally a clever fellow. George was always jolly. Fred was about the same height as his brother, 2 years younger, slender in form, and gentle in disposition, but active, too, when occasion required it. His forte was drawing and painting. Fred was generally quiet and grave. Both brothers were musical. Lucy had reached the interesting age of 16. She was plain, decidedly, but sweet-tempered in the extreme. Her mouth was good, and her eyes were good, and her color was good, but her nose was a snub, an undeniable and incurable snub. Her mother had tried to amend it from the earliest hours of Lucy's existence by pulling the point gently downward and pinching up the bridge, or, rather, the hollow where the bridge ought to have been, but all in vain. The infant turned up its eyes when the operation was going on, and still turned up its nose when it was over. Yes, although there were many of the elements of beauty about Lucy, she was plain but sweet. Always bear that in mind. She was funny, too. Not that she made fun of her own free will, but she appreciated fun in others so intensely that she looked funny herself. And she giggled. This was her only fault. She giggled. When the spirit of fun was roused, nothing could stop her. But don't suppose that she was always giggling. By no means. She was always good and amiable, often grave, and sometimes deeply serious. Matilda, commonly called Tilly, was a meek, delicate, pretty little girl of 8 years old. She was charmingly innocent and ignorant. In the last respect she resembled her mother, who was the only other stupid member of Mr Sudberry's family. Being deeply impressed with the fact of her ignorance and stupidity, Mrs Sudberry went on the tack of boldly admitting the same, and holding, or affecting to hold, ability and general acquirements in contempt. Mrs Brown was a female dragon, nurse to Master Jacky and Miss Tilly. She tormented the former, whom she disliked, and spoiled the latter, whom she loved. Hobbs was the manservant of the family. He was characterized chiefly by a tendency to drop his H's in conversation, out of words to which they naturally belonged, and to pick them up and insert them in the most contradictory manner in words with which they had no connection whatever. He was also marked by the strong regard and esteem which he had for his master and family, the stronger regard and esteem which he had for himself, and the easy, good-humored way in which he regarded the remainder of the world at large as an inferior order of beings. As for Peter, he has already been described as the timid clerk of humble origin, whose chief duties, while in London, were to wipe up ink and clear away debris. He had been taken with the family to act the part of a page in Buttons without the buttons, and to make himself generally useful. Hitherto the page's bosom had, since leaving London, been a chamber of indescribable terrors. Truly, if, as is said, the anticipation of death be worse than reality, poor Peter must have suffered a prolonged and continuous death during the last few days. Never having been on a railway before, the first shriek of the whistle pierced him like a knife, The shock of starting rent him, figuratively, like a thunderbolt. Thereafter, every passing train was an excruciating arrow in his quivering heart. Every tunnel was a plunge into the horrible anticipation that here it was coming at last. But Peter's trials were now, for a time, he fondly hoped, at an end. Poor boy! He little knew what was in store for him. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Freaks on the Fells. 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R. M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Chapter 4. First Comers Served First, etc. When Mr. Sudberry reached the breakfast parlor and put his head in at the door to see whether his faithful wife were there, he was struck absolutely dumb by the amazing tableau vivant that met his vision. There was nothing in the aspect of the room itself to surprise him. It was homely and neat. The table was spread with a clean white cloth, on which the breakfast equipage was displayed with a degree of care and precision that betrayed the master hand of Hobbs, but on the edge of the table sat a large black cat, calmly breakfasting off a pat of delicious fresh butter. Beside the table, with its forelegs thereon and its hind legs on the floor, stood a large nanny goat, which was either looking in vain for something suited to its own particular taste, or admiring with disinterested complacency the energy with which 2 hens and a bantam cock pecked out the crumb of a wheaten loaf. If the latter were the goat's occupation, it must have been charmed beyond expression, for the half of the loaf had been devoured by the audacious trio, and just at the moment of Mr. Sudberry's appearance, the bantam's body was buried over the shoulders, and nothing of it was visible to the horrified master of the house save its tail appearing over the edge of the loaf. "Shoo!" roared Mr. Sudberry, rushing into the room and whirling his arms like sails of a windmill. The cat vanished through the window like a black vision, galvanized and made awfully real. The poultry, thrown into convulsions of terror, flew screaming round the room in blind haste, searching for a door or window of escape, while the goat, true to its nature, ran at the enemy on its hind legs and, with its head down, attempted to punch him on the stomach. By an active leap to one side the enemy escaped this charge, but the goat, nothing daunted, turned to renew the attack. Next moment George, Fred, and Hobbs, rushing into the room, diverted its attention. Intimidated by overwhelming numbers, the animal darted through the doorway, along the passage, and out at the front door, where it met Peter unexpectedly, and wreaked its disappointed vengeance on him by planting on his chest the punch which had been intended for his master. By this means that timid and hapless youth was laid flat on the green grass. "Is Jacky safe?" cried Mrs. Sudberry, running into the room with terror on her countenance, and falling down on the sofa in a semi-swoon on being informed that he was. She was followed by Lucy and Tilly, with scent bottles, and by nurse, who exhibited a tendency to go off into hysterics, but who, in consequence of a look from her master, postponed that luxury to a more convenient season. Thus the expatriated family assembled to morning prayers and to partake of their first Highland breakfast. Of course that day, being their first, was spent in an excited and rambling endeavor to master the localities and ascertain the most interesting points about their new home. Mrs. Sudberry and her daughters examined the interior accommodation of the White House minutely, and, with the assistance of Mrs. Brown, Hobbs, and the page, disposed their goods and chattels to the best advantage, while her husband and sons went out to introduce themselves to the farmer and his family. They lived in a small cottage or offshoot at the back of the principal dwelling, in close proximity to which were the byre, stable, and barns. It would occupy too much space to relate in detail all the things and sights that called forth the delight and surprise of the excitable Mr Sudberry. How he found to his amazement that the byre was under the same roof with the farmer's kitchen, and only separated therefrom by a wooden partition with a door in it. How he was assailed by the 9 collie dogs the moment he entered the kitchen, with threats of being torn to pieces, yet was suffered to pass unscathed. How he and his sons were introduced by Mr Macallister to his mother, a grave, mild old woman, who puzzled them beyond measure, because, although clad in homely and unfashionable garments, and dwelling in a hut little better than the habitation of the cattle, except in point of cleanliness, she conversed and conducted herself towards them with a degree of unaffected ease and urbanity that might have graced any lady in the land. How this old lady astonished them with the amount of general knowledge that leaked out in the course of a few minutes' talk. How she introduced the dogs by name, one by one, to Jacky, which delighted him immensely, and how soon after that Jacky attempted to explore out-of-the-way corners of the farmyard, and stepped suddenly up to the knees in a mud-hole, out of which he emerged with a pair of tight-fitting Wellington boots, which filled him with ecstasy and his father with disgust. All this and a great deal more might be dilated on largely, but we are compelled to dismiss it summarily without further remark. In the course of that day, Mr Sudberry and his boys learned a great deal about their new home from Macallister, whom they found intelligent, shrewd, and well informed on any topic they chose to broach. Even although he was, as Mr Sudberry said in surprise, quite a common man, who wore corduroy and wrought in his fields like a mere labourer. After dinner they all walked out together, and had a row on the lake under his guidance, and in the evening they unexpectedly met Mr Hector Macdonald, who was proprietor of the estate on which the White House stood, and who dwelt in another white house of much larger size at the head of the loch, distant about 2 miles. Mrs Sudberry had expected to find this Highland gentleman a very poor and proud sort of man, with a rough aspect, a superabundance of red hair, and possibly a kilt. Judge, then, her surprise when she found him to be a young gentleman of refined mind, prepossessing manners, elegant through sturdy appearance, and clad in grey tweed shooting coat, vest, and trousers, the cut of which could not have been excelled by her own George's tailor, and George was particular in respect to cut. Mr Macdonald, who carried a fishing rod, introduced himself, and accompanied his new friends part of the way home, and then, saying that he was about to take a cast in the river before sunset, offered to show the gentleman the best pools. The gentleman leaped at the offer more eagerly than ever trout leaped at an artificial fly, for they were profoundly ignorant of the gentle art, except as it is practised on the Thames, seated on a chair in a punt, and with bait and float. Hector Macdonald not only showed his friends where to fish, but how to fish, and the whole thing appeared so easy, as practised and explained by him, that father and sons turned their steps homeward about dusk, convinced that they could do it easily, and anticipating triumph on the morrow. On the way home, after parting from Hector, they passed a solitary hut of the rudest description, which might have escaped observation had not a bright stream of light issued from the low doorway and crossed their path. "I would like to peep into this cottage, father," said Fred, who cherished strong sympathies with poor people. "Come, then," cried Mr Sudberry, "let us explore." Jacky, who was with them, felt timid and objected, but being told that he might hang about outside, he gave in. They had to bend low on entering the hovel, which was mean and uncomfortable in appearance. The walls were built of unhewn stones, gathered from the bed of the river hard by, and the interstices were filled up with mud and straw. Nothing graced these walls in the shape of ornament but a few mugs and tin pots and several culinary implements hung from rusty nails and wooden pegs. The floor was of hard mud. There was no ceiling, and the rafters were stained black by the smoke of the peat fire, which burned in the middle of the floor. There was no ceiling, and the rafters were stained black by the smoke of the peat fire which burned in the middle of the floor, and the only chimney for which was a small hole in the roof. A stool, a broken chair, and a crooked table constituted the entire furniture of the miserable place, unless we may include a heap of straw and rags in a corner which served for a bed. Seated on the stool, and bending over the fire, was an old woman, so wild and shriveled in her appearance that a much less superstitious urchin than Jacky might have believed her to be a witch. Her clothing may be described as a bundle of rags, with the exception of a shepherd's plaid on her shoulders, the spotless purity of which contrasted strangely with the dirtiness of everything else around. The old creature was moaning and moping over the fire, and drawing the plaid closer round her as if she were cold, although the weather was extremely warm. At first she took no notice whatever of the entrance of her visitors, but kept muttering to herself in the Gaelic tongue. "A fine evening, my good woman," said Fred, laying his hand gently on her shoulder. "How do you know I'm good?" she cried, turning her gleaming eyes sharply on her questioner. "Don't be angry, Granny," put in Mr Sudberry in a conciliatory tone. The effect of this remark on the old woman was the reverse of what had been expected. "Granny! Granny!" she shrieked fiercely, holding up her skinny right arm and shaking her fist at Mr Sudberry. "Who dares to call me Granny?" "My dear woman, I meant no offence," said the latter, much distressed at having unwittingly roused the anger of this strange creature, who continued to glare furiously at the trio. Jacky kept well in the background, and contented himself with peeping round the doorpost. "No offence? No offence, and you dare to call me Granny? Go, go, go!" As she uttered these 3 words with increasing vehemence, the last syllable was delivered in a piercing scream. Rising suddenly from her stool, she pointed to the door with an air of command that would have well become the Queen of the Witches. Not wishing to agitate the poor woman, whom he now regarded as a lunatic, Mr Sudberry turned to go, but a wonderful change in the expression of her face arrested him. Her eye had fallen on the round visage of Jacky, and a beaming smile now lighted up and beautified the countenance which had so recently been distorted with passion. Uttering some unintelligible phrase in Gaelic, she held out her skinny arms towards the child, as if entreating him to come to her. Strange to say, Jacky did not run away or scream with fright as she approached him and took him in her arms. Whether it was that he was too much petrified with horror to offer any resistance, or that he understood the smile of affection and reciprocated it, we cannot tell. But certain it is that Jacky suffered her to place him on her knee, stroke his hair, and press him to her old breast, as unresistingly and silently as if she had been his own mother instead of a mad old woman. Fred availed himself of this improved state of things to attempt again to open an amicable conversation, but the old woman appeared to have turned stone deaf, for she would neither look at nor reply to him. Her whole attention was devoted to Jacky, into whose wondering ears she poured a stream of Gaelic, without either waiting for or apparently expecting a reply. Suddenly, without a word of warning, she pushed Jacky away from her, and began to wring her hands and moan as she bent over the fire. Mr Sudberry seized the opportunity to decamp. He led Jacky quietly out of the hut, and made for the White House at as rapid a pace as the darkness of the night would allow. As they walked home, father and sons felt as if they had recently held familiar converse with a ghost or an evil spirit. But that feeling passed away when they were all seated at tea in the snug parlor, relating and listening to the adventure, and Jacky swelled to double his size figuratively on finding himself invested with sudden and singular importance as the darling of an old witch. Soon, however, matters of greater interest claimed the attention of Mr. Sudberry and his sons, for their bosoms were inflamed with a desire to emulate the dexterous Hector Macdonald. Rods and tackle were overhauled, and every preparation made for a serious expedition on the morrow. That night Mr. Sudberry dreamed of fishing. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Freaks on the Fells. 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Chapter 5. Some Account of a Great Fishing Expedition. There was an old barometer of the banjo type in the parlor of the White House, which, whatever might have been its character for veracity in former days, had now become such an inveterate storyteller that it was pretty safe to accept as true exactly the reverse of what it indicated. One evening Mr. Sudberry kept tapping that antique and musical-looking instrument with a view to get it to speak out its mind freely. The worthy man's efforts were not in vain, for the instrument, whether out of spite or not, we cannot say, indicated plainly much rain. Now it must be known that Mr. Sudberry knew as much about trout and salmon fishing as that celebrated though solitary individual, the man in the moon. Believing that bright, dry, sunny weather was favorable to this sport, his heart failed him when the barometer became so prophetically depressed, and he moved about the parlor with quick, uneasy steps, to the distress of his good wife, whose work-box he twice swept off the table with his coat-tails, and to the dismay of George, whose tackle, being spread out for examination, was, to a large extent, caught up and hopelessly affixed to the same unruly tails. Supper and repose finally quieted Mr. Sudberry's anxious temperament, and when he awoke on the following morning, the sun was shining in unclouded splendor through his window. Awaking with a start, he bounced out of bed, and, opening his window, shouted with delight that it was a glorious fishing day. The shout was addressed to the world at large, but it was responded to only by Hobbs. "Yes, sir, it is a exquisite day," said that worthy. "What a day for the Thames, sir! It does my 'art good, sir, to think of that there river." Hobbs, who was standing below his master's window, with his coat off and his hands in his waistcoat pockets, meant this as a happy and delicate allusion to things and times of the past. "Ah, Hobbs," said Mr. Sudberry, "you don't know what fishing in the Highlands is yet. But you shall see. Are the rods ready?" "Yes, sir." "And the baskets and books?" "Yes, sir." "And I forgot. The flasks and sandwiches, are they ready? And the worms?" "Yes, sir. Miss Lucy's a makin' of the sandwiches in the kitchen at this moment, and Macallister's a diggin' of the worms." Mr. Sudberry shut his window, and George, hearing the noise, leaped out of bed with the violence that is peculiar to vigorous youth. Fred yawned. "What a magnificent day!" said George, rubbing his hands and slapping himself preparatory to ablutions. "I will shoot." "Will you yawned Fred. "I shall sketch. I mean to begin with the old woman's hut." "What? Do you mean to have your nose plucked off and your eyes torn out at the beginning of our holiday?" "Not if I can help it, George. But I mean to run the risk. I mean to cultivate that old woman." "Hallo! Hi!" shouted their father from below, while he tapped at the window with the end of a fishing rod. "Look alive there, boys, else we'll have breakfast without you." "Aye, aye, father." Fred was up in a moment. About 2 hours later, father and sons sallied out for a day's sport, George with a fowling piece, Fred with a sketch-book, and Mr Sudberry with a fishing rod, the varnish and brass work on which, being perfectly new, glistened in the sun. "We part here, father," said George, as they reached a rude bridge that spanned the river about a half-mile distant from the White House. "I mean to clamber up the sides of the Ben, and explore the gorges. They say that ptarmigan and mountain hares are to be found there." The youth's eye sparkled with enthusiasm, for, having been born and bred in the heart of London, the idea of roaming alone among the wild rocky glens up among the hills, far from the abodes of men, made him fancy himself a little short of a second Crusoe. He was also elated at the thought of firing at real wild birds and animals, his experiences with the gun having hitherto been confined to the unromantic practice of a shooting gallery in Regent Street. "Success to you, George!" cried Mr Sudberry, waving his hand to his son, as the latter was about to enter a ravine. "The same to you, father!" cried George, as he waved his cap in return, and disappeared. 5 minutes' walk brought them to the hut of the poor old woman, whose name they had learned was Moggy. "This, then, is my goal," said Fred, smiling. "I hope to scratch in the outline of the interior before you catch your first trout." "Take care the old woman doesn't scratch out your eyes, Fred," said father, laughing. "Dinner at 5, sharp, remember." Fred entered the hovel, and Mr Sudberry, walking briskly along the road for a quarter of a mile, diverged into a footpath which conducted him to the banks of the river and to the margin of a magnificent pool where he hoped to catch his first trout. And now, at last, had arrived that hour to which Mr Sudberry had long looked forward with the most ardent anticipation. To stand alone on a lovely summer's day, rod in hand, on the banks of a Highland stream, had been the ambition of the worthy merchant ever since he was a boy. Fate had decreed that this ambition should not be gratified until his head was bald, but he did not rejoice the less on this account. His limbs were stout and still active, and his enthusiasm was as strong as it was in boyhood. No one knew the powerful spirit of angling which dwelt in Mr Sudberry's breast. His wife did not, his sons did not. He was not fully aware of it himself, until opportunity revealed it in the most surprising manner. He had, indeed, known a little of the angler's feelings in the days of his youth, but he had a soul above punts, and chairs, and floats, and such trifles, although, like all great men, he did not despise these little things. Many a day he had sat on old Father Thames, staring, with eager expectation, at a gaudy float, as if all his earthly hopes were dependent on its motions. And many a struggling fish had he whipped out of the muddy waters with a shout of joy. But he thought of those days now with the feelings of an old soldier who, returning from the wars to his parents' abode, beholds the drum and pop-gun of his childhood. He recalled the pleasures of the punt with patronizing kindliness, and gazed majestically on the crag, and glen, and bright glancing stream, while he pressed his foot upon the purple heath, and put up his fishing rod. Mr Sudberry was in his element now. The deep flush on his gladsome countenance indicated the turmoil of combined romance and delight which raged within his heaving chest, and which he with difficulty prevented from breaking forth into an idiotic cheer. He was alone, as we have said. He was purposely so. He felt that, as yet, no member of his family could possibly sympathize with his feelings. It was better that they should not witness emotions which they could not thoroughly understand. Moreover, he wished to surprise them with the result of his prowess, in regard to which his belief was unlimited. He felt, besides, that it was better there should be no witness to the trifling failures which might be expected to occur in the first essay of one wholly unacquainted with the art of angling as practised in these remote glens. The pool beside which Mr Sudberry stood was one which Hector Macdonald had pointed out as being one of the best in the river. It lay at the tail of a rapid, had an eddy in it, and a rippling, oily surface. The banks were in places free from underwood, and only a few small trees grew near them. The shadow of the mountain, which reared its rugged crest close to it, usually darkened the surface, but at the time we write of, a glowing sun poured its rays into the deepest recesses of the pool, a fact which filled Mr Sudberry, in his ignorance, with delight, but which, had he known better, would have overwhelmed him with dismay. In the present instance, it happened that ignorance was bliss, for as every fish in the pool was watching the angler with grave upturned eyes while he put up his rod, and would as soon have attempted to swallow Mr Sudberry's hat as leap at his artificial flies, it was well that he was not aware of the fact, otherwise his joy of heart would have been turned into sorrow sooner than there was any occasion for. Musing on piscatorial scenes past, present, and to come, Mr Sudberry passed the line through the rings of his rod with trembling and excited fingers. While thus engaged, he observed a break on the surface of the pool, and a fish caused a number of rings to form on the water. Those floated toward him as if to invite him on. Mr Sudberry was red hot now with hope and expectation. It was an enormous trout that had risen. Most trouts that are seen but not caught are enormous. There is no pleasure without its alloy. It could not be expected that the course of true sport, any more than that of true love, should run smooth. Mr Sudberry's ruddy face suddenly turned pale, when he discovered that he had forgotten his fishing book. Each pocket in his coat was slapped and plunged into with vehement haste, while drops of cold perspiration stood on his forehead. It was not to be found. Suddenly he recollected the basket at his back. Wrenching it open, he found the book there, and joy again suffused his visage. Selecting his best line and hooks, as pointed out to him by Hector, Mr Sudberry let out a few yards of line and prepared for action. Remembering the advice and example of his friend, he made his first cast. Ha! Not so bad. The line fell rather closer to the bank on which he stood than was consistent with the vigor of the cast, but never mind, the next would be better. The next was better. The line went out to its full extent and came down on the water with such a splash that no trout in its senses would have looked at the place for an hour afterwards. But Mr Sudberry was ignorant of this, so he went on hopefully. As yet the line was short, so he let out a half a dozen yards boldly, and allowed the stream to draw it straight. Then, making a violent effort, he succeeded in causing it to descend in a series of circles close to his feet. This, besides being unexpected, was embarrassing. Determined to succeed, he made another cast, and caught the top branch of a small tree, the existence of which he had forgotten. There the hooks remained fixed. A deep sigh broke from the excited man, as he gazed ruefully up at the tree. Under a sudden and violent impulse, he tried to pull the tackle forcibly away. This would not do. He tried again, till the rod bent almost double, and he was filled with amazement to find that the casting line, though no thicker than a thread, could stand such a pull. Still the hooks held on. Laying down his rod, he wiped his forehead and sighed again. But Mr Sudberry was not a man to be easily thwarted. Recalling the days of his boyhood, He cast off his coat and nimbly shinned up the trunk of the tree. In a few minutes he reached the top branch and seized it. At that moment the bough on which he stood gave way, and he fell to the ground with a terrible crash, bringing the top branch with him. Gathering himself up, he carefully manipulated his neck to ascertain whether or not it was broken. He found that it was not, but the line was, so he sat down quietly on the bank and replaced it with a new one. Before Mr Sudberry left that spot on the bank beside the dark pool, he had caught the tree 4 times and his hat twice, but he had caught no trout. "They're not taking to-day, that's it," he muttered sadly to himself. "But come, cheer up, old fellow, and try a new fly." Thus encouraged by himself, Mr Sudberry selected a large blue fly with a black head, red wings, and a long yellow tail. It was a gorgeous, and he thought a tempting creature. But the trout were evidently not of the same opinion. For several hours the unfortunate piscator flogged the water in vain. He became very hot during this prolonged exertion, stumbled into several holes, and wetted both legs up to the knees, had his cap brushed off more than once by overhanging branches, and entangled his line grievously while in the act of picking it up, bruised his shins several times, and in short got so much knocked about, battered, and worried, that he began to feel in a state of mental and physical dishevelment. Still his countenance did not betray much of his feelings. He found fishing more difficult in all respects than he had expected. But what then? Was he going to give way to disgust at the first disappointment? Certainly not. Was he going to fail in perseverance now, after having established a reputation for that quality during a long commercial life in the capital of England? Decidedly not. Was that energy, that vigor, that fervor of character for which he was noted, to fail him here in an uncivilized country, where it was so much required, after having been the means of raising him from a humble station to one of affluence, after having enabled him to crush through all difficulties, small or great, as well as having caused him to sweep hecatombs of crockery to destruction with his coat-tails? Indubitably not. Glowing with such thoughts, the dauntless man tightened his cap on his brow, pressed his lips together with a firm smile, frowned good-humoredly at fate and the water, and continued his unflagging, though not unflogging, way. So the hot sun beat down upon him until evening drew on apace, and then the midges came out. The torments which Mr Sudberry endured after this were positively awful, and the struggles that he made, in the bravery of his cheerful heart, to bear up against them, were worthy of a hero of romance. His sufferings were all the more terrible and exasperating that at first they came in the shape of an effect without a cause. The skin of his face and hands began to inflame and to itch beyond endurance, to his great surprise. For the midges were so exceedingly small and light that, being deeply intent on his line, he did not observe them. He had heard of midges, no doubt, but never having seen them, and being altogether engrossed in his occupation, he never thought of them for a moment. He only became aware of ever-increasing uneasiness, and exhibited a tendency to rub the backs of his hands violently on his trousers, and to polish his countenance with his cuffs. It must be the effect of exposure to the sun, he thought. Yes, that was it. Of course that would go off soon, and he would become case-hardened, a regular mountaineer. Ha! Was that a trout? Yes, that must have been one at last. To be sure, there were several stones and eddies near the spot where it rose, but he knew the difference between the curl of an eddy now and the splash of a trout. He would throw over the exact spot, which was just a foot or two above a moss-covered stone that peeped out of the water. He did so, and caught it, the stone, not the trout, and the hooks remained fixed in the slimy green moss. Mr Sudberry scratched his head and felt inclined to stamp. He even experienced a wild desire to cast his rod violently into the river and walk home with his hands in his pockets, but he restrained himself. Pulling on the line somewhat recklessly, the hook came away, to his immense delight, trailing a long thread of the green moss along with it. Mr Sudberry now took to holding a muttered conversation with himself, a practice which was by no means new to him, and in the course of which he was wont to address himself in curiously disrespectful terms. "Come, come, John, my boy, don't be cast down, never say die. Hope told to flatter. Hallo, was that a rise? No, it must have been another of these. What can be the matter with your skin to-day, John? I don't believe it's the sun after all. The sun never drove anyone frantic. Never mind. Cheer up, old cock. That seems to be a very likely hole, a beautiful beauty. Steady. That was a good cast. The best you've made to-day, my buck. Try it again. Ha! Sus! Caught again, as I'm a Dutchman. This is too bad. Really, you know. Well, you've come off easier than might have been expected. Now then, softly. What can be the matter with your face? Surely it cannot be." Mr Sudberry's heart palpitated as he thought, "The measles! Oh, impossible! Pooh, pooh! You had the measles when you were a baby, of course. Do you know, John, you're not quite sure of that. Fevers, too, occasionally come on with extreme. Dear me, how hot it is, and what a time you have been fishing, you stupid fellow without a rise. It must be getting late." Mr Sudberry stopped with a startled look as he said this. He glanced at the sun, pulled out his watch, gazed at it with unutterable surprise, put it to his ear, and groaned. "Too late! 5:30. Dinner at 5, punctually. Oh, Mary, Mary, won't I catch it to-night!" A cloud passed over the sun as he spoke. Being very susceptible to outward influences, the gloom of the shadow descended on his spirits as well as his person, and for the first time that day a look of deep dejection overspread his countenance. Suddenly there was a violent twitch at the end of the rod. The reel spun round with a sharp whirr, and every nerve in Mr Sudberry's system received an electric shock as he bent forward, straddled his legs, and made a desperate effort to fling the trout over his head. The slender rod would not, however, permit of such treatment. It bent double, and the excited piscator was fain to wind up, an operation which he performed so hastily that the line became entangled with the winch of the reel, which brought it to a dead lock. With a gasp of anxiety, he flew down the rod, and seizing the line with his hands, hauled out a beautiful yellow trout of about 1/4 of a pound in weight, and 5 or 6 inches long. To describe the joy of Mr Sudberry at this piece of good fortune were next to impossible. Sitting down on his fishing basket, with the trout full in view, he drew forth a small flask of sherry, a slice of bread, and a lump of cheese, and proceeded then and there to regale himself. He cared nothing now for the loss of his dinner. No thought gave he to the anticipated scold from neglected Mrs Sudberry. He gave full scope to his joy at the catching of this his first trout. He looked up at the cloud that obscured the sun and forgave it, little thinking, innocent man, that the said cloud had done him a good turn that day. He smiled benignantly on water, earth, and sky. He rubbed his face, and when he did so he thought of the measles and laughed heartily, for by that time he had discovered the true cause of his misery, and although we cannot venture to say that he forgave the midges, sure we are that he was greatly mollified towards them. Does any ignorant or cynical reader deem such an extravagance of delight inconsistent with so trifling an occasion? Let him ponder before he ventures to exclaim, "Ridiculous!" Let him look round upon this busy, whirling, incomprehensible world, and note how its laughing and weeping multitudes are ofttimes tickled to uproarious merriment, or whelmed in gloomy woe, by the veriest trifles, and then let him try to look with sympathy on Mr Sudberry and his first trout. Having carefully deposited the fish in his basket, he once more resumed his rod and his expectations. But if the petty annoyances that beset our friend in the forepart of that day may be styled harassing, those with which he was overwhelmed towards evening may be called exasperating. First of all he broke the top of his rod, a misfortune which broke his heart entirely. But recollecting suddenly that he had 3 spare top pieces in the butt, his heart was cemented and bound up, so to speak, in a rough and ready manner. Next he stepped into a hole which turned out to be 3 feet deep, so that he was instantly soaked up to the waist. Being extremely hot, besides having grown quite reckless, Mr Sudberry did not mind this. It was pleasantly cooling. He was cheered, too, at the moment, by the reappearance of the sun, which shone out as bright as ever, warming his heart, poor ignorant man, and all unknown to him, damaging his chance of catching any more fish at that time. Soon after this he came to a part of the river where it flowed through extremely rugged rocks, and plunged over 1 or 2 precipices, sending up clouds of grey mist and a dull roar which overawed him, and depressed his spirits. This latter effect was still further increased by the bruising of his shins and elbows, which resulted from the rough nature of the ground. He became quite expert now in hanking on bushes and disentangling the line, and experienced a growing belief in the truth of the old saying that practice makes perfect. He cast better, he hanked oftener, and he disentangled more easily than he had done at an earlier period of the day. The midges, too, increased as evening advanced. Presently he came upon a picturesque portion of the stream where the waters warbled and curled in little easy-going rapids, miniature falls, and deep oily pools. Being an angler by nature, though not by practice, as yet, he felt that there must be something there. A row of natural stepping-stones ran out towards a splendid pool, in which he felt assured that there must be a large trout, perhaps a grilse. He modestly forbade him to hint a salmon, even to himself. It is a very difficult thing, as everyone knows, to step from one stone to another in a river, especially when the water flowing between runs swift and deep. Mr Sudberry found it so. In his effort to approach the pool in question, which lay under the opposite bank, he exhibited not a few of the postures of the rope dancer and the acrobat, but he succeeded, for Mr Sudberry was a man of indomitable pluck. Standing on a small stone, carefully balanced, and with his feet close together, he made a beautiful cast. It was gracefully done. It was vigorously, manfully done. Considering the difficulty of the position and the voracity of the midges, and would have been undoubtedly successful but for the branch of a tree which grew on the opposite bank and overhung the stream. This branch Mr Sudberry, in his eagerness, did not observe. In casting, he thrust the end of the rod violently into it. The line twirled in dire confusion round the leaves and small boughs, and the drag hook, as if to taunt him, hung down within a foot of his nose. Mr Sudberry, in despair, made a desperate grasp at this and caught it. More than that, it caught him, and sunk into his forefinger over the barb, so that he could not get it out. The rock on which he stood was too narrow to admit of much movement, much less to permit of his resting the butt of his rod on it, even if that had been practicable, which it was not, owing to the line being fast to the bough. and the reel in a state of deadlock from some indescribable maneuver to which it had previously been subjected. There he stood, the very personification of despair, but while standing there he revolved in his mind the best method of releasing his line without breaking it or further damaging his rod. Alas! Fortune in this instance did not favor the brave. While he was looking up in rueful contemplation of the havoc above, and then down at his pierced and captured finger, his foot slipped, and he fell with a heavy plunge into deep water. That settled the question. The whole of his tackle remained attached to the fatal bough, excepting the hook in his finger, with which, and the remains of his fishing rod, he floundered to the shore. Mr Sudberry's first act on gaining the land was to look into his basket, where, to his great relief, the trout was still reposing. His next was to pick up his hat, which was sailing in an eddy 50 yards down the stream. Then he squeezed the water out of the garments, took down his rod with a heavy sigh strangely mingled with a triumphant smile, and turned his steps home just as the sun began to dip behind the peaks of the distant hills. To his surprise and relief, Mrs Sudberry did not scold when, about an hour later, he entered the hall or porch of the White House with the deprecatory air of a dog that knows he has been misbehaving, and with the general aspect of a drowned rat. His wife had been terribly anxious about his non-arrival, and the joy she felt on seeing him safe and well induced her to forget the scold. "Oh, John dear, quick, get off your clothes," was her first exclamation. As for Jacky, he uttered a cheer of delight and amazement at beholding his father in such a woeful plight, and he spent the remainder of the evening in a state of impish triumph, for, had not his own father come home in the same wet and draggled condition as that in which he himself had presented himself to Mrs Brown earlier in the day, and for which he had received a sound whipping? Hooray! And with that the amiable child went off to inform his worthy nurse that papa was as bad a boy as himself, badder, in fact, for he, Jacky, had only been in the water up to the waist, while papa had gone into it head and heels. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Freaks on the Fells, 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. Chapter 6. The Picnic. A vision of beauty now breaks upon the scene. This vision is tall, graceful, and commanding in figure. It has long black ringlets, piercing black eyes, a fair, delicate skin, and a bewitching smile that displays a row of pearls. The vision is about 16 years of age, and answers to the romantic name of Flora MacDonald. It is sister to that stalwart Hector who first showed Mr Sudberry how to fish. And stately, sedate, and beautiful does it appear, as, leaning on its brother's arm, it ascends the hill toward the White House, where extensive preparations are being made for a picnic. "Good morning, Mr Sudberry," cries Hector, doffing his bonnet and bowing low to Lucy. "Allow me to introduce my sister Flora. But," glancing at the preparations, "I fear my visit is inopportune." Mr Sudberry rushes forward and shakes Hector and sister heartily by the hand. "My dear sir, my dear madam, inopportune? Impossible. I am charmed. We are just going on a picnic, that is all, and you will go with us. Lucy, my dear, Allow me to introduce you to Miss MacDonald. Flora, my good sir, pray do not let us stand upon ceremony, interposes Hector. Lucy bows with a slight air of bashful reserve. Flora advances and boldly offers her hand. The blue eyes and the black meet. The former twinkle, the latter beam, and the knot is tied. They are fast friends for life. "Glorious day!" cries Mr Sudberry, rubbing his hands. "Magnificent!" assents Hector. "You are fortunate in the weather, for, to say truth, we have little enough of sunshine here. Sometimes it rains for 3 or 4 weeks, almost without cessation." "Does it indeed?" Mr Sudberry's visage elongates a little for one moment. Just then George and Fred come out of the White House, laden with hampers and fishing baskets full of provisions. They start, gaze in surprise at the vision, and drop the provisions. "These are my boys, Miss MacDonald. Hector's sister, lads," cries Mr Sudberry. "You'll join us, I trust?" to Hector. Hector assents, "With pleasure." He is a most amiable and accommodating man. Meanwhile, George and Fred shake hands with Flora, and express their delight, their pleasure, etc., etc., at this unexpected meeting, which, etc., etc. Their eyes meet, too, as Lucy's and Flora's had met a minute before. Whether the concussion of that meeting is too severe, we cannot say, but the result is that 3 pairs of eyes drop to the ground and their owners blush. George even goes the length of stammering something incoherent about Highland scenery, when a diversion is created in his favour by Jackie, who comes suddenly around the corner of the house with a North American Indian howl, and with the 9 dogs tearing after him clamorously. Jackie tumbles over a basket, of course. A state of disaster is his normal condition. Bruises his shins, and yells fearfully to the dismay of his mother, who runs shrieking to the window in her dressing gown, meets the gaze of Hector and Flora MacDonald, and retires precipitately in discomfiture. No such sensibility affects the stern bosom of Mrs Brown, who darts out at the front door, catches the unhappy boy by one arm, and drags him into the house by it, as if it were a rope, the child a homeward-bound vessel, and she a tug-steamer of 900 horse-power. The sounds that proceed from the nursery thereafter are strikingly suggestive. They might be taken for loud clapping of hands, but the shrieks which follow forbid the idea of plaudits. Poor Tilly, who is confused by the uproar, follows the nurse timidly, bent upon intercession, for she loves Jackie dearly. The 9 dogs, easy-going, jovial creatures, at once jump to the conclusion that the ham and cold chicken have been prepared and laid out there on the green hillside for their special entertainment. They make a prompt dash at the hampers. Gentlemen and ladies alike rush to its rescue, and the dogs are obliged to retire. They do so with a surprised and injured look in their innocent eyes. "Have you 1 or 2 raw onions and a few cold boiled potatoes?" inquires Hector. "I'll run and see," cries George, who soon returns with the desired edibles in a tin can. "That will do. Now I shall let you taste a potato salad. Meanwhile I will assist in carrying the baskets down to the boat." Hector's and Lucy's eyes meet as this is said. There must be some unaccountable influence in the atmosphere this morning, for the meeting of eyes all around seems to produce unusual results. "Will Mr Macallister accompany us?" says Mr Sudberry. Mr. Macallister permits a quiet smile to disturb the gravity of his countenance, and agrees to do so, at the same time making vague reference to the groves of Arcadia and the delight of dining al fresco, especially in wet weather, observations which surprise Mr. Sudberry and cause Hector and the two brothers to laugh. Mrs. Sudberry is ready at last. The gentlemen and Hobbs load themselves, and, followed by Jacky and the ladies, proceed to the margin of the loch, which sheet of water Mr. Sudberry styles a loch, while his better half deliberately and obstinately calls it a lake. The party is a large one for so small a boat, but it holds them all easily. Besides, the day is calm, and the water lies like a sheet of pure glass. It seems almost a pity to break such a faithful mirror with the splashing oars as they row away. Thus, pleasantly, the picnic began. George and Fred rowed, Hector steered, and the ladies sang, Mr. Sudberry assisting with a bass. His voice, being a strong baritone, was overwhelmingly loud in the middle notes, and sank to a muffled, ineffective rumble in the deep tones. Having a bad ear for tune, he disconcerted the ladies, also the rowers. But what did that matter? He was overflowing with delight, and apologized for his awkwardness by laughing loudly and begging the ladies to begin again. This they always did, with immense good humour. Mrs. Sudberry had two engrossing subjects of contemplation. The one was the boat, which, she was firmly persuaded, was on the point of upsetting when any one moved ever so little. The other was Jacky, who, owing to some strange impulse natural to his impish character, strove to stretch as much as his person beyond the side of the boat as was possible, without absolutely throwing himself overboard. The loch was upwards of 3 miles in length. Before the party had gone half the distance, Mr. Sudberry, senior, had sung himself quite hoarse, and Master Sudberry, junior, had leapt 3/4 of his length out of the boat 6 times, and in various other ways had terrified his poor mother almost into fits, and imperilled the lives of the party more than once. "By the way," said Fred, when his father concluded a fine old boat song with a magnificent flourish worthy of an operatic artiste, "can any one tell me anything about that strange old woman that lives down in the hut near the bridge?" "Ha, ha!" laughed George. "I can tell you she's an old witch, and a very fierce one, too." A slight frown gathered on Flora's white forehead, and a flash shot from her dark eyes as George said this, but George saw it not. Lucy did, however, and became observant, while George continued. "But methinks, Fred, that the long visit you paid her lately must have been sadly misapplied, if you have not pumped her history out of her." "I went to paint, not to pump. Perhaps Mr. Macdonald can tell me about her." "Not I," said Hector, lighting a cigar. "I only know that she lost her grandson about 6 years ago, and that she's been mad ever since, poor thing." "For shame, Hector," said Flora. "You know that old Mogi is no more mad than yourself." "Possibly not, sweet sister; but as you often tell me that I am mad, and as I never deny the charge, it seems to me that you have said nothing to vindicate the old woman's character for sanity." "Poor thing," said Flora, turning from her brother, and speaking with warmth to Fred. "If you knew how much that unhappy old creature has suffered, you would not be surprised to find her somewhat cross at times. She is one of my people, and I am very glad to find that you take an interest in her." "My people!" Flora then takes an interest in the poor, thought the observant Lucy. Another link was added to the chain of friendship. "Do tell us about her, please," cried George. "There is nothing that I love so much as a story, especially a horrible one, with 2 or 3 dreadful murders to chill one's blood, and a deal of retributive justice to warm it up again. I'm dying to know about old Mogi." "Are you?" said Flora saucily. "I'm glad to hear that, because I mean to keep you in a dying state. I will tell the story as a dead secret to Lucy when I take her to see my poor people, and you shan't hear it for weeks to come." George cast his eyes in affected despair, and said with a groan that he would endeavour to exist notwithstanding. "Oh, I know all about old Mogi," cried Jacky with energy. Every one looked at the boy in surprise. In the midst of the foregoing dialogue he had suddenly ceased to tempt his fate, and sat down quietly, with a hand on each knee, and his eyes fixed intently on Flora Macdonald, to the surprise and secret joy of his mother, who, being thus relieved from anxiety on his account, had leisure to transfer the agony of her attention to the boat. "What do you know about her, child?" asked Flora. "She's jolly," replied the boy with prompt vivacity. "Most genuine testimony in her favour," laughed Hector, "though the word is scarcely appropriate to one whose temper is sour." "Why do you think her jolly, my boy?" said Flora. "'Cause I do." "Jacky, darling," said Mrs Sudberry, "do try to give up those ugly slang words. They're so naughty. That is to say, at least they are very ugly, if they're not positively naughty." "She's a jolly old brick," retorted Jacky, with a look at his mother that was the concentrated essence of defiance. "Dear child!" Lucy snickered and coughed somewhat violently into her handkerchief, while Flora, repressing a smile, said, "But why does Jacky like old Mogi so much?" "Hullo, don't run us ashore!" shouted Mr Sudberry, starting up with a sudden impetuosity which shook the boat, and sent a pang to the heart of his wife, the sharpness of which no words can convey. A piercing shriek, however, betrayed the state of her feelings, as the boat was swept violently around by George to avoid a point of rock. As they were now drawing near the spot where it was proposed that they should picnic, Jacky suddenly became alive to the fact that in his interest about old Mogi he had been betrayed into a forgetfulness of his opportunities. No time was to be lost. Turning round with a cheer, he made a desperate plunge at the water, and went much further over than he had intended, insomuch as he would certainly have taken a header into its depths, had not Macallister grabbed him by the baggy region of his trousers, and gravely lifted him into his mother's lap. Next moment the boat's keel grated sharply on the gravel, to the horror of Mrs Sudberry, who, having buried her face in the bosom of her saved son, saw not what had occurred, and regarded the shock as her death warrant. Thus, agreeably, the picnic continued. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Freaks on the Fells, 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. Chapter 7. The Picnic Concluded. What a glorious day it was, and what spirits it put everybody in. The sun shone with an intensity almost torrid. The spot on which they had landed was green and bright, like a slice out of the realms of fairyland. No zephyr dared to disturb the leaves or the glassy water. Great clouds hung in the bright blue sky, rotund, fat, and heavy, like mountains of wool or butter. Everything in nature seemed to have gone to sleep at noon, as if Spanish principles had suddenly imbued the universe. And what a business they had, to be sure, with the spreading of the viands and the kindling of the fire. The latter was the first duty. Hector said he would undertake it, but after attempting to light it with damp sticks, he gave it up, and assisted the ladies to lay the cloth on the grass. Then George and Fred got the fire to kindle, and Mr Sudberry, in attempting to mend it, burned his fingers and put it out, whereupon Macallister came to his rescue and got it to blaze in right earnest. Jacky thereafter tried to jump over it, fell into it, and was saved from premature destruction by being plucked out and quenched before having received any further damage than the singeing of his hair and eyelashes. He was thus rendered a little more hideous and impish-like than nature had intended him to be. Jacky happened to be particularly bad that day. Not only was he more bent on mischief than usual, but fortune seemed to enhance the value, so to speak, of his evil doings, by connecting them with disasters of an unexpected nature. He tried to leap over a small stream, in Scotland styled a burn, and fell into it. This necessitated drawing at the fire, a slow process, and disagreeable in all circumstances, but especially so when connected with impatience and headstrong obstinacy. Then he put his foot on a plate of sandwiches, and was within an ace of sitting down on a jam tart, much to his own consternation, poor boy. For had he destroyed that, the chief source of his own prospective felicity would have been dried up. It is not to be supposed that every one regarded Jacky's eccentricities with the forgiving and loving spirit of his mother. Mr Sudberry, good man, did not mind much. He was out for a day's enjoyment, and, having armed himself cap a pie with benevolence, was invulnerable. Not so the other members of the party, all of whom had to exercise a good deal of forbearance towards the boy. Macallister took him on his knee, and gravely began to entertain him with a story, for which kindness Jacky kicked his shins, and struggled to get away. So the worthy man smiled sadly, and let him go, remarking that Ovid himself would be puzzled to metamorphose him into a good boy. This in an undertone, of course. Hector Macdonald was somewhat sanguine and irascible in temper. He felt a tingling in his fingers, and an irresistible desire to apply them to the ears of the little boy.
"Come here, Jacky," said he.
Flora, who understood his feelings, smiled covertly, while she busied herself with cups, plates, and pannikins. Lucy, who did not understand his feelings, thought,
"He must be a good-natured fellow to speak so kindly to a child who had annoyed him very much."
Lucy did not admit that she herself had been much annoyed by her little brother's pertinacity in interrupting conversation between her and Hector, although she might have done so with perfect truth. Jacky advanced with hesitation. Hector bent down playfully and seized him by both arms, turning his back upon the party, and thus bringing his own bulky figure between them and the young hopeful. "Jack, I want you to be good." "I won't," promptly said, and with much firmness. "Oh, yes, you will." A stern masculine countenance within an inch of his nose, and a vigorous little shake, somewhat disconcerted Jacky, who exhibited a tendency to roar. But Hector closed his strong hands on the little arms so suddenly and so powerfully that, being unexpectedly agonized, Jacky was for a moment paralyzed. The awful glare of a pair of bright blue eyes, and the glistening of a double row of white teeth, did not tend to reassure him. "Oh, yes, you will, my little man," repeated Hector, tumbling him over on his back with a smile of ineffable sweetness, but with a little touch of violence that seemed inconsistent therewith. Jacky rose, gasped, and ran away, glancing over his shoulder with a look of alarm. This little piece of by-play was not observed by any one but Flora, who exchanged a bright glance and a smile with her brother. The imp was quelled. He had met his match. During the remainder of the picnic he disturbed no one, but kept at the farthest possible distance from Hector that was consistent with being one of the party. But it is not to be supposed that his nature was changed. No, Jacky's wickedness only sought a new channel in which to flow. He consoled himself with thoughts of the dire mischief he would perpetrate when the dinner was over. Meanwhile he sat down and gloated over the jam-tart, devouring it in imagination. "Is that water boiling yet?"
cried Mr. Sudberry.
"Just about it. Hand me the eggs, Fred." "Here they are," cried Flora, going towards the fire with a basket. She looked very sweet at that moment, for the active operations in which she had been engaged had flushed her cheeks and brightened her eyes. George and Fred gazed at her in undisguised admiration. Becoming suddenly aware of the impoliteness of the act, the former ran to relieve her of the basket of eggs. The latter blushed, and all but upset the kettle in an effort to improve the condition of the fire. "Fred, you goose, leave alone, will you?" roared George, darting forward to prevent the catastrophe. "This is really charming, is it not, Mr. McGregor?" said Mrs. Sudberry, with a languid smile. "MacDonald, madam, if I may be allowed to correct you," said Hector, with a smile and a little bow. "Ah, to be sure," with an attempt at a laugh. "I have such a stupid habit of misnaming people." If Mrs. Sudberry had told the exact truth, she would have said, "I have had such difficulty in remembering people's names that I have made up my mind to call people by any name that comes first into my head, rather than confess my forgetfulness." But she did not say this. She only went on to observe that she had no idea it would have been so charming. "To what do you refer?" said Hector. "The scenery, the weather, or the prospect of dinner?" "Oh, you shocking man! How can you talk of food in the same breath with—" "The salt!" exclaimed Lucy, with a little shriek. Was there ever a picnic at which the salt was not forgotten, or supposed to have been forgotten? Never. Mr. Sudberry's cheerful countenance fell. He had never eaten an egg without salt in his life, and did not believe in the possibility of doing so. Every one ransacked everything in anxious haste. "Here it is."
Hope revived.
"No, it's only the pepper," mitigated despair, and ransacking continued. "Maybe it'll be in this parcel," suggested Macallister, holding up one which had not yet been untied. "Oh, bring it to me, Mr. Macallister," cried Mrs. Sudberry with unwonted energy, for her happiness was dependent on salt that day, coupled of course with weather and scenery. "Faugh, no, it's your horrid onions, Mr McAndrews." "Why, have you forgotten the potato salad, Mr Macdonald?" exclaimed Lucy. "No, I have not. It can be made in 5 minutes, but not without salt." "Where can the salt be? I am certain it could not have been forgotten." The only individual of the party who remained calmly indifferent was Master Jacky. That charming creature, having made up his mind to feed on jam tart, did not feel that there was any need for salt. An attentive observer might have noticed, however, that Jacky's look of supreme indifference suddenly gave place to one of inexpressible glee. He became actually red in the face with hugging himself and endeavouring to suppress all visible signs of emotion. His eye had unexpectedly fallen on the paper of salt, which lay on the centre of the tablecloth, so completely exposed to view that nobody saw it. "Why, here it is, actually before our eyes!" shouted George, seizing the paper and holding it up. A small cheer greeted its discovery. A groan instantly followed, as George spilt the whole of it. As it fell on the cloth, however, it was soon gathered up, and then Mr Sudberry ordered everyone to sit down on the grass in a circle around the cloth. "What a good boy Jacky has suddenly become!" remarked Lucy in some surprise. "Darling!" ejaculated his mother. "A very good little fellow," said Flora, with a peculiar smile. Jacky said nothing. Hector's eye was upon him, as was his upon Hector. Deep, unutterable thoughts filled his swelling heart, but he spoke not. He merely gazed at the jam tart, a large portion of which was in a few minutes supplied to him. The immediate result was crimson hands, arms, and cheeks. While Hector was engaged in concocting the potato salad, the kettle upset, extinguished the fire, and sent up a loud triumphant hiss of steam, mingled with ashes. Fortunately, the potatoes were cooked, so the dinner was at last begun in comfort. That is to say, everyone was very hot, very much exhausted and excited, and very thirsty. Jacky gorged himself with tart in 5 minutes, and then took an opportunity of quietly retiring into the bushes, sheltered by which he made a detour, unseen, toward the place where the boat had been left. Alas for the picnic party that day, that they allowed Hector to prevail on them to begin with his potato salad. It was partly composed of raw onions. After having eaten a few mouthfuls of it, their sense of taste was utterly destroyed. The chickens tasted of onions. So did the cheese and the bread. Even the whiskey was flavoured with onions. The beefsteak pie might as well have been an onion pie. Indeed, no member of the party could, with shut eyes, have positively said that it was not. The potatoes harmonized with the prevailing flavour. Not so the gingerbread, however, nor the butter. Everything was oniony. They finished their repast with a sweet onion tart. To make things worse, the sky soon became overcast. A stiff breeze began to blow, and Mr Macallister opined that there was going to be a squall. A piercing shriek put an abrupt termination to the meal. Intent on mischief, the imp had succeeded in pushing off the boat and clambering into it. For some time he rowed about in a circle with one oar, much delighted with his performances. But when the breeze began to increase and blow the boat away, he became alarmed, and when the oar missed the water and sent him sprawling on his back, he gave utterance to the shriek above referred to. Luckily, the wind carried him past the place where they were picnicking. There was but one mode of getting at the boat. It was at once adopted. Hector threw off his coat and vest and swam out to it. 10 minutes later, they were rowing at full speed for the foot of the loch. The sky was dark, and a squall was tearing up the waters of the lake. Then the rain came down in torrents. Then it was discovered that the cloaks had been left at Hazelwood Creek, as the place where they had dined was named. To turn back was impossible. The gentlemen's coats were therefore put on the ladies' shoulders. All were soaked to the skin in a quarter of an hour. Jackie was quiet, being slightly overawed, but not humbled. His mother was too frightened to speak or scream. Mr. Sudberry rubbed his hands and said, "Come, I'd like to have a touch of all sorts of weather, and won't we have a jolly tea and a rousing fire when we get home?" Mrs. Sudberry sighed at the word home. Macallister volunteered a song, and struck up the Callum's Lament, a dismally cheerful Gaelic ditty. In the midst of this, they reached the landing place, from which they walked through drenched heather and blinding rain to the White House. Thus, drearily, the picnic ended. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Freaks on the Fowls. 3 Months Rustication, Story 1, by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Chapter 8. Concerning Fowls and Pools. One morning the Sudberry family sat on the green hillside in front of the White House, engaged in their usual morning amusement, feeding the cocks and hens. It is astonishing what an amount of interest may be got up in this way, if one goes at it with a sort of philanthropico-philosophical spirit. A full hour of genuine satisfaction may be thus obtained, not to speak of the joy imparted to the poultry and the profound glimpses obtained into fowl character. There were about 20 hens, more or less, and 2 cocks. With wonderful sagacity did these creatures come to perceive that when the Sudberrys brought out chairs and stools after breakfast, and sat down thereon, they, the fowls, were in for a feed, and it was surprising the punctuality with which they assembled each fine morning for this purpose. Most of the family simply enjoyed the thing, but Mr. Sudberry, in addition to enjoying it, studied it. He soon came to perceive that the cocks were cowardly wretches, and this gave him occasion to point out to his wife the confiding character and general superiority of female nature, even in hens. The 2 large cocks could not be prevailed on to feed out of the hand by any means. Under the strong influence of temptation, they would step with bold aspect, but timid, hesitating step towards the proffered crumb. But the slightest motion would scare them away, and when they did venture to peck, they did so with violent haste, and instantly fled in abject terror. It was this tendency in these ignoble birds that exasperated poor Jackie, whose chief delight was to tempt the unfortunate hens to place unlimited confidence in him, and then clutch them by the beaks or heads, and hold them wriggling in his cruel grasp. And it was this tendency that induced him, in the heat of disappointment, and without any reference whatsoever to sex, to call the cocks big hens. The hens, on the other hand, exhibited gentle and trusting natures. Of course there was vanity of character among them, as there is among ladies, but for the most part they were wont to rush towards their human friends in a body, and peck the crumbs, at first timidly, then boldly, from their palms. There was one hen, a black and ragged one, with only half a tail and a downtrodden aspect, which actually went the length of jumping up on little Tilly's knee, and feeding out of her lap. It even allowed her to stroke its back, but it evidently permitted rather than enjoyed the process. On the morning in question, the black hen was bolder than usual. Perhaps it had not breakfasted that day, for it was foremost in the rush when the family appeared with chairs and stools, and leapt upon Tilly's knee without invitation as soon as she was seated, whereupon Tilly called it a dear, darling, pretty little pet, and patted its back. "Why, the creature seems quite fond of you, my child," said Mrs Sudberry. "So it is, mamma. It loves me. I know by the way it looks at me with its beautiful black eye. What a pity the other is not so nice. I think the poor darling must be blind of that eye." There was no doubt about that. Blackie's right eye was blinder than any bat's. It was an opaque white ball, which caused it no little annoyance, for the other eye had to do duty for both, and this involved constant screwing of the head about and unwearied watchfulness. It was as if a solitary sentinel were placed to guard the front and back doors of a house at one and the same time. Despite Blackie's utmost care, Jackie got on her blind side more than once, and caught her by the remnant of her poor tail. This used to spoil Tilly's morning amusement, and send her sorrowful into the house. But what did that matter to Jackie? He sometimes broke out worse than usual, and sent the whole brood into an agitated flutter, which rather damaged the happiness of the family. But what did that matter to Jackie? Oh, he was a darling child, according to his mother. For some time the feeding went on quietly enough. The Fowls were confiding. Mr Sudberry was becoming immensely philosophical. Mrs Sudberry was looking on in amiable gratification. George had prevailed on a small white hen to allow him to scratch her head. Fred was taking a rapid portrait of the smallest cock. Lucy had drawn the largest concourse towards herself by scattering her crumbs on the ground. Jackie had only caught 2 chickens by their beaks and 1 hen by its tail, and was partially strangling another, and the 9 Macallister dogs were ranged in a semicircle round the group, looking on benignantly, and evidently inclined to put in for a share, but restrained by the memory of past rebuffs, when little Blackie, standing on Tilly's knee, and having eaten a large share of what was going, raised itself to its full height, flapped its wings, and gave utterance to a cackle of triumph. A burst of laughter followed, and Tilly gave a shriek of delighted surprise that at once dissolved the spell, and induced the horrified fowl to seek refuge in precipitate flight. "By the way," said Mrs Sudberry, "that reminds me that this would be a most charming day for your excursion over the mountains, to that lake, what you may call it." What connection there was between the little incident just described and the excursion to the lake, what you may call it, we cannot pretend to state, but there must have been some sort of connection in Mrs Sudberry's brain, and we record her observation because it was the origin of this day's proceedings. Mr Sudberry had for some time past talked of a long walking excursion with the whole family to a certain small loch or tarn among the hills. Mrs Sudberry had made up her mind, first, that she would not go, and second, that she would get everyone else to go, in order to let Mrs Brown and Hobbs have a thorough cleaning up of the house. This day seemed to suit for the excursion, hence her propounding of the plan. Poor delicate Tilly seldom went on long expeditions. She was often doomed to remain at home. Mr Sudberry shouted, "Capital! Huzza!" clapped his hands, and rushed into the house to prepare, scattering the fowls like chaff in a whirlwind. Fired by his example, the rest of the family followed. "But we must have our bath first, Papa," cried Lucy. "Certainly, my love. There will be time for that," So away flew Lucy to the nursery, whence she reissued with Jackie, Tilly, Mrs. Brown, and towels. The bathing pool was what George called a great institution. In using this slang expression, George was literally correct. For the bathing pool was not a natural feature of the scenery. It was artificial, and had been instituted a week after the arrival of the family. The loch was a little too far from the house to be a convenient place of resort for ablutionary purposes. Close beside the house ran a small burn. Its birthplace was one of those dark glens or quarries, situated high up among the mountains, that formed a grand towering background in all Fred's sketches of the White House. Its bed was rugged and broken, a deep cutting, which the water had made on the hillside. Here was quite a forest of dwarf trees and shrubs, but so small were they, and so deep the torrent's bed, that you could barely see the tree-tops as you approached the spot over the bare hills. In dry weather this burn tinkled over a chaos of rocks, forming myriads of miniature cascades and hosts of limpid little pools. During heavy rains it ran roaring riotously over its rough bed with a force that swept to destruction whatever chanced to come in its way. In this burn, screened from observation by an umbrageous coppice, was the bathing pool. No pool in the stream was deep enough, in ordinary weather, to take Jackie above the knees, but one pool had been found, about 200 yards from the house, which was large enough if it had only been deeper. To deepen it, therefore, they went, every member of the family. Let us recall the picture. Father, in shirt sleeves rolled up to the shoulders, and trousers rolled up to the knees, in the middle of the pool, trying to upheave from the bottom a rock larger than himself, if he only knew it, but he doesn't, because it is deeply embedded. Therefore he toils on in hope. George building, with turf and stone, a strong embankment with a narrow outlet, to allow the surplus water to escape. Fred, Lucy, Tilly, and Peter cutting turf and carrying stones. Mother superintending the whole, and making remarks. Jackie making himself universally disagreeable and distracting his mother in a miscellaneous sort of way. "It's as good as Robinson Crusoe any day," cries father, panting and wiping his bald forehead. "What a stone! I can't budge it." He stoops again to conquer, if possible. But the great difficulty with father is, that the water comes so near to his tucked-up trousers that he cannot put forth his full strength without wetting them, and mother insists that this must not be done. "Come, George and Fred, bring the pickaxe and the iron lever. We must have this fellow out. He's right in the middle of the pool. Now, then, heave." The lads obey, and father straddles so fiercely that one leg slips down. "Ha! There, you've done it now," from mother. "Well, my dear, it can't be helped," meekly from father, who is secretly glad, and prepares to root out the stone like a Hercules. Jackie gets excited, and hopes the other leg will slip down and get wet too. "Here, hand me the lever, George. You don't put enough force to it." George obeys and grins. "Now then, once more with will. Ho! Hi! Hup!" Father strains at the lever, which, not having been properly fixed, slips, and he finds himself suddenly in a sitting posture, with the water round his waist. As the cool element embraces his loins, he gasps, as every bather knows how. But the shock to his system is nothing compared with the aggravation to his feelings when he hears the joyful yell of triumph that issues from the brazen lungs of his youngest hope. "Never mind, I'll work all the better. Now, come, let us be jolly, and clear out the rest of the pool. Good man, nothing can put him out." Gradually the bottom is cleared of stones, excepting the big one, and leveled, and the embankment is built to a sufficient height. "Now for the finishing touch," cries George. "Bring the turf. Fred, I'm ready." The water of the burn is rushing violently through the narrow outlet in the dike. A heavy stone is dropped into the gap, and turf is piled on. "More turf! More stones! Quick!" Look alive! It'll burst everything. There, that's it." All hands toil and work at the opening, to smother it up. The angry element leaks through, bursts, gushes, is choked back with a ready turf, and squirts up in their faces. Mother is stunned to see the power of so small a stream when the attempt is made to check it thoroughly. She is not mechanically minded by nature, and has learned nothing in that way by education. It is stopped at last, however. For a quarter of an hour the waters from above are cut off from those below, as completely as were those of the Jordan in days of old. They all stand panting and silent, watching the rising of the water, while George keeps a sharp eye on the dike to detect and repair any weakness. At last it is full, and the surplus runs over in a pretty cascade, while the accommodating stream piles mud and stones against the dike, and thus unwittingly strengthens the barrier. The pool is formed, full 3 feet deep by 20 broad. Jackie wants to bathe at once. "But the pool is like pea soup, my pet. Wait until it clears." "I won't. Let me bathe." "Oh, Jackie, my darling." He does, for in his struggles he slips on the bank, goes in head foremost, and is fished out in a disgusting condition. So the bathing pool was made. It was undoubtedly a great institution. They did not know at the time that, like many such institutions, it was liable to destruction. But they lived to see it. Meanwhile, to return from this long digression, Lucy, Tilly, and Jackie bathed, while Mrs. Brown watched and scolded. This duty performed, they returned to the house, where they found the remainder of the party ready for a journey on foot to Lake, what you may call it, which lake Lucy named the Lake of the Clouds, its Gaelic cognomen being quite unpronounceable. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Freaks on the Fells. 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R. M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Story 1, Chapter 9. A Grand Excursion Over the Mountains. Little did Mr. Sudberry think what an excursion lay before him that day, when, in the pride of untried strength and spirits, he strode up the mountainside, with his dutiful family following like a tail behind him. There was a kind of narrow sheep path, up which they marched in single file, father first, Lucy next, with her gown prettily tucked up, George and Fred following, with large fishing baskets stuffed with edibles, Jackie next, light and active, but as yet quiescent, timorous Peter bringing up the rear. He also was laden, but not heavily. Mr. Sudberry carried rod and basket, for he had been told that there were large trout in the Lake of the Clouds. Ever and anon the party halted and turned round to wave hats and kerchiefs to Mrs. Sudberry, Tilly, and Mrs. Brown, who returned the salute with interest, until the white house appeared a mere speck in the valley below, and Mrs. Brown became so small that Jackie, for the first time in his life, regarded her as a contemptible little thing. At last a shoulder of the hill shut out the view of the valley, and they began to feel that they were in a deep solitude, surrounded by wild mountain peaks. It is a fact, there is something peculiarly invigorating in mountain air. What that something is, we are not prepared to say. Oxygen and ozone have undoubtedly something to do with it, but in what proportions we know not. Scientific men could give us a learned disquisition on the subject, no doubt. We therefore refer our readers to scientific men, and confine our observations to the simple statement of the fact that there is something extremely invigorating in mountain air. Every mountaineer knows it. Mr. Sudberry and family proved it that day beyond dispute, excepting, by the way, poor Peter, whose unfortunate body was not adapted for rude contact with the rough elements of this world. The whole party panted and became very warm as they toiled upwards. But instead of growing fatigued, they seemed to gather fresh strength and additional spirit at every step, always excepting Peter, of course. Soon a wild spirit came over them. On gaining a level patch of springy turf, Father gave a cheer, and rushed madly, he knew not, and cared not whither. Sons and daughters echoed the cheer, and followed his example. The sun burst forth at the moment, crisping the peaks, gorges, and clouds, which were all mingled together with golden fires. Each had started off without definite intention, and they were scattered far and wide in 5 minutes, but each formed the natural resolve to run to the nearest summit in order to devour more easily the view. Thus they all converged again, and met on a neighboring knoll that overtopped a terrific precipice which overhung a small lake. "The lake of the clouds!" exclaimed Lucy as she came up, breathless and beaming. "Impossible!" cried her father. "Macallister says it is on the other side of the ridge, and we're not near the top yet. Where are Peter and Jackie?" "I cannot see them," said George and Fred in a breath. "No more can I," cried Lucy. No more could anybody, except a hunter or an eagle, for they were seated quietly among gray rocks and brown ferns, which blended with their costume so as to render them all but invisible. The party on the knoll were, however, the reverse of invisible to Jackie and his exhausted companion. They stood out, black as ink, against the bright blue sky, and were so sharply defined that Jackie declared he could see the turn-up of Lucy's nose. The reader must not suppose that Master Jackie was exhausted, like his slender companion. A glance at his firm lip, flushed cheek, sturdy little limbs, and bright eyes would have made that abundantly plain. No, Jackie was in a peculiar frame of mind. That was all. He chose to sit by Peter, and, as he never condescended to give a reason for his choice, we cannot state one. He appeared to be meditatively inclined that day. Perhaps he was engaged in the concoction of some excruciating piece of wickedness. Who knows? Suddenly Jackie turned with a look of earnest gravity towards his companion, who was a woebegone spectacle of exhaustion. "I say we'd better go on, don't you think?" Peter looked up languidly, sighed heavily, and laid his hand on the fishing basket full of sandwiches, which constituted his burden. It was small and light, but to the poor boy it felt like a ton. Jackie's eyes became still more owlishly wide, and his face graver than ever. He had never seen him in this condition before. Indeed, Jackie's experience of life beyond the nursery being limited, he had never seen anyone in such a case before. "I say, Peter, are you desperate blowed?" "Desperate?" sighed Peter. Jackie paused and gazed at his companion for nearly a minute. "I say, do you think you could walk if you tried?" "Oh, yes," with a groan and a smile. "Come, I'll try to push ahead now. Here, give me the basket," cried Jackie, starting up with sudden and tremendous energy, and wrenching the basket out of Peter's hand. He did it with ease, although the small clerk was twice the size of the imp. Peter remonstrated, but in vain. Mrs. Brown, a woman of powerful frame and strong mind, could not turn Jackie from his purpose. It was not likely, therefore, that an amiable milk and water boy, in a state of exhaustion, could do it. Jackie swung the basket over his shoulder with an amount of exertion that made him stagger, and, commanding Peter to follow, marched up the hill with compressed lips and knitted brows. It was an epoch in the mental development of Jackie. It was a new sensation to the child. Hitherto he had known nothing but the feeling of dependence, Up to this point he had been compelled by the force of circumstances to look up to everyone, and, alas, he had done so with a very bad grace. He had never known what it was to help anyone. His mother had thoroughly spoiled him. Strange infatuation in the mother. She had often blamed the boy for spoiling his toys, but she had never blamed herself for spoiling the boy. "Darling Jackie, don't ask the child to do anything for you. He's too young yet." So Jackie was never asked to help anyone in any way, except by Mrs. Brown, who did not ask, but commanded. And, although she never rewarded obedience with the laurel, either literally or figuratively, she invariably punished disobedience with the palm. Little Tilly always did everything she wanted done herself, and could never do enough for Jackie, so that she afforded no opportunity for her brother to exercise amiable qualities. Thus was Jackie trained to be a selfish little imp, and to this training he superadded the natural wickedness of his own heart. But now for the first time the tables were turned. Jackie felt that Peter was dependent on him, that he could not get on without him. "Poor Peter, I'll help him. He's a weak, skinny chap, and I'm as strong as a lion, as an elephant, as crocodile, anything. Come on, Peter, are you getting better now?" Thus they went up the hill together. "Ha! There they are at last, close under this mound. Why, I do believe that Jackie's carrying the basket." Mr. Sudberry was barefoot of breath at this discovery. So was everyone else. When the boy stumped up the hill and flung down the basket with an emphatic "There!" his father turned to the small clerk. "How now, sir? Did you bid Jackie carry that?" "Please, sir, no, sir," whimpering. "But Master Jackie forced it out of my hands, sir, and insisted on carrying it. He saw that I was very tired, sir, and so I am, but I would not have asked him to carry it if I had not been ever so tired. Indeed I would not, sir." "I am not displeased, my boy," said Mr. Sudberry kindly, patting him on the head. "I only wanted to know if he offered." "Of course I did," cried the imp stoutly, with his arms akimbo. "And why not? Don't you see that the poor boy is dead beat? And was I going to stand by and see him faint by himself, all alone on the mountain? Certainly not." And Mr. Sudberry seized Jackie and whirled him round till he was quite giddy, and fell on the heather with a cheer, and declared that he would not budge from that spot until they had lunched. Need we say that Mr. Sudberry himself was the subject of a new sensation that day, a sensation of a peculiarly hopeful nature, as he gazed at his youngest son, while that refined little creature crammed himself with sandwiches and gingerbread, and besmeared his hands and visage with a pot of jam that had been packed away by his mother for her own darling's special use. "My poor lad, you must not come any farther with us. I had no idea you were so much fatigued. Remain here by the provisions, and rest in the sunshine till we return." So Mr. Sudberry gave Peter a plaid that had been carried up to serve as a tablecloth, and told him to wrap well up in it, lest he should catch cold. They left him there on the knoll, refreshed and happy, and with a new feeling in his breast in regard to Jackie, whom, up to that day, he had regarded as an imp of the most hopelessly incorrigible description. Over the mountain and over the moor the Sudberrys wandered. The ridge was gained, and a new world of mountains, glens, gorges, and peaks was discovered on the other side of it, with the lake of the clouds lying like a bright diamond far below them. They descended into this new world with a cheer. A laugh or a cheer was their first method of conversation now, their spirits as well as their bodies being so high. Not a house to be seen, not a sign of man. The untrodden wilderness cried Mr. Sudberry. "Robinson Crusoe! Mungo Park!" "Pooh!" shouted George. "Hooray!" yelled Jackie. The whole party laughed again, and down the slope they went, at such a pace that it was a miracle they did not terminate their career in the lake with the poetic name. At this point everyone was suddenly seized. Mr. Sudberry and George were seized with an irresistible desire to fish. Fred was seized with a burning desire to sketch. Lucy was seized with a passionate desire to gather wildflowers, and Jackie was seized with a furious desire to wet himself and wade with his shoes on. He did it, too, and, in the course of an hour, tumbled into so many peat bogs and besmeared himself with so much coffee-colored mud that his own mother would have failed to recognize him. He was supremely happy. So was his father. At the very first cast he, the father, hooked a trout of half a pound weight, and lost it, too. But that was nothing. The next cast he caught one of nearly a pound. George was equally successful. Fortune smiled. Before evening began to close, both baskets were half full of splendid trout. Lucy's basket was quite full of botanical specimens. Fred's sketch was a success, and Jackie was as brown as a Hottentot from head to foot. They prepared to return home, rejoicing. Haste was needful now. A short cut round the shoulder of the ridge was recommended by George, and taken. It conducted them into a totally different gap from the one which led to their own valley. If followed out, this route would have led them to a spot 10 miles distant from their Highland home. But they were in blissful ignorance of the fact. All gaps and gorges looked much the same to them. Suddenly Mr. Sudberry paused. "Is this the way we came?" Grave looks, but no reply. "Let us ascend this ridge and make sure that we are right." They did so, and made perfectly certain that they were wrong. Attempting to correct their mistake, they wandered more hopelessly out of their way, but it was not until the shades of night began to fall that Mr. Sudberry, with a cold perspiration on his brow, expressed his serious belief that they were lost. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Freaks on the Fells, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1, by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, Lost on the Mountains. Did ever the worthy London merchant, in the course of his life, approach to the verge of the region of despair, it was on that eventful night, when he found himself and his family lost among the mountains of Scotland. "It's dreadful," said he, sitting down on a cold grey rock and beginning slowly to realize the utter hopelessness of their condition. "My poor Lucy, don't be cast down," drawing her to his breast. "After all, it will only be a night of wandering, but we must keep moving. We must not venture to lie down in our wet clothes. We must not even rest long at a time, lest a chill should come upon you." "But I'm quite warm, Papa, and only a very little tired. I could walk for miles yet." She said this cheerily, but she could not help looking anxious. The night was so dark, however, that no one could see her looks. "Do let me go off alone, Father," urged George. "I am as fresh as possible, and could run over the hills until I should fall in with—" "Don't mention it, George. I feel that our only hope is to keep together. Poor Peter. What will become of that boy?" Mr. Sudberry became almost desperate as he thought of the small clerk. He started up. "Come, we must keep moving. You are not cold, dear? Are you sure you're not cold?" "Quite sure, Papa. Why are you so anxious?" "Because I have a flask of brandy, which I mean to delay using until we break down and cannot get on without it. Whenever you begin to get chilled, I must give you brandy. Not till then, however. Spirits are hurtful when there is hard toil before you, but when you break down there is no resource left. Rest, food, sleep would be better, but these we have no chance of getting tonight. Poor Jackie, does he keep warm, George? No fear of him, cried George with forced gaiety. He's all right. Jack had broken down completely soon after nightfall. Vigorously, manfully, he had struggled to keep up, but when his usual hour for going to bed arrived, nature refused to sustain him. He sank to the ground, and then George wrapped him up in his shooting coat, in which he now lay, sound asleep, like a dirty brown bundle on his brother's shoulders. "I'll tell you what," said Fred, after they had walked, or rather stumbled on for some time in silence. "Suppose you all wait here for 10 minutes while I run like a greyhound to the nearest height and see if anything is to be seen. Mamma must have alarmed the whole neighborhood by this time, and if they are looking for us, they will be sure to have lanterns or torches." "A good idea, my boy. Go and pause every few minutes to shout, so that we may not lose you. Keep shouting, Fred, and we will wait here and reply." Fred was off in a moment, and before he had got 50 yards away was floundering knee-deep in peat bog. So much for reckless haste, thought he, as he got out of the bog and ran forward with much more caution. Soon those waiting below heard his clear voice far up the heights. A few minutes more, and it rang forth again, more faintly. Mr. Sudberry remarked that it sounded as if it came from the clouds. He put his hands to his mouth sailor fashion, and replied. Then they listened intently for the next shout. How still it was while they sat there! What a grand, gloomy solitude! They could hear no sound but the beating of their own hearts. Solemn thoughts of the Creator of these mighty hills crept into their minds as they gazed around and endeavored to pierce the thick darkness. But this was impossible. It was one of those nights in which the darkness was so profound that no object could be seen, even indistinctly, at the distance of 10 yards. Each could see the other's form like a black marble statue, but no feature could be traced. The mountain peaks and ridges could indeed be seen against the dark sky, like somewhat deeper shadows, but the crags and corries, the scattered rocks and heathery knolls, the peat bogs, and the tarns of the wild scene which the circling peaks enclosed, all were steeped in impenetrable gloom. There seemed something terrible, almost unnatural, in this union of thick darkness with profound silence. Mr. Sudberry was startled by the sound of his own voice when he again spoke. "The boy must have gone too far. I cannot hear." "Hush!" "Hi!" in the far distance, like a faint echo. They all breathed more freely, and Mr. Sudberry uttered a powerful response. Presently the shout came nearer, nearer still, and soon Fred rejoined them with the disheartening information that he had gained the summit of the ridge and could see nothing whatever. "Well, my children," said Mr. Sudberry, with an assumption of cheerfulness which he was far from feeling, "nothing now remains but to push straight forward as fast as we can. We must come to a road of some sort in the long run, which will conduct to somewhere or other, no doubt. Come, cheer up. Forward. Follow close behind me, Lucy. George, do you take the lead. You are the most active and sharp-sighted among us. And mind the bogs." "What if we walk right over a precipice?" thought Fred. He had almost said it, but checked himself for fear of alarming the rest unnecessarily. Instead of cautioning George, he quietly glided to the front and took the lead. Slowly, wearily, and painfully they plodded on, stumbling at times over a rugged and stone-covered surface, sometimes descending a broken slope that grew more and more precipitous until it became dangerous, and then, fearing to go farther, not knowing what lay before, they had to retrace their steps and search for a more gradual descent. Now crossing a level patch that raised their hopes, inclining them to believe that they had reached the bottom of the valley, anon coming suddenly upon a steep ascent that dashed their hopes, and induced them to suppose they had turned in the wrong direction and were reascending instead of descending the mountain. All the time Jackie slept like a top, and George, being a sturdy fellow, carried him without a murmur. Several times Fred tried to make him give up his burden, but George was inexorably obstinate, so they plodded on till nearly midnight. "Is that a house?" said Fred, stopping short and pointing to a dark object just in front of them. "No, it's a lake." "Nonsense, it's a mountain." A few more steps and Fred recoiled with a cry of horror. It was a precipice full 100 feet deep, the dark abyss of which had assumed such varied aspects in their eyes. A long detour followed, and they reached the foot in safety. Here the land became boggy. Each step was an act fraught with danger, anxiety, and calculation. Whether they should step knee-deep into a hole full of water, or trip over a rounded mass of solid turf, was a matter of absolute uncertainty until the step was taken. "Oh, that we had only a gleam of moonshine!" said Lucy with a sigh. Moonshine! How often had George in the course of his life talked with levity almost amounting to contempt of things being all a matter of moonshine. What would he not have given to have had only a tithe of the things which surrounded him at that time converted into moonshine? A feeble cheer from Fred caused an abrupt halt. "What is it? Hello? What now? The lake at last! Our own loch! I know the shape of it well. Hurrah!" Everyone was overjoyed. They all gazed at it long and earnestly, and unitedly came to the conclusion that it was the loch, probably at the distance of a mile or so. Pushing forward with revived spirits, they came upon the object of their hopes much sooner than they had anticipated. In fact, it was not more than 200 yards distant. A wild yell of laughter mingled with despair burst from Fred as the lake galloped away in the shape of a white horse. The untraveled reader may possibly doubt this, yet it is a fact that a white horse was thus mistaken for a distant lake. The revulsion of feeling was tremendous. Everyone sighed, and Mr. Sudberry groaned, for at that moment the thought of poor Peter recurred to his mind. Yet there remained a strange feeling of kindliness in the breast of each toward that white horse. It was an undeniable proof of the existence of animal life in those wild regions, a fact which the deep solitude of all around had tempted them madly to doubt, unknown even to themselves. Besides, it suggested the idea of an owner to the horse, and by a natural and easy process of reasoning, they concluded that the owner must be a human being, and that when at home he probably dwelt in a house. What more probable than that the house was even within hail? Acting on the idea, Mr. Sudberry shouted for 2 minutes with all his might, the only result of which was to render himself extremely hoarse. Then George tried it, and so did Fred, and Jackie awoke and began to whimper and to ask to be let down. He also kicked a little, but being very tired, soon fell asleep again. "You must let me carry him now," said Fred. "I won't." Fred tried force, but George was too strong for him, so they went on as before, Lucy leaning somewhat heavily on her father's arm. Presently they heard the sound of water. It filled them with mitigated joy and excitement, on the simple principle that anything in the shape of variety was better than nothing. A clap of thunder would have raised in their depressed bosoms a gleam of hope. A flash of lightning would have been a positive blessing. Mr. Sudberry at once suggested that it must be a stream, and that they could follow its course, wade down its bed, if necessary, till they should arrive at something. Foolish man! He had been long enough in the Highlands by that time to have known that to walk down the bed of a mountain burn was about as possible as to walk down the shaft of a coal mine. They came to the edge of its banks, however, and looking over tried to pierce its gloom. There was a pale gleam of white foam, a rumbling, rustling sound beneath, and a sensation of moisture in the atmosphere. "It rains," said Mr. Sudberry. "I rather think it's the spray of a fall," observed George. Had Mr. Sudberry known the depth of the tremendous gulf into which he was peering, and the steep cliff on the edge of which he stood, he would have sprung back in alarm. But he did not know. He did not entertain the faintest idea of the truth, so he boldly, though cautiously, began to clamber down, assisting Lucy to descend. Man, including woman, knows not what he can accomplish until he tries. Millions of glittering gold would not have induced any member of that party to descend such a place in the dark had they known what it was, yet they accomplished it in safety. Down, down they went. "Dear me, when shall we reach the foot? We must be near it now." No, they were not near it. Still down they went, becoming more and more alarmed, yet always tempted on by the feeling that each step would bring them to the bottom. "What a noise the stream makes! Why, it must be a river." No, it was not a river. It was a mere burn, quite a little burn. But what then? Little men are always fussier and noisier than big men. Little boys invariably howl more furiously than big boys. Nature is full of analogies, and little streams, especially mountain streams, always make more ado in finding their level than big rivers. They got down at last, and then they found the stream rushing, bursting, crashing among rent and riven rocks and boulders as if it had gone furiously mad, and was resolved nevermore to flow and murmur, but always to leap and roar. It was impassable. To walk down its banks or bed was impossible, so the wanderers had to reascend the bank and roam away over black space in search of another crossing. They soon lost the sound and the intricacies of cliffs and dells, and never again found that stream. But they found a narrow path, and Fred announced the discovery with a cheer. It was an extremely rugged path, and appeared to have been macadamized with stones the size of a man's head. This led them to suspect that it must be a ditch, not a path, but it turned out to be the dry bed of a mountain torrent. Dry at least as regards running water, though not dry in respect of numerous stagnant pools, into which at various times each member of the party stepped unintentionally. It mattered not. Nothing could make them wetter or more miserable than they were, so they thought. They had yet to learn that the thoughts of men are forever misleading them, and that there is nothing more certain than the uncertainty of all human calculations. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Pete McElvin. Chapter 11 of Freaks on the Fells, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. Still Lost. Meanwhile, Mrs. Sudberry was thrown into a species of frenzied horror which no words can describe, and which was not in any degree allayed by the grave shaking of the head with which Mr. Macallister accompanied his vain efforts to comfort and reassure her. This excellent man quoted several passages from the works of Dugald Stewart and Locke, tending to show in common parlance that necessity has no law, and that the rightly constituted human mind ought to rise superior to all circumstances. Quotations which had the effect of making Mrs. Sudberry more hysterical than ever, and which induced Mrs. Brown to call him who offered such consolation a brute. But Macallister did not confine his efforts solely to the region of mind. While he was earnestly administering doses of the wisdom of Stewart and Locke to the agitated lady in the parlor, Dan and Hugh, with several others, were, by his orders, arming themselves in the kitchen for a regular search. "She's ready," said Dan, entering the parlor unceremoniously with a huge stable lantern. "That's right, Dan. Keep away up by the slate quarry and come down by the red tarn. If they've taken the wrong turn to the right, you're sure to fall in with 'em thereaway. Send Hugh round by the barn. I'll go straight up the hill and come down upon Loch Cognaholy. Give a shout now and then as you go." Dan was a man of action and few words. He vouchsafed no reply, but turned immediately and left the room, leaving a powerful odor of the byre behind him. Poor Mrs. Sudberry and Tilly were unspeakably comforted by the grave businesslike way in which the search was gone about. They recalled to mind that a search of a somewhat similar nature, in point of manner and time, was undertaken a week before for a stray sheep, and that it had been successful, so they felt relieved, though they remained, of course, dreadfully anxious. Macallister refrained from administering any more moral philosophy, as he was not at all anxious about the lost party, and was rather fond of a sly joke. It remains to this day a matter of doubt whether he really expected that his nostrums would be of much use. In a few minutes he was breasting the hill like a true mountaineer, with a lantern in his hand and with Hobbs by his side. "Only think, ma'am," said Mrs. Brown, who was not usually judicious in her remarks, "only think if they've been and fell over a precipice." "Shocking!" exclaimed poor Mrs. Sudberry, with a little shriek as she clapped her hands on her eyes. "Poor Jacky, ma'am, perhaps he's lying all mangled in a heap at the foot of a—" "Leave me!" cried Mrs. Sudberry, with an amount of sudden energy that quite amazed Mrs. Brown, who left the room feeling that she was an injured woman. "Darling mamma, they will come back," said Tilly, throwing her arms around her mother's neck and bursting into tears on her bosom. "You know that the lost sheep, was found last week and brought home quite safe. Dan is so kind, though he does not speak much, and you too. They will be sure to find them, darling mamma." The sweet voice and the hopeful heart of the child did what philosophy had failed to accomplish. Mrs. Sudberry was comforted. Thus we see, not that philosophy is a vain thing, but that philosophy and feeling are distinct, and that each is utterly powerless in the domain of the other. When Peter was left alone by his master, as recorded in a former chapter, he sat himself down in a cheerful frame of mind on the sunny side of a large rock, and gave himself up to the enjoyment of thorough repose, as well mental as physical. The poor lad was in that state of extreme lassitude which renders absolute and motionless rest delightful. Extended at full length on a springy couch of heath, with his eyes peeping dreamily through the half-closed lids at the magnificent prospect of mountains and glens that lay before him and below him too, so that he felt like a bird in mid-air, looking down upon the world, with his right arm under his meek head, and both pillowed on the plaid, with his countenance exposed to the full blaze of the sun, and with his recent lunch commencing to operate on the system so as to render exhaustion no longer a pain but a pleasure. Peter lay on that knoll high up in the mountainside, in close proximity to the clouds, dreaming and thinking about nothing. That is to say, about everything or anything in an imbecile sort of way. In other words, wandering in his mind disjointedly over the varied regions of memory and imagination, too tired to originate an idea, too indifferent to resist one when it arose, too weak to follow it out, and utterly indifferent as to whether his mind did follow it out or cut it short off in the middle. We speak of Peter's mind as a totally distinct and separate thing from himself. It had taken the bit in its teeth and run away. He cared no more for it than he did for the nose in his face, which was at that time as red as a carrot, by reason of the sun shining full on its tip. But why attempt to describe Peter's thoughts? Here they are, such as they were, for the reader to make what he can out of them.
Hi-ho, comfortable now. Jolly, what a place. How I hate mountains, climbing them. Dreadful. Like 'em to lie on, though. Sun. I like your jolly red-hot face. Sunday. Wonder if it's got to do with sun. Perhaps. Twinkle, twinkle, little sun, how I wonder. Oh, what fun. Won't I have such wonderful tales? Tales, tales, stories are tales. Stick 'em on the end of puppy dogs and see how they'd look. 2 or 3 two-legged puppies in the office. What a difference now. No ink bottles, no smashings, no quills. Plenty of geese, though, and grouse and hares. What was I thinking about? Oh, yes, the office. No scribbles, no schools, no desk, November. Dear me, that's funny. November. What's a Vember? Cut him in two, can't join him again. No, no. Snore.
At this point, Peter's thoughts went out altogether in sleep, leaving the happy youth in peaceful oblivion. He started suddenly after an hour's nap under the impression that he was tumbling over a precipice. To give a little scream and clutch wildly at the heather was natural. He looked around. The sun was still hot and high. Scratching his head as if to recall his faculties, Peter stared vacantly at the sandwiches which lay beside him on a piece of old newspaper. Gradually his hand wandered towards them, and a gleam of intelligence, accompanied by a smile, overspread his countenance as he conveyed one to his lips. Eating seemed fatiguing, however. He soon laid the remnant down, drew the plaid over him, nestled among the heather, and dropped into a heavy sleep with a sigh of ineffable comfort. When Peter again woke up, the sun was down, and just enough light remained to show that it was going to be an intensely dark night. Can anyone describe, can anyone imagine the state of Peter's feelings? Certainly not. Peter, besides being youthful, was, as we have said, an extremely timid boy. He was constitutionally afraid of the dark, even when surrounded by friends. What, then, were his sensations when he found himself on the mountain alone, lost? The thought was horror. Peter gasped. He leaped up with a wild shout, gazed madly around, and sank down with a deep groan. Up he sprang again and ran forward a few paces. precipices occurred to him. He turned and ran as many paces backward. Bogs occurred to him. He came to a full stop, fell on his knees, and howled. Up he leaped again, clapped both his hands to his mouth, and shouted until his eyes threatened to come out, and his face became purple. "Master! Master! George! Hi! Hello! Jackie! Ho!" The O was prolonged into a wild roar, and down he went again quite flat. Up he jumped once more. The darkness was deepening. He rushed to the right, left, all around, tore his hair, and gazed into the black depths below, yelled and glared into the dark vault above. Poor Peter! Thus violently did his gentle spirit seek relief during the first few minutes of its overwhelming consternation. But he calmed down in the course of time into a species of mild despair. A bursting sob broke from him occasionally, as with his face buried in his hands, his head deep in the heather, and his eyes tight shut, he strove in vain to blind himself to the true nature of his dreadful position. At last he became recklessly desperate, and rising hastily, he fled. He sought, poor lad, to fly from himself. Of course the effort was fruitless. Instead of distancing himself, an impossibility at all times, doubly so in a rugged country, he tumbled himself over a cliff, fortunately not a high one, and found himself in a peat bog, fortunately not a deep one. This cooled and somewhat improved his understanding, so that he returned to the knoll a wiser, a wetter, and a sadder boy. Who shall describe the agonies, the hopes, the fears, the wanderings, the faggings, and the final despair of the succeeding hours? It is impossible to say who will describe all this, for we have not the slightest intention of attempting it. Towards midnight, Dan reached a very dark and lonely part of the mountains, and was suddenly arrested by a low wail. The sturdy Celt raised his lantern on high. Just at that moment, Peter's despair happened to culminate, and he lifted his head out of the heather to give free vent to the hideous groan with which he meant, if possible, to terminate his existence. The groan became a shriek, first of terror, then of hope, after that of anxiety, as Dan came dancing toward him like a jack-o'-lantern. "What is she shrieking at?" said Dan. "Oh, I'm so glad! I'm so woo!" Poor Peter seized Dan round the legs, for being on his knees he could not reach higher, and embraced him. "What's got der Meister?" Peter could not tell. "Can she walk?" Peter could not walk. His limbs refused their office. "Here, spill up on her back." Peter could do that. He did it, and hugged Dan round the neck with the tenacity of a shipwrecked mariner clinging to his last plank. The sturdy Celt went down the mountain as lightly as if Peter were a fly, and as if the vice-like grip of his arms round his throat were the embrace of a worsted comforter. "Here they are, Mom!" screamed Mrs. Brown. She was wrong. Mrs. Brown was usually wrong. Peter alone was deposited before the eager gaze of Mrs. Sudberry, who fainted away with disappointment. Mrs. Brown said, "Be off," to Peter, and applied scent bottles to her mistress. The poor boy's grateful heart wanted to embrace somebody, so he went slowly and sadly upstairs, where he found the cat, and embraced it. Hours passed away, and the Sudberry family still wandered lost and almost hopeless among the mountains. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Pete McKelvin. Chapter 12 of Freaks on the Fells. 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12. Found. We left Mr. Sudberry and his children in the nearly dry bed of a mountain torrent, indulging the belief that matters were as bad as could be, and that, therefore, there was no possibility of their getting worse. A smart shower of rain speedily induced them to change their minds in this respect. Seeking shelter under the projecting ledge of a great cliff, the party stood for some time there in silence. "You are cold, my pet," said Mr. Sudberry. "Just a little, Papa. I could not help shuddering," said Lucy, faintly. "Now for the brandy," said her father, drawing forth the flask. "Suppose I try to kindle a fire," said George, swinging the bundle containing Jackie off his shoulder and placing it in a hollow of the rocks. "Well, suppose you try." George proceeded to do so, but on collecting a few broken twigs he found that they were soaking wet, and on searching for the matchbox he discovered that it had been left in the provision basket, so they had to content themselves with a sip of brandy all round, excepting Jackie. That amiable child was still sound asleep, but in a few minutes he was heard to utter an uneasy squall, and then George discovered that he had deposited part of his rotund person in a puddle of water. "Come, let's move on," said Mr. Sudberry. "The rain gets heavier. It is of no use putting off time. We cannot be much damper than we are." Again the worthy man was mistaken, for in the course of another hour they were all so thoroughly drenched that their previous condition might have been considered by contrast one of absolute dryness. Suddenly a stone wall topped by a paling barred their further progress. Fred, who was in advance, did not see this wall. He only felt it when it brought him up. "Here's a gate, I believe," cried George, groping about. It was a gate, and it opened upon the road. For the first time in many hours a gleam of hope burst in upon the benighted wanderers. Presently a ray of light dazzled them. "What? Do my eyes deceive me? A cottage?" cried Mr. Sudberry. "Aye, with a witch inside," said George. "Why, it's old. No, impossible." "Yes, it is, though. It's old Moggy's cottage." "Hurrah!" cried Fred. Old Moggy's dog came out with a burst of indignation that threatened annihilation to the whole party, but on discovering who they were, it crept humbly back into the cottage. "Does she never go to bed?" whispered George as they approached and found the old woman moping over her fire and swaying her body to and fro, with the thin dirty gown clinging close to her figure and the spotlessly clean plaid drawn tightly round her shoulders. "Good evening, old woman," said Mr. Sudberry, advancing with a conciliatory air.
"It's morning,"
retorted the old woman with a scowl. "Alas, you are right. Here have we been lost on the hills and wandering all night, and glad I am to find your fire burning, for my poor daughter is very cold and much exhausted. May we sit down beside you?" No reply, save a furtive scowl.
"What's that?"
asked Moggy sharply, as George deposited his dirty wet bundle on the floor beside the fire opposite to her. The bundle answered for itself by slowly unrolling, sitting up, and yawning violently, at the same time raising both arms above its head and stretching itself. Having done this, it stared round the room with a vacant look, and finally fixed its goggle eyes in mute surprise on Moggy. The sight of this wet, dirty little creature acted, as formerly, like a charm on the old woman. Her face relaxed into a smile of deep tenderness. She immediately rose, and taking the child in her arms, carried him to her stool, and sat down with him in her lap. Jackie made no resistance. On the contrary, he seemed to have made up his mind to submit at once, and with a good grace, to the will of this strange old creature, to the amazement as well as the amusement of his relations. The old woman took no further notice of her other visitors. She incontinently became stone deaf and apparently blind, for she did not deign to bestow so much as a glance on them, while they circled close round her fire and heaped on fresh sticks without asking leave. But she made up for this want of courtesy by bestowing the most devoted attentions on Jackie. Finding that the young gentleman was in a filthy as well as a moist condition, she quietly undressed him, and going to a rough chest in a corner of the hut, drew out a full suit of clothing, with which she speedily invested him. The garb was peculiar, a tartan jacket, kilt, and hose, and these seemed to have been made expressly for him, they fitted so well. Although quite clean, thin, threadbare, and darned, the appearance of the garments showed that they had been much worn. Having thus clothed Jackie, the old woman embraced him tenderly, then held him at arm's length and gazed at him for a few minutes. Finally she pushed him gently away and burst into tears, rocking herself to and fro and moaning dismally. Meanwhile Jackie, still perfectly mute and observant, sat down on a log beside the poor old dame and stared at her until the violence of her grief began to subside. The other members of the party stared too, at her and at each other, as if to say, "What can all this mean?" At last Jackie began to manifest signs of impatience, and pulling her sleeve, he said, "Now, got any lollipops?" Old Moggy smiled, rose, went to the chest again, and returned with a handful of sweetmeats, with which Jackie at once proceeded to regale himself, to the infinite joy of the old woman. Mr. Sudberry now came to the conclusion that there must be a secret understanding between this remarkable couple, and he was right. Many a time during the last 2 weeks had Master Jackie, all unknown to his parents, made his way to old Moggy's hut, attracted thereto by the splendid lollipops with which the subtle old creature beguiled him, and also by the extraordinary amount of affection she lavished upon him. Besides this, the child had a strong dash of romance in his nature, and it was a matter of deep interest to him to be a courted guest in such a strange old hovel, and to be fondled and clothed, as he often was, in Highland costume, by one who scowled upon everyone else, excepting her little dog, with which animal he became an intimate friend. Jackie did not trouble himself to inquire into the reason of the old woman's partiality. Sufficient for him that he enjoyed her hospitality and her favour, and that he was engaged in what he had a vague idea must needs be a piece of clandestine and very terrible wickedness. His long absences during these visits had indeed been noticed by his mother, but as Jackie was in the habit of following his own inclinations in everything and at all times, without deigning to give an account of himself, it was generally understood that he had just strayed a little farther than usual while playing about. While this was going on in Moggy's hut, George had been dispatched to inform Mrs. Sudberry of their safety. The distance being short, he soon ran over the ground and burst in upon his mother with a cheer. Mrs. Sudberry sprang into his arms and burst into tears. Mrs. Brown lay down on the sofa and went into quiet hysterics, and little Tilly, who had gone to bed hours before in a condition of irresistible drowsiness, jumped up with a scream and came skipping downstairs in her nightgown. "Safe, mother, safe! And Jackie?" "Safe, too, all of us. Oh, I'm so thankful." "No, not all of us," said George, suddenly recollecting Peter. Mrs. Sudberry gasped and turned pale. "Oh, George, quick, tell me." "Poor Peter," began George. "Please, sir, I've been found," said a meek voice behind him, at which George turned around with a start, still supporting his mother. Mrs. Brown, perceiving the ludicrous nature of the remark, began to grow violent on the sofa, and to kick a little. Then Mrs. Sudberry asked for each of the missing ones individually, sobbing between each question, and at each sob Tilly's sympathetic bosom heaved, and Mrs. Brown gave a kick and a subdued scream. Then George began to tell the leading features of their misfortunes rapidly, and Mrs. Brown listened intently until Mrs. Sudberry again sobbed, when Mrs. Brown immediately recollected that she was in hysterics, and recommenced kicking. "But where are they?" cried Mrs. Sudberry suddenly. "I was just coming to that. They're at old Moggy's hut, drying themselves and resting. Oh, I'll go down at once. Take me there." Accordingly, the poor lady threw on her bonnet and shawl and set off with George for the cottage, leaving Mrs. Brown, now relieved from all anxiety, kicking and screaming violently on the sofa, to the great alarm of Hobbs, who just then returned from his fruitless search. "My son, my darling!" cried Mrs. Sudberry, as she rushed into the cottage and clasped Jackie in her arms. She could say no more, and if she had said more it could not have been heard, for her appearance created dire confusion and turmoil in the hovel. The lost and found wanderers started up to welcome her, the little dog sprang up to bark furiously and repel her, and the old woman ran at her, screaming, with intent to rescue Jackie from her grasp. There was a regular scuffle, for the old woman was strong in her rage, but George and Fred held her firmly, though tenderly, back, while Mr. Sudberry hurried his alarmed spouse and their child out of the hut, and made for home as fast as possible. Lucy followed with George almost immediately after, leaving Fred to do his best to calm and comfort the old woman. For his humane efforts, Fred received a severe scratching on the face, and was compelled to seek refuge in flight. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Pete McKelvin.
Chapter 13 of Freaks on the Fells. 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Story 1, Chapter 13. Visiting the Poor. For some time after this, the Sudberry family were particularly careful not to wander too far from their mountain home. Mr. Sudberry forbade everyone, on pain of his utmost displeasure, to venture up among the hills without Macallister or one of his lads as a guide. As a further precaution, he wrote for 6 pocket compasses, to be forwarded as soon as possible. "My dear," said his wife, "since you are writing home, you may as well—" "My dear, I am not writing." "You are writing to London for compasses, are you not?" "No," said Mr. Sudberry with a smile. "I believe they understand how to manufacture the mariner's compass in Scotland. I am writing to my Edinburgh agent for them." Oh, well, it did not occur to me. Now that you mention it, I think I have heard that the Scotch have sort of scientific tendencies." "Yes, they are philosophically inclined, as our friend Macallister would say. But what did you want, my love?" "I want a hobby horse to be sent to us for Jacky, but it will be of no use writing to Edinburgh for one. I suppose they do not use such things in a country where there are so few real horses, and so few roads fit for a horse to walk on." Mr. Sudberry made no reply, not wishing to incur the expense of such a useless piece of furniture, and his wife continued her needlework with a sigh. From the bottom of her large heart she pitied the Scottish nation, and wondered whether there was the remotest hope of the place ever being properly colonized by the English, and the condition of the aborigines ameliorated. "Mamma, I'm going with Flora MacDonald to visit her poor people," said Lucy, entering at the moment with a flushed face, for Lucy was addicted to running when in a hurry, and with a coquettish little round straw hat. "Very well, my love, but do take that good-natured man to guide you, Mr.—what's his name? I've such a memory. Macallister. Do take him with you, dear." "There is no need, mamma. Nearly all the cottages lie along the roadside, and Flora is quite at home here, you know." True, I forgot that." Mrs. Sudberry sighed, and Lucy laughed gaily as she ran down the hill to meet her friend. The first cottage they visited was a little rough thatched one with a low roof, 1 door, and 2 little windows, in which latter there were 4 small panes of glass, with a knot in each. The interior was similar to that of old Moggy's hut, but there was more furniture in it, and the whole was pervaded by an air of neatness and cleanliness that spoke volumes for its owner. "This is Mrs. Cameron's cottage," whispered Flora as they entered. "She was knocked over by a horse while returning from church last Sunday, and I fear has been badly shaken." "Well, Mrs. Cameron, how are you today?" A mild little voice issued from a box bed in the corner of the room. "Thank'ee, mem. I'm no that ill, mem. The Lord is very kind to me." There was a mild sadness in the tone, a sort of, "the world's in an awful state, but no doubt it's for the best, and I'm resigned to my lot, though I wouldn't object to its being a wee thing better, feeling in it, which told of much sorrow in years gone by, and of deep humility, for there was not a shade of complaint in the tone. "Has the doctor been to see you, my dear Granny?" inquired Flora, sitting down at the side of the box bed, while Lucy seated herself on a stool and tried to pierce the gloom within. He came in pulled off my mooch, and filled in my head and over, but he said nothing, only to lie quiet and take a pickle water gruel." As the voice said this, its owner raised herself on one elbow, and peering out with a pair of bright eyes, displayed to her visitor the small, withered, yet healthy countenance of one who must have been a beautiful girl in her youth. She was now upwards of 70, and was, as Lucy afterwards said, a sweet, charming, dear old woman. Her features were extremely small and delicate, and her eyes had an anxious look, as if she were in the habit of receiving periodical shocks of grief, and were wondering what shape the next one would take. "I have brought you a bottle of wine," said Flora. "Now don't shake your head. You must take it. You cannot get well on gruel. Your daughter is at our house just now. I shall meet her on my way home, and will tell her to insist on your taking it." The old woman smiled, and looked at Lucy. "This is a friend whom I have brought to see you," said Flora, observing the glance. The old woman held out her hand, and Lucy pressed it tenderly. "She has come all the way from London to see our mountains, Granny." "Aye," said the old woman with a kind motherly smile. "It's a long way to London, a long way. Ye'll be thinking we're a wild kind of folk here away. Somewhat uncouth we are, no doubt." "Indeed, I think you are very nice people," said Lucy earnestly. "I had no idea how charming your country was, until I came to it." "Oh, we can only get ideas by seeing or reading. It's a grand thing, travelling, but it's so wonderful what reading'll do. My good man, let's dead this 13 years. Come Martinus. He wrought in London for a year before we was married, and he sent me the newspapers regular once a month. The English is fine folk, my good man. I said that." Lucy expressed much interest in this visit of the departed good man, and, having touched a chord which was extremely sensitive and not easily put to rest after having been made to vibrate, old Mrs. Cameron entertained her with a sweet and prolix account of the last illness, death, and burial of the said good man, with the tears swelling up in her bright old eyes, and hopping over her wrinkled cheeks, until Flora forbade her to say another word, reminding her of the doctor's orders to keep quiet. "Oh, you'll be good to read me a bit of the book?" "I thought you would ask that. What shall it be?" "Oh, ye cannot go wrong." Flora opened the Bible, and selecting a passage read it in a slow, clear tone, while the old woman lay back and listened with her eyes upturned and her hands clasped. "Isn't it grand?" said she, appealing to Lucy with a burst of feeling when Flora had concluded. Lucy was somewhat taken aback by this enthusiastic display of love for the Bible, and felt somewhat embarrassed for an appropriate answer. But Flora came to her rescue. "I have brought you a book, Granny. It will amuse you when you are able to get up and read. There now, no thanks. You positively must lie down and try to sleep. I see your cheek is flushed with all this talking. Good day, Granny." "The next whom we will visit is a very different character," said Flora, as they walked briskly along the road that followed the windings of the river. "He dwells half a mile off." "Then you will have time to tell me about old Moggy," said Lucy. "You have not yet fulfilled your promise to tell me the secret connected with her, and I am burning with impatience to know it." "Of course you are. Every girl of your age is set on fire by a secret. I have a mind to keep you turning a little longer." "And pray, grandmamma," said Lucy, with an expressive twinkle in her eyes, "at what period of your prolonged life did you come to form such a just estimate of character in girls of my age?" "I'll answer that question another time," said Flora. "Meanwhile I will relent and tell you about old Moggy. But, after all, there is not much to tell, and there is no secret connected with her, although there is a little mystery." "No secret, yet a mystery?" a distinction without a difference, it seems to me." "Perhaps it is. You shall hear." When a middle-aged woman, Muggy, was housekeeper to Mr. Hamilton, a landed proprietor in this neighborhood, Mr. Hamilton's gardener fell in love with Muggy. They married, and, returning to this their native hamlet, settled down in the small hut which the old woman still occupies. They had one daughter, named Mary, after Mr. Hamilton's sister. When Mary was 10 years old, her father died of fever, and soon afterwards Muggy was taken again into Mr. Hamilton's household in her old capacity, for his sister was an invalid and quite unfit to manage his house. In the course of time, little Mary became a woman and married a farmer at a considerable distance from this neighborhood. They had one child, a beautiful, fair-haired little fellow. On the very day that he was born, his father was killed by a kick from a horse. The shock to the poor mother was so great that she sank under it and died. Thus the little infant was left entirely to the care of his grandmother. He was named Willie, after his father. Death seemed to cast his shadow over poor Muggy's path all her life through. Shortly after this event, Mr. Hamilton died suddenly. This was a great blow to the housekeeper, for she was much attached to her old master, who had allowed her to keep her little grandson beside her under his roof. The sister survived her brother about 5 years. After her death, the housekeeper returned to her old hut, where she has ever since lived on the interest of a small legacy left her by her old master. Little Willie, or Wee Willie, as she used to call him, was the light of old Muggy's eyes and the joy of her heart. She idolized and would have spoiled him had that been possible, but the child was of a naturally sweet disposition and would not spoil. He was extremely amiable and gentle, yet bold as a young lion, and full of fun. I do not wonder that poor old Muggy was both proud and fond of him in an extraordinary degree. The blow of his removal well nigh withered her up, body and soul. "He died?" said Lucy, looking up at Flora with tearful eyes. "No, he did not. Perhaps it would have been better if the poor child had died. You shall hear. When Willie was 6 years old, a gang of gypsies passed through this hamlet, and, taking up their abode on the common, remained for some time. They were a wild, dangerous set, and became such a nuisance that the inhabitants at last took the law into their own hands, and drove them away. Just before this occurred, little Willie disappeared. Search was made for him everywhere, but in vain. The gypsies were suspected, and their huts examined. Suspicion fell chiefly on one man, a stout, ill-favored fellow, with an ugly squint and a broken nose, but nothing could be proved either against him or the others, except that, at the time of the child's disappearance, this man was absent from the camp. From that day to this, dear little Willie has never been heard of. At first the poor old grandmother went about almost mad with despair and anxiety, but as years passed by, she settled down into the moping old creature you have seen her. It is 5 years since that event. Willie will be 11 years old now, if alive, but, alas, I fear he must be dead." "What a sad, sad tale," said Lucy. "I suppose it must be because our Jackie is about the age that Willie was when he was stolen, that the poor woman has evinced such a fondness for him." "Possibly. And now I think of it, there is a good deal of resemblance between the two, especially about the hair and eyes, though Willie was much more beautiful. You have noticed, no doubt, that Muggy wears a clean plaid—" "Oh, yes," interrupted Lucy. "I have observed that. That was the plaid that Willie used to wear in winter. His grandmother spends much of her time in washing it. She takes great pains to keep it clean. The only mystery about the old woman is the old chest in one corner of her hut. She keeps it jealously locked, and no one has ever found out what is in it, although the inquisitive folk of the place are very anxious to know. But it does not require a wizard to tell that. Doubtless it contains the clothing and toys of her grandson. Poor old Muggy! I can enlighten you on that point, said Lucy, eagerly opening the lid of a small basket which hung on her arm, and displaying the small suit of Highland clothing in which Jacky had been conveyed home on the night when the Sudberrys were lost on the hills. This suit came out of the large chest, and as I knew you meant to visit Muggy today, I brought it with me. The two friends reached the door of a small cottage as Lucy said this, and tapped. "Come in," gruffly said a man's voice. This was one of Flora's difficult cases. The man was bedridden, and was nursed by a granddaughter. He was quite willing to accept comfort from Flora, especially when it took the shape of food and medicine, but he would not listen to the Bible. Flora knew that he liked her visits, however, so with prayers in her heart and the Bible in her hand, she persevered hopefully, yet with such delicacy that the gruff old man became gruffer daily, as his conscience began to reprove him for his gruffness. Thus, from hut to hut she went, with love to mankind in her heart and the name of Jesus on her lip, sometimes received with smiles, and sent away with blessings, occasionally greeted with a cold look, and allowed to depart with a frigid "good day." Lucy had often wished for some such work as this at home, but had not yet found courage to begin. She was deeply sympathetic and observant. Old Muggy was the last they visited that day. Flora was the only female she would tolerate. "I've been trying to say it tonight, and I canna do it," she said stoutly as the ladies entered. "You forget the words, perhaps, dear Muggy. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath—" "No, I dinna forget them, but I canna say them." So Flora sat down on a stool, and gently sought, by means of the Bible, to teach the old woman one of the most difficult lessons that poor human nature has got to learn in this world of mingled happiness and woe. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Freaks on the Fells. 3 Months Rustication, Story 1, by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Story 1, Chapter 14. A Surprise and a Battle. "Here, halloo, hi, Hobbs, I say," shouted Mr. Sudberry, running out at the front door, after having swept Lucy's work-box off the table and trodden on the cat's tail. "Where has that fellow gone to? He's always out of the way. Halloo!" looking up at the nursery window. "Mrs. Brown." Mrs. Brown, being deeply impressed with the importance of learning, just because of Mrs. Sudberry's contempt thereof, was busily engaged at that moment in teaching Miss Tilly and Master Jacky a piece of very profound knowledge. "Now, Miss Tilly, what is the meaning of procrastination?" "Oh, hi, hello," from Mr. Sudberry. But Mrs. Brown, supposing the shout is meant for anyone but herself, takes no notice of it. Tilly, "Doing today what you might have put off till tomorrow." "Hello, oh, don't you hear? Hi," from below. Mrs. Brown, "No, you little goose. What is it, Jacky?" Jacky, "Doing tomorrow what you might have put off till today." "Hey, hullo, Are you deaf up there? Mrs. Brown. Worse and worse, stupid little goose. Jackie, indignantly. Well, then, if it's neither one thing nor t'other, just let's hear what you make it out to be. Hi-ho! Halloo, Mrs. Brown! Bless me, I think Papa is calling on me. Yes, sir. Was you calling, sir? Throwing up the window and looking out. Calling? No, I wasn't calling. I was shrieking, howling, yelling. Is Hobbs there? No, sir. Hobbs is not here, sir. Well, then, be so good as to go and look for him, and say I want him directly to go for the letters. Here I am, sir, said Hobbs, coming suddenly round the corner of the house with an appearance of extreme haste. Hobbs had, in fact, been within hearing of his master, having been, during the last half-hour, seated in Macallister's kitchen, where the uproarious merriment had drowned all other sounds. Hobbs had become a great favourite with the Highland family, owing to his hearty good humour and ready power of repartee. The sharp Cockney, with the easy-going effrontery peculiar to his race, attempted to amuse the household, namely Mrs. Macallister, Dan, Hugh, and 2 good-looking and sturdy-limbed servant girls, by measuring wits with the canny Scot, as he called the farmer. He soon found, however, that he had caught a Tartar. The good-natured Highlander met his raillery with what we may call a smile of grave simplicity, and led him slyly into committing himself in such a way that even the untutored servants could see how far the man was behind their master in general knowledge. But Hobbs took refuge in smart reply, confident assertion, extreme volubility, and the use of hard words, so that it sometimes seemed to the domestics as if he really had some considerable power in argument. Worthy Mrs. Macallister never joined in the debate, except by a single remark now and then. She knew her son thoroughly, and before the Sudberrys had been a week at the White House, she understood Hobbs through and through. She was wont to sit at her spinning-wheel, regarding this intellectual sparring with grave interest, as a peculiar phase of the human mind. A very sharp encounter had created more laughter than usual at the time, when Mr. Sudberry hallooed for his manservant. "You must be getting deaf, Hobbs, I fear," said the master, at once pacified by the man's arrival. "Go down and fetch—" "Pray do not send him away just now," cried Mrs. Sudberry. "I have something particular for him to do. Can you go down yourself, dear?" The good man sighed. "Well, I will go." And accordingly away he went. "Stay, my dear. Well, I expect 1 or 2 small parcels by the coach this morning. Mind you ask for 'em and bring 'em up." "Aye, aye," said Mr. Sudberry, with his hands in his pocket and his wide-awake thrust back, and very much on one side of his head, sauntered down the hill towards the road. One of the disadvantageous points about the White House was its distance from any town or market. The nearest shop was 4 miles off, so that bread, butter, meat, and groceries had to be ordered a couple of days beforehand, and were conveyed to their destination by the mail coach. Even after they were deposited at the gate of Mr. Macallister's farm, there was still about half a mile of rugged cart road to be got over, before they could be finally deposited in the White House. This was a matter of constant anxiety to Mr. Sudberry, because it was necessary that someone should be at the gate regularly to receive letters and parcels, and this involved constant attention to the time of the mail passing. When no one was there, the coachman left the property of the family at the side of the road. Hobbs, however, was usually up to time, fair weather and foul, and this was the first time his master had been called on to go for the letters. Walking down the road, Mr. Sudberry whistled an extremely operatic air in the contentment of his heart, and glanced from side to side with a feeling amounting almost to affection, at the various objects which had now become quite familiar to him, and with many of which he had interesting associations. There was the miniature hut, on the roof of which he usually laid his rod on returning from a day's fishing. There was the rude stone bridge over the burn, on the low parapet of which he and the family were wont to sit on fine evenings, and commune of fishing and boating and climbing, and wonder whether it would be possible ever again to return to the humdrum life of London. There was the pool in the same burn, over which one day he, reckless man, had essayed to leap, and into which he had tumbled when in eager pursuit of Jacky. A little below this was the pool into which the said Jacky had rushed in wild desperation on finding that his father was too fleet for him. Passing through a 5-barred gate into the next field, he skirted the base of a high precipitous crag, on which grew a thicket of dwarf trees and shrubs, and at the foot of which the burn warbled. Here, on his left, stood the briar bush out of which had whirred the first live grouse he ever set eyes on. It was at this bird that, in the madness of his excitement, he had flung first his stick, then his hat, and lastly his shout of disappointment and defiance. A little further on was that other bush, out of which he had started so many grouse that he now never approached it without a stone in each hand, his eyes and nostrils dilated, and his breath restrained. He never by any chance on these occasions sent his artillery within 6 yards of the game, but once, when he approached the bush in a profound reverie, and without the usual preparation, he actually saw a bird crouching in the middle of it. To seize a large stone and hit the ground at least 40 yards beyond the bush was the work of a moment. Up got the bird with a tremendous whiz. He flung a stick wildly and, hitting it, by chance, fair on the head, brought it down. To rush at it, fall on it, crush it almost flat, and rise up slowly, holding it very tight, was the result of this successful piece of poaching. Another result was a charming addition to a dinner a few days afterwards. At all these objects Mr. Sudberry gazed benignantly, as he sauntered along in the sunshine, indulging in sweet memories of the recent past, and whistling operatically. The high road gained, he climbed upon the gate, seated himself upon the top bar to await the passing of the mail, and began to indulge in a magnificent air, the florid character of which he rendered much more effective than the composer had intended by the introduction of innumerable flourishes of his own. It was while thus engaged, and in the middle of a tremendous shake, that Mr. Sudberry suddenly became aware of the presence of a man not more than 20 yards distant. He was lying down on the embankment beside the road, and his ragged dress of muddy brown corduroy so resembled the broken ground on which he lay, that he was not a very distinct object, even when looked at point blank. Certainly Mr. Sudberry thought him an extremely disagreeable object, as he ended in an ineffective quaver and with a deep blush. For that man must be more than human who, when caught in the act of attempting to perpetrate an amateur concert in all its parts, does not feel keenly. Being of a sociable disposition, Mr. Sudberry was about to address this ill-favoured beggar, for such he evidently was, when the coach came round a distant bend in the road at full gallop. It was the ordinary tall, top-heavy mail of the first part of the 19th century. Being a poor district, there were only 2 horses, a white and a black, but the driver wore a stylish red coat and cracked his whip smartly. The road being all downhill at that part, the coach came on at a spanking pace and pulled up with a crash. The beggar turned his face to the ground and pretended to be asleep. Mr. Sudberry noticed this, but, being interested in his own affairs, soon forgot the circumstance. "Got any letters for me today, my man?" "Oh, yes, he has letters and newspapers, too," Mr Sudberry mutters to himself as they are handed down. "Capital. Ah, business. Private. Oh, compasses. Good. Any more?" There are no more, but there is a parcel or two. The coachman gets down and opens the door of the box behind. The insides peep out, and the outsides look down with interest. A great many large and heavy things are pulled out and laid on the road. Mr Sudberry remarks that it would have been wiser to have stowed his parcels in front. The coachman observes that these are his parcels, shuts the door, mounts the box, and drives away with the outsides grinning and the insides stretching their heads out, leaving Mr Sudberry transfixed and staring. "1 or 2 small parcels," murmured the good man, recalling his wife's words, "and mind you bring 'em up. 1 salmon, 2 legs of mutton, 1 ham, 3 dozen of beer, a cask of something or other, and a bag of ditto. Groceries, I suppose. And mind you bring 'em up." "How? That is the question," cried Mr Sudberry, quoting Hamlet in desperation. Suddenly he recollected the beggarman. "Halloo, friend, come hither." The man rose slowly, and rising did not improve his appearance. He was rather tall, shaggy, loose-jointed, long-armed, broad-shouldered, and he squinted awfully. His nose was broken, and his dark colour bespoke him a gypsy. "Can you help me up to yonder house with these, my man?" "No," said the man gruffly. "I'm footsore with travelling, but I'll watch them here while you go up for help." "Oh, said Mr Sudberry with peculiar emphasis. "You seem a stout fellow, and might find more difficult ways of earning half a crown. However, I'll give you that sum if you go up and tell them to send down a barrow." "I'll wait here," replied the man, with a sarcastic grin, limping back to his former seat on the bank. "Oh, very well, and I will wait here," said Mr Sudberry, seating himself on a large stone and pulling out his letters. Seeing this, the gypsy got up again and looked cautiously along the road, first to the right and then to the left. No human being was in sight. Mr Sudberry observed the act and felt uncomfortable. "You'd better go for help, sir," said the man, coming forward. "Thank you, I'd rather wait for it." "This seems a handy sort of thing to carry," said the gypsy, taking up the sack that looked like groceries and throwing it across his shoulder. "I'll save you the trouble of taking this one up, anyhow." He went off at once at a sharp walk, and with no symptom either of lameness or exhaustion. Mr Sudberry was after him in a moment. The man turned round and faced him. "Put that where you took it from," thundered Mr Sudberry. "Oh, you're going to resist?" The gypsy uttered an oath and ran at Mr Sudberry, intending to overwhelm him with one blow and rob him on the spot. The big blockhead little knew his man. He did not know that the little Englishman was a man of iron frame. He only regarded him as a fiery little gentleman. Still less did he know that Mr Sudberry had in his youth been an expert boxer, and that he had even had the honour of being knocked flat on his back more than once by professional gentlemen, in an amicable way, of course, at 4 and 6pence a lesson. He knew nothing of all this, so he rushed blindly on his fate and met it. That is to say, he met Mr Sudberry's left fist with the bridge of his nose and his right with the pit of his stomach, the surprising result of which was that the gypsy staggered back against the wall. But the man was not a coward, whatever other bad qualities he might have been possessed of. Recovering in a moment, he rushed upon his little antagonist, and sent in 2 sledge-hammer blows with such a violence that nothing but the Englishman's activity could have saved him from instant defeat. He ducked to the first, parried at the second, and returned with such prompt good will on the gypsy's right eye that he was again sent staggering back against the wall, from which point of observation he stared straight before him, and beheld Mr Sudberry in the wildness of his excitement performing a species of Cherokee war dance in the middle of the road. Nothing daunted, however, the man was about to renew his assault, when George and Fred, all ignorant of what was going on, came round a turn of the road on their way to see what was detaining their father with the letters. "Why, that's father!" cried Fred. "Fighting!" yelled George. They were off at full speed in a moment. The gypsy gave but one glance, vaulted the wall, and dived into the underwood that lined the banks of the river. He followed the stream a few hundred yards, doubled at right angles on his course, and in 10 minutes more was seen crossing over a shoulder of the hill like a mountain hare. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Freaks on the Fells, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1, by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. Chapter 15. A Dream and a Ball. That evening, Mr. Sudberry, having spent the day in a somewhat excited state, having swept everything around him wherever he moved with his coat-tails as with the besom of destruction, having dispatched a note to the nearest constabulary station, and having examined the bolts and fastenings of the windows of the White House, sat down after supper to read the newspaper, and fell fast asleep, with his head hanging over the back of his chair, his nose turned up to the ceiling, and his mouth wide open. His loving family, minus Tilly and Jackie, who were abed, encircled the table, variously employed, and George stood at his elbow, fastening up a pair of bookshelves of primitive construction, coupled together by means of green cord. While thus domestically employed, they heard a loud, steady thumping outside. The Sudberrys were well acquainted by this time with that sound and its cause. At first it had filled Mrs. Sudberry with great alarm, raising in her feeble mind horrible reminiscences of tales of burglary and midnight murder. After suffering inconceivable torments of apprehension for 2 nights, the good lady could stand it no longer, and insisted on her husband going out to see what it could be. As the sound appeared to come from the cottage, or offshoot from the White House, in which the Macallisters lived, he naturally went there, and discovered that the noise was caused by the stoutest of the 2 servant girls. This sturdy lass, whose costume displayed a pair of enormous ankles to advantage, and exhibited a pair of arms that might have made a prize fighter envious, was standing in the middle of the floor, with a large iron pot before her, and a thick wooden pin in her hands, with the end of which she was, according to her own statement, champin' tatties. Mrs. Macallister, her son, Hugh and Dan, and the other servant girl were seated round the walls of the room, watching the process with deep interest, for their supper was in that pot. The 9 dogs were also seated round the room, watching the process with melancholy interest, for their supper was not in that pot, and they knew it, and wished it was. "My dear," said Mr. Sudberry, on returning to the parlour, "they are champing tatties." "What?" "Champing tatties. In other words, mashing potatoes, which, it would seem, with milk, constitute the supper of the family." Thus was Mrs. Sudberry's mind relieved, and from that night forward no further notice was taken of the sound. But on the present occasion the champing of the tatties had an unwonted effect on Mr. Sudberry. It caused him to dream, and his dreams naturally took a pugilistic turn. His breathing became quick and short. His face began to twitch, and Lucy suggested that it would be as well to awake Papa, when Papa suddenly awakened himself, and hit George a tremendous blow on the shoulder. "Hullo, father!" cried George remonstratively, rubbing the assaulted limb. "Really, if you come it in this way often, you will alienate my affections, I fear." "My dear boy! Why, I was dreaming!" Of course he was, and the result of his dream was that everybody in the room started up in surprise and excitement. Thereafter they sat down in a gay and very talkative humour. Soon afterwards a curious squeaking was heard in the adjoining cottage, and another thumping sound began, which was to the full as unremitting as, and much more violent than, that caused by champing tatties. The Macallister household, having supped, were regaling themselves with a dance. "What say to a dance with them?" said George. "Oh!" cried Lucy, leaping up. "Capital!" shouted Mr Sudberry, clapping his hands. A message was sent in. The reply was, "Heartily welcome," and in 2 minutes Mr Sudberry and the stout servant girl number 1, George and stout girl number 2, Hugh and Lucy, Dan and Hobbs, the latter consenting to act as girl number 3, were dancing the real Otulagorum like maniacs to the inspiring strains of Macallister's violin, while Peter sat in a corner in constant dread of being accidentally sat down upon. Fred, in another corner, looked on, laughed, and was caressed furiously by the 9 dogs. Mrs Sudberry talked philosophy in the window, with grave, earnest Mrs Macallister, whose placid equanimity was never disturbed, but flowed on, broad and deep, like a mighty river, and whose interest in all things, small and great, seemed never to flag for a moment. The room in which all this was going on was of the plainest possible description. It was the hall, the parlour, the dining-room, the drawing-room, and the library of the Macallister family. Earth was the floor, whitewashed and uneven were the walls, non-existent was the ceiling, and black with peat smoke were the rafters. There was a dresser, clean and white, and over it a rack of plates and dishes. There was a fireplace, a huge yawning gulf, with a roaring fire, for culinary purposes only, being summer, and beside it a massive iron gallows, on which to hang the family pot. Said pot was a cauldron. So big was it that there was a species of winch and a chain for raising and lowering it over the fire. In fact, a complicated sort of machinery, mysterious and soot-begrimed, towered into the dark depths of the ample chimney. There was a brown cupboard in one corner, and an apoplectic 8-day clock in another. A small bookshelf supported the family Bible and several ancient and much-worn volumes. Wooden benches were ranged round the walls, and clumsy chairs and tables, with various pails, buckets, luggies, troughs, and indescribable articles, completed the furniture of the picturesque and cosy apartment. The candle that lighted the whole was supported by a tall wooden candlestick, whose foot rested on the ground, and whose body, by a simple but clumsy contrivance, could be lengthened or shortened at pleasure, from about 3 to 5 feet. But besides all this, there was a world of matériel disposed on the black rafters above. Old farm implements, broken furniture, an old musket, an old claymore, a broken spinning wheel, etc., all of which were piled up and so mingled with the darkness of the vault above, that imagination might have deemed the spot a general rendezvous for the aged and maimed of still life. Fast and furious was the dancing that night. Native animal spirits did it all. No artificial stimulants were there. Tatties and milk were at the bottom of the whole affair. The encounter of that forenoon seemed to have had the effect of recalling the spirit of his youth to Mr Sudberry, and his effervescing joviality gave tone to all the rest. "Now, Fred, you must take my place," said he, throwing himself in an exhausted condition on a settle. "But perhaps your partner may want a rest?" suggested Fred. Lass number 1 scorned the idea, so Fred began. "Are your fingers not tired?" asked Mr Sudberry, wiping his bald forehead, which glistened as if it had been anointed with oil. "Not yet," said Macallister quietly. Not yet. If the worthy Highlander had played straight on all night and half the next day, he would have returned the same answer to the same question. "You spend a jolly life of it here," said Mr Sudberry to Mrs Macallister. Ay, a pleasant life, no doubt, but we're not always fiddling and dancing. True, but the variety of herding the cattle on these splendid hills is charming. So it is, assented Mrs. Macallister. We've reason to be contented with our lot. Maybe would grow tired of it, however, if you was always here. I'm told that the gentry whiles grow tired of their braw rooms, and take to bloutering about the hills and burns for change. Sometimes they even dance with the servants in a Highland cottage. Ha! You have me there, cried Mr. Sudberry, laughing. Let me sit down, Pa, pray do, cried Lucy. Her father rose quickly, and Lucy dropped into his place quite exhausted. Come, father, relieve me, cried Fred. I'm done up, and my partner won't give in. To say truth, it seemed as if the said partner, stout lass number 1, never would give in at all. From the time that the Sudberrys entered she had not ceased to dance reel after reel, without a minute of breathing time. Her countenance was like the sun in a fog, her limbs moved as deftly and untiringly after having tired out father and son, as they did when she began the evening, and she now went on, with a quiet smile on her face, evidently resolved to show their English guests the nature of female Highland metal. In the midst of all this the dog suddenly became restive, and began to growl. Soon after, a knock came to the door, and the dogs rushed at it, barking violently. Mr. Macallister went out, and found that a company of wandering beggars had arrived, and prayed to be allowed to sleep in the barn. Unfortunate it was for them that they came so soon after Mr. Sudberry's unpleasant rencounter with one of their fraternity. The good man of the house, although naturally humane and hospitable to such poor wanderers, was on the present occasion embittered against them, so he ordered them off. This incident brought the evening to an abrupt termination, as it was incumbent on the farmer to see the intruder safely off his premises. So the Sudberrys returned, in a state of great delight, excitement, and physical warmth, to their own parlour. The only other fact worth recording in regard to this event is, that the Sudberrys were 2 hours late for breakfast next morning. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Freaks on the Fells, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1, by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. Chapter 16. The Effects of Compasses. The first few weeks of the Sudberrys' residence in their Highland home were of an April cast, alternate sunshine and shower. Sometimes they had a day of beaming light from morning till night. At other times they had a day of unmitigated rain, or, as Mr. Sudberry called it, a day of cats and dogs, and occasionally they had a day which embraced within its own circuit both conditions of weather, glorious bursts of sunshine alternating with sudden plumps of rain. Thus far the weather justified and strengthened the diverse opinions of both husband and wife. "Did I not tell you, my love, that the climate was charming?" was Mr. Sudberry's triumphant remark when a dazzling blaze of light would roll over flood and fell and chase the clouds away. "There, didn't I say so?" was the withering rejoinder of Mrs. Sudberry when a black cloud rolled over the sky and darkened the landscape as with a wipe of ink. Hitherto victory leaned decidedly to neither side. The smile of triumph and the humbled aspect of defeat rested alternate on either countenance, so that both faces taken together formed a sort of contradictory human barometer, which was not a bad one. At all events it was infinitely superior to that instrument of the banjo type, which Mr. Sudberry was perpetually tapping in order to ascertain whether or not its tendencies were dropsical. When father was up at set fair, mother was certain to be depressed, inclining to much rain. Yet, strangely enough, it was on such occasions very dry. When mother was fair, barometrically speaking, of course, father was naturally down at changeable. Yet there was wonderful contradiction in the readings of this barometer, for when mother's countenance indicated much rain, father sometimes went down to stormy, and the tails of his coat became altogether unmanageable. But towards the middle of the holidays, father gained a decided victory. For 3 weeks together they had not a drop of rain. scarcely a cloud in the sky, and mother, although fairly beaten and obliged to confess that it was indeed splendid weather, met her discomfiture with a good grace, and enjoyed herself extremely, in a quiet way. During this bright period the Sudberry family, one and all, went ahead, as George said, at a tremendous pace. The compasses having arrived, Mr Sudberry no longer laid restrictions on the wandering propensities of his flock, but, having given a compass to each, and taught them all the use of it, sent them abroad upon the unexplored ocean of hills without fear. Even Jacky received a compass, with strict injunctions to take good care of it. Being naturally of an inquiring disposition, he at once took it to pieces, and this so effectually that he succeeded in analyzing it into a good many more pieces than his fabricator had ever dreamed of. To put it together again would have taxed the ingenuity of the same fabricator. No wonder that it was beyond the power of Jacky altogether. But this mattered nothing to the little darling, as he did not understand his father's learned explanation of the uses of the instrument. To do Mr Sudberry justice, he had not expected that this boy could understand him, but he was aware that if he, Jacky, did not get a compass as well as the rest of them, there would be no peace in the White House during that season. Moreover, Jacky did not care whether he should get lost or not. In fact, he rather relished it, for he knew that it would create a pleasant excitement for a time in the household, and he entertained the firm belief that Macallister and his men could find any creature on the hills, man or beast, no matter how hopelessly it should be lost. There being, then, no limit to the wanderings of the Sudberrys, they one and all gave themselves over deliberately to a spirit of riotous rambling. Of course they all, on various occasions, lost themselves, despite the compasses, but having become experienced mountaineers, they always took good care to find themselves again before sunset. George and Fred candidly declared that they preferred to steer by "dead reckoning," and left their compasses at home. Lucy always carried hers, and frequently consulted it, especially when in her father's presence, for she was afflicted, poor girl, with that unfashionable weakness, an earnest desire to please her father even in trifles. Nevertheless, she privately confided to Fred one day that she was often extremely puzzled by her compass, and that she had grave doubts as to whether, on a certain occasion, when she had gone for a long ramble with Hector and Flora MacDonald, and been lost, the blame of that disaster was not due to her compass. Fred said he thought it was, and believed that it would be the means of compassing her final disappearance from the face of the earth if she trusted to it so much. As for Mr Sudberry himself, his faith in the compass was equal to that of any mariner. The worthy man was, or believed himself to be, which is the same thing, you know, of profoundly scientific tendencies. He was aware, of course, that he had never really studied any science whatever, but he had dabbled in a number of them, and he felt that he had immense capacity for deep thought and subtle investigation. His mind was powerfully analytical. That's what it was. One consequence of this peculiarity of mind was that he took his bearings on short and known distances, as well as on long venturesome rambles. He tested himself and his compass, as it were. One day he had walked out alone in the direction of the village, 4 miles distant from the White House, whence the family derived their supplies. He had set out with his rod (he never walked near the river without his rod), intending to take a cast in what he styled the lower pools. By degrees he fished so near to the village that he resolved to push forward and purchase a few books. Depositing rod and basket among the bushes, he walked smartly along the road, having previously, as a matter of course, taken his bearings from the village by compass. A flock of sheep met him, gazed at him in evident surprise, and passed on. At their heels came the collie dog, with his tongue out. It bestowed a mild, intelligent glance on the stranger, and also passed on. Close behind the dog came the shepherd, with plaid bonnet and thick stick. "A fine day, friend," said Mr Sudberry. "Oh, aye, it is a fine day." He also passed on. Another turn in the road, and Mr Sudberry met a drove of shaggy cattle, each cow of which looked sturdy and fierce enough for any ordinary bull, while the bull himself was something awful to look upon. There is nothing ladylike or at all feminine in the aspect of a Highland cow. Mr Sudberry politely stepped to one side and made way for them. Many of the animals paused for an instant, and gazed at the Englishman with profound gravity, and then went on their way with an air that showed they evidently could make nothing of him. The drover thought otherwise, for he stopped. "Good day to you, sir." "Good day, friend, good day. Splendid weather for the—" Mr Sudberry did not know exactly for which department of agriculture the weather was most favourable, so he said, "For the cattle." "Ooh, aye, the weather's not that ill. Can't you tell the time of day?" Out came the compass. "West nor'west, and by—oh, I beg your pardon," pulling out his watch and replacing the compass, "2:15. The drover passed on, and Mr Sudberry, chuckling at his mistake, took the bearings of a tall pine that grew on a distant knoll. On gaining the outskirts of the village, Mr Sudberry felt a sensation of hunger, and instantly resolved to purchase a bun, which article he had now learned to call by its native name of cookie. At the same instant a bright idea struck him. He would steer for the baker's shop by compass. He knew the position of the shop exactly. The milestone gave him the distance. He would lay his course for it. He would walk conscientiously with his eyes on the ground, except when it was necessary to refer to the compass, and he would not raise them until he stood within the shop. It would be a triumphant exhibition of the practical purposes, in a small way, to which the instrument might be applied. Full of this idea, he took a careful observation of the compass, the sun, and surrounding nature, laid his course for the baker's shop, which was on the right side of the village, and walked straight into the butcher's, which lay on its left extremity. He was so much put out on lifting his eyes to those of the butcher, that he ordered a leg of mutton and 6 pounds of beefsteaks on the spot. The moment after, he recollected that 2 legs of mutton and a round of beef had been forwarded to the White House by coach the day before, and that there was a poached brace of moorfowl in the larder at that moment. But, having given the order in a prompt, business tone of voice, he felt that he lacked moral courage to rescind it. "You'll have friends coming to visit you," observed the butcher, who was gifted with a peculiar and far-sighted faculty of putting that and that together. "No, we have no immediate prospect of such a pleasure." "Aye, huh! It's wonderful what an appetite the hill air gives the strangers." "A tremendous appetite. Good day, friend." Mr Sudberry said this heartily, and went off to the baker's, by dead reckoning, discomfited but chuckling. The butcher pondered and philosophized over the subject the remainder of the afternoon with much curiosity, but with no success. Had the wisdom of Plato been mingled with his Scotch philosophy, the compound reduced to an essential oil of investigative profundity, and brought to bear on the subject in question, he would have signally failed to discover the reason of the Sudberry's larder being crammed that week with an unreasonable quantity of butcher meat. Yes! During these 3 weeks of sunshine the Sudberrys made hay of their time as diligently as the Macallisters made hay of their grass, and the compasses played a prominent part in all their doings, and led them into many scrapes. Among other things, they led them to Glen Ogle. More of this in the next chapter. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Freaks on the Fells. 3 Months Rustication. Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nan Dodge. Chapter 17. The Trip to Glen Ogle. Without entering into minute comparisons, it may be truly said that Glen Ogle is one of the grandest and wildest of mountain passes in the Highlands of Perthshire. Unlike the Trossachs, which Sir Walter Scott has immortalized in his Lady of the Lake, Glen Ogle is a wild, rugged, rocky pass almost entirely destitute of trees, except at its lower extremity, and of shrubs except along the banks of the little burn, which meanders like a silver thread down the centre of the glen. High precipitous mountains rise on either hand, those on the left being more rugged and steep than those on the right. The glen is very narrow throughout, a circumstance which adds to its wildness, and which in gloomy weather imparts to the spot a truly savage aspect. Masses of debris and fallen rocks line the base of the precipices or speckle the sides of the mountains, in places where the slopes, being less precipitous than elsewhere, have served to check the fallen matter, and the whole surface of the narrow vale is dotted with rocks of various sizes, which have bounded from the cliffs, and, overleaping every obstacle, have found a final resting place on a level with the little stream. The road follows the course of the stream at the foot of the glen, but, as it advances, it ascends the mountains on the right, and runs along their sides until the head of the pass is gained. Here it crosses, by means of a rude stone bridge, a deep chasm, at the bottom of which the waters of the burn leap and roar among chaotic rocks, a foretaste of the innumerable rushes, leaps, tumbles, and plunges which await them all down the glen. Just beyond this bridge is a small level patch of mingled rocky and mossy ground. It is the summit of the mountain ridge, yet the highest peaks rise above it, and so hem it in that it resembles the arena of a rude amphitheatre. In the center of this spot lies a clear, still lake, or tarn, not more than 100 yards in diameter. This is the fountainhead of 2 streams. From the pools and springs within a stone's cast of the tarn arise the infant waters of the burn already mentioned, which, descending Glen Ogle, find their way to the Firth of Tay through Strath Erne. From the opposite side of the tarn issues another brook which, leaping down the other side of the mountains, mingles its waters with Loch Tay, and finds its way by a much more circuitous route to the same firth. The whole region is desolate and lonely in the extreme, and so wild that a Rocky Mountain hunter, transported thither by fairy power, might find himself quite at home, except in the matter of big-horned goats and grizzly bears. But, for the matter of that, he would find mountain sheep with very respectable horns in their way, and as to bears, the hillsides are bare enough to satisfy any hunter of moderate expectations. Up to this elevated tarn among the hoary mountain peaks, the Sudberry family struggled one hot, sunny, lovely forenoon. Bent on a long and bold flight, they had travelled by the stage-coach to the foot of the glen, near the head of Loch Erne. Here they were deposited at the door of a picturesque whitewashed house, which was styled the Inn, and from this point they toiled up the glen on foot, intoxicating themselves on the way with deep draughts of mingled excitement, fresh air, and romance. The whole family were out upon this occasion, including Mrs. Brown, Hobbs, and Peter. The delicate Tilly was also there, and to her Master Jacky devoted himself with an assiduity worthy of even a good boy. He took occasion several times, however, to tell Peter in a grave way that whenever he felt tired he would be glad to carry his basket for him, and himself too, for the matter of that, if he should get quite knocked up. He indemnified himself for these concessions on the side of virtue by inflicting various little torments on the bodies and minds of Mrs. Brown and his mother, such as hiding himself at some distance ahead, and suddenly darting out from behind a rock with a hideous yell, or coming up behind with eyes staring and hair flying, and screaming "Mad Bull" with all the force of his lungs. Hector and Flora MacDonald were also of the party. George and Fred were particularly attentive to Flora, and Hector was ditto to Lucy. He carried her botanical box, and gave her a good deal of information in regard to plants and wildflowers, in which Lucy professed a deep interest, insomuch that she stopped frequently to gather specimens and listen to Hector's learned observations, until they were more than once left a considerable way behind the rest of the party. Indeed, Lucy's interest in science was so great that she unwittingly pulled 2 or 3 extremely rare specimens to pieces while listening to these eloquent discourses, and was only made conscious of her wickedness by a laughing remark from Hector that she must surely have the bump of destructiveness largely developed. Arrived at the tarn, each individual deposited his and her basket or bundle on a selected spot of dry ground, and the ladies began to spread out the viands, while Mr. Sudberry took the exact bearings of the spot by compass. While thus philosophically engaged, he observed that fish were rising in the tarn. "Hullo, Hector! Why, I see fish in the pond." "True," replied the young man. "Plenty of trout, but they are small." "I'll fish," said Mr Sudberry. "So will I," cried George. And fish they did for half an hour, at the end of which period they were forcibly torn away from the water side and made to sit down and eat sandwiches, having caught between them 24 of trout, the largest of which was about 5 inches long. "Why, however did the creatures get up into such a lake?" inquired Mr Sudberry, eyeing the trout in surprise. "They could never jump up all the waterfalls that we have passed today." "I suppose they were born in the lake," suggested Hector with a smile. "Born in it?" murmured Mr Sudberry, pondering the idea. "But the first ones could not have been born in it. How did the first ones get here?" "The same way as what the first fishes came into the sea, of course," said Jackie, looking very pompous. Unfortunately, he unintentionally tried to perform that impossible feat which is called swallowing a crumb down the wrong throat, thereby nearly choking himself, and throwing his mother into a flutter of agitation. There was something so exhilarating in the atmosphere of that elevated region that none of the party felt inclined to waste much time over luncheon. Mr Sudberry in particular was very restless and migratory. His fishing propensities had been aroused and could not be quieted. He had, in the course of a quarter of an hour, gobbled what he deemed it his duty to eat and drink, and during the remainder of the meal had insisted on helping everybody to everything, moving about as he did so, and thereby causing destruction to various articles of crockery. At last he declared that he was off to fish down the burn, and that the rest of the party would pick him up on their way back to the coach, which was to start from the inn at Loch Earn Head at 5 in the afternoon. "Now don't be late," said he. "Be at the inn by 4:30 precisely." "Aye, aye, yes, yes," from everybody, and away he went alone to enjoy his favourite sport. The rest of the party scattered. Some went to good points for sketching, some to botanize, and others to ascend the highest of the neighbouring peaks. Mrs Brown and Hobbs were left in charge of the debris of luncheon, to the eating up of which they at once devoted themselves with the utmost avidity as soon as the others were gone. "Come, this is what I calls comfortable," said Hobbs. He spoke huskily through an immense mouthful of sandwich. "Ain't it, Mrs Brown?" "Humph," said Mrs Brown. It is to be remarked that Mrs Brown was out of temper. Not that that was an unusual thing, but she had found the expedition more trying than she had anticipated, and the torments of mind and body to which Jackie had subjected her were of an uncommonly irritating nature. "What," continued Hobbs, attacking a cold tongue, "d'ye think of the natives of this 'ere place?" "No think at all," was Mrs Brown's prompt rejoinder. Hobbs, who was naturally of a jolly sociable disposition, felt a little depressed at Mrs Brown's repellent manner, so he changed his mode of address. "Try some of this 'ere fowl, Mrs Brown. It's remarkably tender, it is, just suited to the tender lips of— Dear me, Mrs Brown, how improvin' the mountain hair is to your complexion, if I may wenture to speak of improvin' that which is perfect already." "Get along, Hobbs," said Mrs Brown, affecting to be displeased. "My dear, I'm gettin' along like a game chicken. Perhaps I might say like Dan, who's got the most uncommon happetite as I ever did see. He's a fine fellow, Dan is, ain't he, Mrs Brown?" "Brute," said Mrs Brown. "They're all brutes." "Ah," said Hobbs, shaking his head. "Strong language, Mrs Brown. But admitting that, merely for the sake of argument, of course, you cannot deny that they are rather clever brutes." "I do deny it," retorted Mrs Brown, taking a savage bite out of a leg of a chicken, as if it represented the whole Celtic race. "Don't they talk the most arrant stuff, especially that Macallister, who is forever speaking about things that he don't understand and that nobody else does." "Speak for yourself, ma'am," said Hobbs, drawing himself up with as much dignity as was compatible with his sitting posture. "I do speak for myself. Moreover, I speak for some whom I might name, and who ain't vera far away." If, ma'am, you mean that insinovation to apply, I make no insinuations. Hand me that pot of jam. No, the unopened one." Hobbs did as he was required with excruciating politeness, and thereafter took refuge in dignified silence, suffering, however, an expression of lofty scorn to rest on his countenance. Mrs. Brown observed this, and her irate spirit was still further chafed by it. She meditated giving utterance to some withering remarks, while, with agitated fingers, she untied the string of the little pot of cranberry jam. Worthy Mrs. Brown was particularly fond of cranberry jam. She had put up this pot in her own basket, expressly for her own private use. She now opened it with the determination to enjoy it to the full, to smack her lips very much and frequently, and offer none of it to Hobbs. When the cover was removed, she gazed into the pot with a look of intense horror, uttered a piercing shriek, and fell back in a dead faint. This extraordinary result is easily accounted for. Almost every human being has one grand special loathing. There is everywhere some creature which to some individual is an object of dread, a creature to be shrunk from and shuddered at. Mrs. Brown's horror was frogs. Jackie knew this well. He also knew of Mrs. Brown's love for cranberry jam, and her having put up a special pot. To abstract the pot, replace it by a similar pot with a live frog imprisoned therein, and then retire to chuckle in solitude and devour the jam, was simple and natural. That the imp had done this, that he had watched with delight the deceived woman pant up Glen Ogle with the potted frog on her arm and perspiration on her brow, that he had asked for a little cranberry jam on the way, with an expression of countenance that almost betrayed him, and that he had almost shrieked with glee when he observed the anxiety with which Mrs. Brown, having tripped and fallen, opened her basket and smiled to observe that the pot was not broken. That the imp, we say, had been guilty of all this was known only to himself, but much of it became apparent to the mind of Hobbs, when, on Mrs. Brown's fainting, he heard a yell of triumph, and, on looking up, beheld Master Jackie far up the heights, clearly defined against the bright sky, and celebrating the success of his plot with a maniacal edition of the Highland fling. At 4:15 all the party assembled at the inn except Mr. Sudberry. 5 arrived. No Mr. Sudberry. The coach could not wait. The gentleman, in despair, rushed up the bed of the stream and found him fishing, in a glow of excitement, with his basket and all his pockets full of splendid trout. The result was that the party had to return home in a large wagon, and it was night when at last they embarked in their boat and rowed down their own lake. It was a profound calm. The air was mild and balmy. There was just enough of light to render the surrounding mountains charmingly mysterious, and the fatigues of the day made the repose of the boat agreeable. Even Mrs. Sudberry enjoyed that romantic night trip on the water. It was so dark that there was a tendency to keep silence, on landing to speak in low tones, but a little burst of delight broke forth when they surmounted the dark shoulder of the hill, and came at last in sight of the windows of the white house, glowing a ruddy welcome home. End of chapter 17. Recording by Nan Dodge.
Chapter 18 of Freaks on the Fowls, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. Chapter 18. The family go to church under difficulties. It would seem to be a well understood and undeniable fact that women invariably gains the victory over man in the long run, and even when she does not prove to be the winner, she is certain to come off the conqueror. It is well that it should be so. The reins of the world could not be in better hands. But, strangely enough, woman triumphs, not only in matters over which she and man have, more or less, united control, but even in matters with which the human race cannot interfere. For instance, in regard to weather, despite the 3 weeks of unfailing sunshine, Mrs Sudberry maintained her original opinion that, notwithstanding appearances being against her, the weather in the Highlands of Scotland was, as a rule, execrable. As if to justify this opinion, the weather suddenly changed, and the 3 weeks of sunshine were followed by 6 weeks of rain. Whether there was something unusual in the season or not, we cannot positively say, but certain it is that, for the period we have named, it rained incessantly, with the exception of 4 days. During a great part of the time it rained from morning till night. Sometimes it was intermittent, and came down in devastating floods. At other times it came in the form of Scotch mist, which is simply small rain, so plentiful that it usually obliterates the whole landscape, and so penetrating that it percolates through everything except waterproof. It was a question which was the more wetting species of rain, the thorough downpour or the heavy mist. But whether it poured or permeated, there was never any change in the leaden sky during these 6 weeks, and the mountains were never clearly seen, except during the 4 accidental days already referred to. At first Mrs Sudberry triumphed, but long before that season was over she had reached such a condition of humility that she would have actually rejoiced in a fine day. As for the rest of the family, they bore up against it bravely for a time. On the first day of this wet season they were rather pleased than otherwise to be obliged to stay in the house. Jacky in particular was delighted, as it afforded him a glorious opportunity of doing mischief and making himself so disagreeable that all except his mother felt as if they hated him. On the second day indoor games of various kinds were proposed, and entered into with much spirit. On the third day the games were tried again, with less spirit. On the fourth day they were played without any spirit at all, and on the 5th they were given up in disgust. The 6th day was devoted to reading and sulking, and thus they ended their week. The 7th day, which chanced to be Sunday, was one of the 4 fine days before mentioned. The sky was blue, the sun intensely bright, and the inundated earth was steaming. The elastic spirits of the family recovered. "Come, we'll walk to church," cried Mr Sudberry, as they rose from breakfast. "Why, my dear," explained his wife, "and the roads knee-deep in mud and water?" "I care not if they were waist-deep," cried the reckless man. "I've been glued to my seat for a week, and so I'll walk to church if I should have to swim for it." "So will I! So will I!" from George and Fred. "So will we all!" from Lucy. "And me too!" timidly from Tilly, with "Hurrah!" furiously from the imp. This decided the business. "Very well," said the resigned mother of the flock, "then I will go too." So away they went to church, through mud and mire and water, with the 9 collie dogs at their heels, and Mr Macallister bearing them company. Fred and Macallister walked together in rear of the rest, conversing earnestly, for the latter was learned in theology, and the former dearly loved a philosophical discussion. Mr Sudberry and Lucy walked in advance. As he approached the well-known bush, the force of habit induced him almost unconsciously to pick up a stone and walk on tiptoe. Lucy, who did not know the cause of this strange action, looked at her father in surprise. Whirr went a black cock, bang went the stone, and a yell instantly followed, accompanied by a hat. It was his best beaver. "Why, dear papa, it is Sunday!" "Dear me, so it is." The good man was evidently much discomfited. "Ah, Lucy dear, that shows the effect and force of bad habit, that is to say of habit, for the simple act cannot be called bad on the wrong day." "You cannot call throwing your best hat in the mud a good habit on any day," said Mrs Sudberry, with the air of a woman who regarded her husband's chance of mending as being quite hopeless. "It was only forgetfulness, my dear," said the worthy man, putting his hat quite meekly on the back of his head, and pushing forward in order to avoid further remarks. Coming to a hollow of the road, they found that it was submerged a foot deep by the river, which had been swollen into a small lake at that spot. There was much trouble here. Macallister, with native gallantry, offered to carry the ladies over in his arms. The ladies would not listen to the proposal, with the exception of Tilly, who at once accepted it gladly. The rest succeeded in scrambling along by the projecting stones at the base of the wall that ran alongside of the road, and gained the other side, after many slips, much alarm, and sundry screams. "Oh, you darling!" cried Tilly, suddenly. She pointed to a hole in the wall, out of which peeped the most wide-awake weasel that ever lived. Its brown little head and sharp nose moved quickly about with little jerks, and its round, lustrous black eyes seemed positively to glitter with surprise. Perhaps it was delight at the Sudberry family. Of course Jacky rushed at it with a yell. There was a good deal of the terrier in Jacky, and of course the weasel turned tail and vanished like a flash of light. When they came to the narrowest part of the pass, which opened out of their own particular valley, Rasselas Vale, as Lucy had named it, Tilly was fortunate enough to set eyes on another darling, which in the shape of a roe deer stood startled and trembling in the centre of the pass. They came on it so suddenly that it seemed to have been paralysed for a moment. A shout from the imp, however, quickly dissolved the spell. With one graceful bound it cleared the wall, and was far away among the brackens on the mountain side before the party had recovered from their delight and surprise at having met a real live wild deer, face to face, and not 20 yards distant, in this unexpected manner. Nothing further occurred to arrest their progress to church, which was upwards of 4 miles from their home among the hills. The sermon that day was peculiar. The minister of the parish was a young man, one of those quiet, modest, humble young men who are, as their friends think, born to be neglected in this world. He was a shrewd, sensible young fellow, however, who, if put to it, could have astonished his friends not a little. He was brimful of Scotch theology, but, strange to say, he refrained from bringing that fact prominently before his flock, insomuch that some of the wiser among them held the opinion that, although he was an excellent, worthy young man, he was, if anything, a little commonplace. In fact, he never seemed to have any difficulties in his discourses, and if he had, he got o'er them by saying plump oot that they were mysteries he did na pretend to unravel. Any one with half an eye might have seen that the young clergyman was immeasurably above his flock intellectually. A few of them, among whom was our friend Macallister, perceived this, and appreciated their minister. The most of them, good souls, thought him worthy but weak. Feeling that he had been appointed to preach the gospel, this youth resolved to make himself all things to all men, in order that he might gain some. He therefore aimed at preaching Christ crucified, and kept much of his own light in the background, bringing it out only in occasional flashes, which were calculated to illuminate, but not dazzle, the minds of his people. He remembered the remark of that old woman who, when asked what she thought of a new minister, said, "Hoot! I think naething of him ava. I understand every word he says." And he resolved rather to be thought nothing of at all than pander to the contemptible craving of those who fancy that they were drinking deep draughts of wisdom when they read or hear words that are incomprehensible, but which sound profoundly philosophical. But we might have spared our readers all this, for the young minister did not preach that day. He was unwell, and a friend had agreed to preach for him. The friend was an old man, with bent form and silvery hair, who, having spent a long life in preaching the gospel, had been compelled, by increasing age, to retire from active service. Yet, like a true warrior, he could, when occasion required, buckle on his Christian armour, and fight stoutly, as if of old, for his beloved Master and for the salvation of human souls. His eye was dim and his voice was weak, and it brought tears to the eyes of the sympathetic among the people to see the old man lose his place and unconsciously repeat his sentences. But not a shadow of disrespect mingled with their feelings. There was no mistaking the glow of love and the kindly fire which flushed the pale face when salvation was the theme. When he mentioned the name of Jesus and urged sinners to flee from the wrath to come, the people felt the truth of that word. God's strength is perfected in man's weakness. The Sudberrys felt very happy that day in returning home. They overtook old Moggy, stamping along through mud and water with tears bedewing her cheeks. "Why, Moggy, you are all wet," said Fred, hastening towards her. "Ay, I fell into a dub as I came out o' the kirk. But, sirs, I've heard blessed words this day." The Sudberrys spent that evening in their usual way. They went to a particular spot which Lucy had named the Sunny Knoll, and there learned hymns off by heart, which were repeated at night, and commented on by Mr Sudberry. After supper they all got into what is called a talk. It were presumptuous to attempt to explain what that means. Everyone knows what it is. Many people know also that a talk can be got up when people are in the right spirit on any subject, and that the subject of all others most difficult to get up this talk upon is religion. Mr Sudberry knew this. He felt much inclined at one time that night to talk about fishing, but he laid strong constraint on himself, and gave the conversation a turn in the right direction. The result was a talk. A hearty, free, enthusiastic communing on the Saviour, the soul, and eternal things, which kept them up late and sent them happy to bed, happier than they had yet been all that season. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Freaks on the Fowls, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. Chapter 19. A Strange Homecoming. Master Jacky made 2 discoveries next day, both of which he announced with staring eyes in breathless haste, having previously dashed into the parlour like a miniature thunderbolt. The first was that the bathing pool was clean, swept away by the floods, not a vestige of it being left. The whole family rushed out to see with their own eyes. They saw and were convinced. Not a trace of it remained. Even the banks of the little stream had been so torn and altered by gushing water and tumbling rocks that it was almost impossible to say where that celebrated pool had been. The rains having commenced again on Monday, just as if Sunday had been allowed to clear up in order to let people get to church, the family returned to the house, some to read and sketch, Mr Sudberry and George to prepare for a fishing excursion despite the rain. The second discovery was more startling in its nature. Jacky announced it with round eyes and a blazing face thus: "Oh, ma, old Moggy's dying." The attractive power of sweeties and a certain fondness for the old woman in the boy's heart had induced Jacky to visit the hut so frequently that it at last came to be understood that when the imp was utterly lost he was sure to be at old Moggy's. He had sauntered down, indifferent to rain, to call on his friend just after discovering the destruction of the bathing pool, and found her lying on the bundle of rags which constituted her bed. She was groaning woefully. Jack went forward with much anxiety. The old woman was too ill to raise herself, but she had sufficient strength to grasp the child's hand, and drawing him towards her, to stroke his head. "Hello, Moggy, you're ill!" A groan and a gasp was the reply, and the poor creature made such wry faces, and looked altogether so cadaverous, that Jacky was quite alarmed. He suggested a drink of water and brought her one. Then, as the old woman poured out a copious stream of Gaelic with much emphasis, he felt that the presence of some more able and intelligent nurse was necessary. So, like a sensible boy, he ran home and delivered his report, as has been already described. Lucy and Fred hastened at once to the hut of the old woman, and found her in truth in a high fever, the result no doubt of the severe wetting of the day before, and having slept in damp clothes. Her mind was wandering a little when Lucy knelt at her side and took her hand, but she retained sufficient self-control to look up and exclaim earnestly, "I can say noo, I can say noo, I can say they will be done." She became aware, as she said so, that the visitor at her side was not the one she had expected. You know, Miss Flora." "No, dear granny, but I am quite as anxious to help you, and Flora will come very soon. We have only just heard of your illness, and have sent a message to Flora. Come, tell me what is the matter. Let me put your poor head right." Old Moggy submitted with a groan, and Lucy, assisted by Fred, endeavoured to make her bed a little more comfortable, while the anxious and staring Jacky was sent back to the house for some tea and a dry flannel gown. Before his return, however, Flora Macdonald, who chanced to be in the neighbourhood, came in to see Moggy, and immediately took the case in hand, in a way that greatly relieved Fred and Lucy, because they felt that she was accustomed to such incidents, and thoroughly understood what to do. Hobbs, who came in a few minutes later with the Sudberry medicine chest, was instantly dispatched by Flora for the doctor, and George, who entered a few minutes after that, was sent about his business, as were also a number of gossips, whose presence would ere long have rendered the small hut unbearably warm but for Flora's decision. Meanwhile, all this unusual bustle had the effect of diverting the mind of the patient, who ceased to groan, and took to wandering instead. Leaving them all thus engaged, we must beg the reader to accompany us to a very different scene. It is a dense thicket within the entrance of the pass, to which reference has been made more than once. Here a band of wandering beggars or gipsies had pitched their camp on a spot which commanded an extensive view of the high road, yet was itself concealed from view by the dwarf trees which in that place covered the rugged hillside. There was a rude hut constructed of boughs and ferns, underneath which several dark-skinned and sturdy children were at play. A dissipated-looking young woman sat beside them. In front of this hut a small fire was kindled, and over it, from a tripod, hung an iron pot, the contents of which were watched with much interest, and stirred from time to time by a middle-aged woman of forbidding aspect. Beside her stood our amiable friend with the squint and the broken nose, who had already been mentioned as having received a merited thrashing from Mr Sudberry. "Yes, the little brute had come back," said the gipsy, grinding his teeth in a way that might have led one to suppose he would have been glad to have had the little brute between them. "Serves ye right for stealing him away," said the woman. "Serves me right?" echoed the man bitterly. "Did I not vow that I would have my revenge on that old witch? Did she not stand up in court and witness again me, so that I got 2 year for a job that many a fellow gets off with 6 months for? Well, you know you deserved it," was the woman's comforting rejoinder. "You committed the robbery." "So I did, but if that she-wolf had not made it out so bad, I'd have got off with 6 months. Ha! But I knew how to touch her up. I knew her weakness. Swore afore I left the dock that I'd steal away the little cub she was so fond of, and I did it." There was a gleam of triumph in the gipsy's face as he said this, but it was quickly followed by a scowl when the woman said, "Well, and much you have made of it. Here is the brat come back at the end of 5 years to spoil our harvest. How could I know he'd do that? I paid the captain a goodish lump o' tin to take him on a long voyage, and I thought he was so young that he'd forgot the old place." "How d'ye know that he hasn't forgot it?" inquired the woman. "'Cause I seed him not 20 miles from this, and heerd him say he'd stopped at the Blue Boar all night, and come on here in the morning. That's tomorrow, so I come straight out to ask you what I'm to do." "Ha! That's like you. Too chicken-hearted to do anything till I set you on, and mean enough to saddle it on me when you're nabbed." "Come, that's an old story," growled the man. "You know what I am, I know what you are, but if something's not done, we'll have to cut this here part of the country in the very thick o' the season, when these southern sightseers are hanging about the hills." "That's true," rejoined the woman, seriously. "Many a penny the bairns get from them, and there's no part so good as this. Ye couldn't put him out o' the way, could ye?" "No," said the man doggedly. The woman had accompanied her question with a sidelong glance of fiendish meaning, but her eyes at once dropped, and she evinced no anger at the sharp decision of her companion's reply. "Mother!" cried the young woman, issuing from the hut at the moment, "don't you dare to go and tempt him again like that. Our hands are black enough already. Don't you try to make them red, else I'll blab." The elder woman assumed an injured look as she said, "Who spoke of making them red? Dreaders are evil doers. Is there no way o' putting a chick out o' the way besides murdering him?" "Hush!" exclaimed the man, starting and glancing round with a guilty look, as if he fancied the bare mention of the word murder would bring the strong arm of the law down on his head. "I won't hush!" cried the woman. "You're cowards, both of you. Are there no corries in the hills to hide him in, no ropes to tie him with, that you should find it so difficult to keep a brat quiet for a week or two?" A gleam of intelligence shot across the ill-favoured face of the gypsy. "Ha! You're a wise woman. Come out with your plan, and see if I'm not game to do it." "There's no plan worth speaking of," rejoined the woman, somewhat mollified by her companion's complimentary remarks. "All you've to do is to go down the road to-morrow, catch him, and bring him to me. I'll see to it that he don't make his voice heard until we've done with this part of the country. Then we can slip the knot, and let the brat go free." "I'll do it," said the man, sitting down on a stone and beginning to fill his pipe. "I thought he was dead," said the woman. "So did I, but he's not dead yet, and don't look as if he'd die soon." "Maybe," said the woman, "he won't remember ye. It's full 5 years now sin' he was took away." "Won't he?" retorted the man with an angry look, which did not tend to improve his disagreeable visage. "Ha! I heerd him say he'd know me if he saw me in a crowd of 10,000. I would ha' throttled the cup then and there, but the place was too public." A short silence ensued, during which the gypsies ate their food with the zest of half-starved wolves. "You'd better go down and see old Moggy," suggested the woman, when the man had finished his repast and resumed his pipe. "If the brat escapes you to-morrow, it may be as well to let the old jade know that you'll murder both him and her if he dares to blab." The man shook his head. "No use," said he, but the woman repeated her advice in a tone that was equivalent to a command. So the man rose up sulkily and went. He was not a little surprised, on drawing near to the hut, to find it in a state of bustle, and apparently in possession of the Sudberrys. Not daring to show himself, he slunk back to his encampment, and informed his female companion of what he had seen. "All the more reason to make sure work of him on the road to-morrow," said she, with a dark frown. "So I mean to," replied the man doggedly. With these amiable sentiments and intentions animated in their breasts, this pair crept into their booth and went to rest in the bosom of their family. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Freaks on the Fowls, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. Chapter 20. Mysterious Matters, A Happy Return, etc. The morning which followed the events narrated in the last chapter broke with unclouded splendour. It was the second of the 4 bright days which relieved the monotony of those 6 dreary weeks of rain. Rejoicing in the glorious aspect of earth and sky, and in the fresh scents which the rain had called forth from every shrub and flower on the mountains, Mr Sudberry dashed about the White House, in and out, awaiting the assembling of the family to breakfast with great impatience. His coat-tails that morning proved the means of annihilating the sugar basin, the last of the set which had graced the board on his arrival in the Highlands, and which had been left for some time past blooming alone, all its former companions having been shattered and gone long ago. According to custom, Mr Sudberry went forward to the barometrical banjo, intending to tap it. Not that he expected correct information now. No, he had found out its falsehood, and was prepared to smile at anything it should say. He opened his eyes, however, and explained "Hallo!" with unwonted energy, on observing that, as if in sheer defiance of the weather, its index aimed point-blank at "Stormy." He speedily discovered that this tremendous falsehood was the result of a careful intestine examination to which the instrument had been privately subjected by Master Jacky the evening before, in the course of which examination the curious boy, standing below the barometer, did, after much trouble, manage to cut the bulb which held the mercury. That volatile metal, being set free at once, leaped into its liberator's bosom, and gushed down between his body and his clothes to the floor. "I'll thrash him to within an inch." Mr Sudberry clinched his teeth and his fists, and burst out of the room. It was at this moment that the last of the set became faded and gone, and rushed towards the nursery. "No, I won't," he muttered, suddenly wheeling round on his heel and returning slowly to the parlour. "I'll say nothing whatever about it." And Mr Sudberry kept his word. Jacky never heard of it from that day to this. Seizing the opportunity of the fine day, Mr Sudberry and George went out to fish. They fished with worm now, the streams being too much swollen for fly. Meanwhile Master Jacky sauntered down alone, in a most free and easy independent manner, to visit old Moggy, who was thought to be in a dying state. At least the doctor said so, and it was to be presumed that he was right. Jacky had regularly constituted himself sick nurse to the old woman, despite the entreaties of Flora and his sister, who feared that the disease might be infectious. He could not be prevailed on to remain away. His nursing did not, indeed, consist in doing much that was useful. He confined himself chiefly to playing on the river banks near the hut, and to making occasional inquiries as to how the patient was getting on. Sometimes he also assisted Flora in holding sundry cups and glasses and medicine bottles, and when Flora was away he amused himself by playing practical jokes on the young woman who had volunteered to act as regular nurse to the old invalid. Towards the afternoon Jacky put his hands behind his back. He could have put them under his coat-tails if he had had any, for he was very old-mannish in his tendencies, and sauntered down the road towards the pass. At the same time it chanced that another little boy, more than twice Jacky's age, was walking smartly along the same road towards the same pass from the other side of it. There were as yet several miles between the two boys, but the pace at which the elder walked bid fair to bring them face to face within an hour. The boy whom we now introduce was evidently a sailor. He wore blue trousers, a blue vest with little brass buttons, a blue jacket with bigger brass buttons, and a blue cap with a brass button on either side, each brass button on coat, cap, and vest having an anchor of apparently burnished gold in the centre of it. He had clear blue eyes, brown curly hair, and an easy off-hand swagger, which last was the result of a seafaring life and example, but he had a kindly and happy rather than a boastful or self-satisfied expression of face, as he bowled along with his hands in his pockets, kicking all the stones out of his way and whistling furiously. Sometimes he burst into a song, and once or twice he laughed, smote his thigh, and cheered, but never for a moment did he slacken his pace, though he had walked many a mile that day. Curiously enough, at the same time a man was crouching behind some bushes in the centre of the pass towards which these two boys were approaching. This man had a pair of great eyes, which might have been beautiful had they not been small and ferocious looking, and a nose which might have been aquiline had the bridge not been broken, and a head of shaggy hair which might have been elegant had it been combed, oiled, curled, and dyed, and a general appearance which might have been prepossessing had it not been that of a thorough blackguard. This lovely specimen of humanity sat down on a rock and waited and fidgeted, and the expression of his sweet face betrayed, from time to time, that he was impatient and anything but easy in his mind. As Jack walked very leisurely and stopped frequently to play, his progress towards the pass was slow, and as our waiting friend, whom the reader no doubt recognises as the gypsy, could not see far along the road in that direction, he was not aware of his approach. On the other hand, the sailor boy came on fast, and the road was so open and straight in that direction that the gypsy saw him when he was far enough away to seem like a mere blue spot in the distance. Presently he gained the entrance to the pass and began the ascent, which was gradual, with a riotous windlass song, in which the sentiments yo, heave, and ho were most frequently expressed. As he drew near, the gypsy might have been observed to grin a smile that would have been quite captivating, but for some obstinate peculiarity about the muscles of the mouth, which rendered it very repulsive. Next moment the sailor boy was abreast of him, the moment after the bushes parted, and the gypsy confronted his victim, cutting a tremendous heave short in the middle and converting the ho that should have followed into a prolonged whistle of astonishment. "Ha, my lad, you remember me, it seems." "Remember you? Yes, I just do," answered the boy, in whose countenance every trace of boyishness was instantly swallowed up in an intense gaze of manly determination. This mute but meaning glance had such a strange effect upon the gypsy that he actually cowered for a moment, and looked as if he were afraid he was going to catch it. However, he forced a laugh and said, "Come, Billy, you needn't look so cross. You know I was hard put to it when I sent you aboard the Fair Fancy, and you shouldn't ought to owe me a grudge for putting ye in the way of making your fortin." The man kept edging towards the boy as he spoke, but the boy observed this and kept edging away, regarding the man with compressed lips and dilated eyes, but not vouchsafing a word in reply. "I say, Billy, it's unkind, you know, to forget old times like this. I want to shake hands, and there's my old woman up on the hill as wants to see you again." Suddenly the fierce look left the boy's face and was replaced by a wild, waggish expression. "Oh, your old woman wants to see me, does she? And you want to shake hands, do you? Now look here, growler, I see through you. You thought to catch a flat, and you'll find you've caught a tartar, or rather that your tartar has caught you. But I've grown merciful since I went to sea." The lad tucked up his wristbands at this point, as if he really meditated a hand-to-hand encounter with his huge antagonist. "I do remember old times, and I know how richly you deserve to be hanged, but I don't want to mix up my homecoming, I can help it, with dirty work. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll give you your choice of two courses. Either take yourself off and be out a hail of this part of the country within 12 hours, or walk with me to the nearest police station and give yourself up. There, I'll give you exactly 2 minutes to think over it." The youthful salt here pulled out an enormous double-case silver watch with an air of perfect nonchalance, and awaited the result. For a few seconds the gypsy was overwhelmed by the lad's coolness. Then he burst into a gruff laugh and rushed at him. He might as well have run at a squirrel. The boy sprang to one side, crossed the road at a bound, and, still holding the watch, said, "Half a minute gone." Again the man rushed at his small opponent with similar result, and a cool remark that another half-minute was gone. This so exasperated the gypsy that he ran wildly after the boy for half a minute, but the latter was as active as a kitten and could not be caught. "Time's up! 2 minutes and a quarter, so don't say that I'm not merciful. Now, follow me to the constable." So saying, Billy, as the man had called him, turned his back towards the pass and ran off at full speed towards the village. The gypsy followed him at once, feeling that his only chance lay in capturing the boy, but so artfully did Billy hang back and allow his pursuer to come close up, that he had almost succeeded in enticing him into the village, when the man became suddenly aware of his folly and stopped. Billy stopped too. "What? You're not game to come on?" The man shook his fist, and, turning his face towards the pass, ran back towards his booth in the hills, intending to take the boy's first piece of advice and quit that part of the country. But Billy had no idea of letting him off thus. He now became the pursuer. However fast the gypsy ran, the sailor lad kept up with him. If the man halted, as he frequently did, in a breathless condition, and tried to gain over his adversary, Billy also stopped, said he was in no hurry, thrust his hands into his jacket pockets, and began to whistle. Thus he kept him in view until they once more stood in the pass. Here the man sat down on a large stone, thoroughly exhausted. The boy sat down on another stone opposite to him, looking quite fresh and jolly. 5 years of hearty devotion to a noble calling had prepared the muscles of the little sailor for that day's exercise. The same number of years spent in debauchery and crime had not prepared the vagabond giant for that day's work. "What has brought you back?" said Growler savagely. "To see the old granny whom you stole me from," replied the boy. "Also to have the satisfaction of putting you in limbo, although I did not expect to have this pleasure." "Ha ha!" laughed Growler sarcastically. "You'll fail in both. It's not so easy to put me in limbo as you think, and your grandmother is dying." "That's false!" cried Billy, springing halfway across the road and shaking his little fist at his enemy. "You know it is. The landlord of the Blue Boar told me he saw her at church strong and well last Sunday." "She is dying, however me be dead," said the man, with a sneer so full of triumph that it struck a chill to the heart of the poor boy. Just at that moment Jacky Sudberry turned slowly round a sharp angle of the road, and stood there transfixed, with his eyes like 2 saucers, and his mouth as round as an O. The sight of this intruder distracted Billy's attention for a moment. Growler at once bounded over the low wall and dived into the underwood. Billy hesitated to follow him, for the last piece of information weighed heavily on his mind. That moment's hesitation was sufficient for the gypsy to make good his retreat, although Billy leaped the wall the next moment, and darted hither and thither through the copse, failed to catch sight of him again, and finally turned to the road, where he found Jacky seated on a stone, pondering in a state of bewilderment on what he had seen. "Well, my boy, how goes it?" cried the sailor heartily, as he came forward, wiping his heated brow with a blue spotted cotton handkerchief. "All right," was Jacky's prompt reply. "I say, was you fighting with that man?" "Ay, that was I, and I've not done with him yet." Jacky breathed hard, and looked upon the young sailor lad with a deep reverential awe, feeling that he was in the presence of a real Jack the Giant killer. "He runned away?" said Jacky in amazement. "Did you hit him hard?" "Not with my fists. They ain't big enough for that yet. We've only had a sparring match with words and legs." Jacky glanced at Billy's legs as if he regarded them in the light of dire engines of destruction. Indeed, his active mind jumped at once to the conclusion that the sailor's must be a kicking mode of warfare, but he was too much amazed to make any rejoinder. "Now, my boy, I'm going this way, so I'll bid you good day," said Billy. Jacky informed him that he was going the same way, having only been taking a stroll, and would willingly go back, whereupon Billy put his arm round his shoulder, as boys are wont to do, and Jacky grasped Billy round the waist, and thus they wandered home together. "I say, you're a funny chap," observed the young sailor in a comic vein as they went along. "So are you," replied Jacky, with intense gravity, being deeply serious. Billy laughed, but as the two friends at that moment emerged from the pass and came in sight of the White House, the laugh was suddenly checked, and was followed by a sound that was not unlike choking. Jackie looked up in alarm, and was surprised to see tears hopping over his companion's brown cheeks. To find a lad who would put a giant to flight was wonderful enough, but to find one who could cry without any reason at all was beyond belief. Jackie looked perplexed and said, "I say, what's the matter?" "Oh, nothing, only this is my old home, and my scrimmage with that villain has made me come plump on it without thinking. I was born here. I know every stone and bush. There's the old—" He choked again at this point, and Jackie, whose mind was only opening, stood looking on in silent wonder. "My old granny lives there, old Moggy—" The expression of Jackie's face caused Billy to stop. "Why, what's wrong, boy? Is old Moggy your granny?" cried Jackie, eagerly, stumbling over his words as if he had come upon stepping stones in the dark. "Eh, what then?" "Eh, I know her." "Do you, my boy?" "Yes, she's dying." The result of this remark was that the sailor boy turned deadly pale, and stared at his little friend without being able to utter a word. Mere human nature taught Jackie that he had made a mistake in being so precipitate, but home education had not taught him to consider the feelings of others. He felt inclined to comfort his new friend, but knew not how to do it. At last a happy thought occurred to him, and he exclaimed eagerly, But she's not dead yet." "Does she live in the same cottage?" asked the boy in a low, husky voice, not considering that his companion could not know what cottage she had occupied in former days. Jackie, also ignoring this fact, nodded his head violently, being past speech with excitement, and pointed in the direction of the hut. Without another word, Billy, more correctly speaking Willie, at once took to his heels, and was followed by Jackie as fast as his short legs would carry him. Flora Macdonald was administering a glass of hot wine and water to her patient when the door was quickly yet gently opened, and a sailor lad sprang into the room, fell on his knees beside the lowly couch, seized the old woman's hand, gazed for a few seconds into her withered face, and then, murmuring, "Granny, it's me," laid his head on her shoulder and burst into tears. Flora gently drew the boy away. "Willie, is it possible? Can it be you?" "Is she dying?" said Willie, looking up in Flora's face with an expression of agony. "I trust not, dear boy, but the doctor says she is very ill, and must be kept quiet." "To with the doctor. He's rang," cried old Moggy, suddenly raising herself with great energy on one elbow. "Don't I see my Willie there, as I've seen him in my dreams many and many a night?" Flora grasped Willie's arm to prevent his running towards her, and pointed to Jackie, who had at that moment entered the room, and was at once recognised by Moggy. "Eh, little did I think when I see yestreen thy will be done, that he wad send my Ann laddie back again." She folded Jackie, who had gone to the bedside, in her arms, and was with difficulty prevailed on to let him go. It was quite evident that her mind was wandering. The effect of this little episode on Willie was powerful and twofold. A pang of jealousy at first shot through his heart like a flash of lightning, but when he perceived that the loving embrace was meant for his old self, he broke down, and the tears once more tumbled over his brown cheeks. "She cannot recognise you just now, dear Willie," said Flora, deeply touched by the sorrow of the lad, "and even if she could, I fear it would do her harm by exciting her too much. Come, my poor fellow," leading him softly to the door, "I am just going up to visit a kind English family, where they will be only too glad to put you up until it is safe to let her know that you have returned." "But she may die, and never know that I have returned," said Willie, almost passionately, as he hung back. "She is in God's loving hands, Willie." "Can I not stay and help you to nurse her?" asked the boy in pitiful tones. Flora shook her head, and Willie meekly suffered himself to be led out of the hut. This, then, was the home coming that he had longed for so intensely. that he had dreamed of so often when far away upon the sea. No sooner was he in the open air than he burst away from Flora without a word, and ran off at full speed in the direction of the pass. At first he simply sought to obtain relief to his feelings by means of violent muscular exercise. The burning brain and throbbing heart was unbearable. He would have given the world for the tears that flowed so easily a short time before, but they would not now come. Running, leaping, bounding madly over the rough hillside, that gave him some relief, so he held on, through bush and brake, over heathery knoll and peat swamp, until the hut was far behind him. Suddenly his encounter with the gypsy occurred to him. The thought that he was the original cause of all this misery roused a torrent of indignation within him, and he resolved that the man should not escape. His wild race was no longer without purpose now. He no longer sprang into the air and bounded from rock to rock like a little goat, but coursing down the bed of a mountain torrent, came out upon the road and did not halt until he was in front of the constabulary station. "Hallo, laddie, what's wrang?" cried a blue-coated official, whose language betokened him a Lowland Scot. "I've seen him. Come with me, quick. I'll take you to his whereabouts," gasped Willie. "Seen where?" inquired the man, with slow deliberation. "The gypsy growler who stole me and would have murdered me this morning if he could have caught me. But quick, please, get off if you don't look alive." The earnestness and fervour of the lad had the effect of exciting even the constable's phlegmatic nature. So after a short conversation he summoned a comrade and set off for the pass at a round trot, led by Willie. "D'ye think it's likely he'll ken you've come here to tell on him?" inquired the constable as they ran. "I said I would have him nabbed," replied the boy. "Hoot, mon, that was near wise like, but after ye hear ony a bairn, here, Tam, ye'd better gang up by the stank burn, and I'll keep a look oot o'er the hills, and I'll start him." Thus advised, the second constable diverged to the right, and plunging into the copsewood was instantly out of sight. Soon afterwards Willie came to the place where he had met the gypsy. Here a consultation was held as to where the booth might probably be. "He jumped over the wall here," said Willie, "and I'm sure he took the hill in this direction at first." "Ay, laddie, but chills o' his stamp never gang straight to their mark. We'll follow him up this way. Hoo long is sin ye parted wi' him?" said he, examining the place where the gypsy had entered the copse. Willie returned no answer. The unusual amount of fatigue and the terrible mental excitement which he had undergone that day were too much for him. A feeling of deadly sickness came suddenly on him, and when the constable looked around he was lying on the road in a swoon. This unexpected incident compelled the man to abandon further pursuit for the time. Giving utterance to a "Puir laddie," he raised the boy in his arms and carried him to the nearest hut, which happened to be that of old Moggy. No one was there but the young woman who acted as nurse to the invalid. It chanced that Moggy had had a sleep, and she awoke with her mental faculties much cleared, when the constable entered and laid Willie on a mat not far from her bed. The old woman gazed long and earnestly in the boy's face, and seemed much troubled and perplexed while the nurse applied water to his temples. At once Willie opened his eyes. Moggy at once recognised him. She strove eagerly to reach her long-lost child, and Willie, jumping up, sprang to her side. But ere they met she raised both arms in the air, and uttering a long piercing cry, fell back insensible upon the bed. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Freaks on the Fowls, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1 by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. Chapter 21. The End. Rain, 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 continual, pertinacious, unmitigated rain, The White House was no longer white, it was grey. Things were no longer damp, they were totally flooded. Mr. Macallister's principal hayfield was a pond, every ditch was a rivulet. The burn was a destructive cataract. The white torrents that raged down the mountains everywhere, far and near, looked like veins of quartz, and the river had become a lake with a strong current in the middle of it. There was no sunshine now in the Highlands, not a gleam. Nevertheless, there was sunshine in the hearts of some who sojourned there. Mr Sudberry had found out that he could fish just as well in wet weather as in dry, and that the fish were more eager to be caught. That was sunshine enough for him. Lucy found a new and engrossing amusement of a semi-scientific kind in laying down and pressing her botanical specimens and writing Latin names under the same, being advised thereto and superintended by Hector Macdonald. That was sunshine enough for her, and for him too, apparently, for he came every day to help her, and she declared she could not get on without help, and it was quite wonderful to observe how very slowly the laying down progressed. Although both of the semi-philosophers were intensely interested in their work, Flora was so sunny by nature that she lightened up the place around her wherever she went. She was thus in some measure independent of the sun. George was heard to say more than once that her face was as good as a sunbeam any day. Mrs Sudberry, poor woman, was so rampantly triumphant in the total discomfiture of her husband touching the weather, that she resigned herself to Highland miseries in a species of happy contentment, and thus lived in what might be likened to a species of mild moonshine of her own. Tilly, poor, delicate, unobtrusive Tilly, was at all times satisfied to bask in the moonlight of her mother's countenance. As for Jacky, that arch imp discovered that wet weather usually brought his victims within doors, and therefore kept them constantly within reach of his dreadful influence. He was supremely happy, darling child. Fred finished up his sketches. Need we say that that was sunshine to him? The servants too shared in the general felicity. Indeed, they may in a sense be said to have been happier than those they served. For, having been transported to that region to work, they found the little bits of fun and amusement that fell to their lot all the more pleasant and enjoyable that they were unexpected, and formed a piquant contrast to the monotonous routine of daily duty. But the brightest blaze of internal sunshine, the most effulgent and dazzling beams of light, were shed forth in the lowly hut of Jacky's particular friend. Old Moggy did not die after all, to the total discomfiture of the parish doctor and the reflected discredit of the medical profession generally. That obstinate old creature got well in spite of the emphatic assurances of her medical adviser that recovery was impossible. The doctor happened to be a misanthrope. He was not aware that in the materia medica of nature's laboratory there is a substance called joy, which sometimes effects a cure when all else fails. Or, if he did know of this medicine, he probably regarded it as a quack nostrum. At all events, this substance cured old Moggy, as Willie said, in less than no time. She took such deep draughts of it that she quite surprised her old friends. So did Willie himself. In fact, these two absolutely took to tippling together on this medicine. More than that, Jacky joined them, and seemed to imbibe a good deal, chiefly through his eyes, which were always very wide open and watchful when he was in the old hut. He drank to them only with his eyes and ears, and could not be induced to enter into conversation much farther than to the extent of yes and no. Not that he was shy, by no means. The truth was that Jacky was being opened up mentally. The new medicine was exercising an unconscious but powerful influence on his sagacious spirit. In addition to that, he was fascinated by Willie. For the matter of that, so was old Moggy. For did not that small sailor boy sing and laugh and talk to them for hours about sights and scenes of foreign travel of which neither of them had dreamed before? Of course he did, and caused both of them to stare with eyes and mouths quite motionless for half-hours at a time, and then roused them up with a joke that made Jacky laugh till he cried, and made Moggy, who was always crying more or less, laugh till she couldn't cry. Yes, there was very brilliant sunshine in the hut during that dismal season of rain. There was the sunshine of human love and sympathy, and Flora was the means of introducing and mingling with it sunshine of a still brighter and a holier nature, which, while it intensified the other, rendered it also permanent. At last the end of the Sudberrys' rustication arrived. The last day of their sojourn dawned. It happened to be bright and beautiful, so bright and lovely that it made one feel as if there never had been a bad day since the world began, and never would be another bad one to the end of time. It was the 4th fine day of the 6 dreary weeks. The 3rd, which occurred some days before, was only half and half, and therefore unworthy of special notice. Nevertheless the Sudberrys felt sad. They were going away. The mental sunshine of the rainy season was beclouded, and the physical sunshine was no avail to dispel such clouds. "My dear," said Mr Sudberry at breakfast that morning, in a very sad tone, "have you any further use for me?" "My dear, no," replied his partner sorrowfully. From the nature of those remarks and the tone in which they were uttered, an ignorant spectator might have imagined that Mr Sudberry, having suspected his wife of growing indifference, and having had his worst fears confirmed from her own lips, meant to go quietly away to the river and drown him in a deep pool with a strong eddy, so that he might run no chance of being prematurely washed upon a shallow. But the good man merely referred to the packing, in connection with which he had been his wife's right hand during the last 3 or 4 days. "Well, then, my love, as the heavy baggage has gone on before, and we are ready to start with the coach, which does not pass until the afternoon, I will go and take a last cast in the river." Mrs Sudberry made no objection, so Mr Sudberry, accompanied by George and Fred, went down to the dear old river, as they styled it, for the last time. Now it must be known that some weeks previous to this time Hobbs had been allowed by his master to go out for a day's trout fishing, and Hobbs, failing to raise a single fin, put on a salmon fly in reckless desperation. He happened by the merest chance to cast over a deep pool in which salmon were, and still are, wont to lie. To his amazement a whale, as he styled it, instantly rose, sent its silvery body half out of the water, and fell over with a tremendous splash, but missed the fly. Hobbs was instantly affected with temporary insanity. He cast in violent haste over the same spot, as if he hoped to hook the fish by the tail before it should get to the bottom. Again, and over again, but without result. Then, dancing on the bank with excitement, he changed the fly, tried every fly in the book, the insanity increasing, tried 2 flies at once, back to back, put on a bunch of trout flies in addition, wound several worms round all, failed in every attempt to cast with care, and finished off by breaking the top of the rod, entangling the line round his legs, and fixing the hooks in his coat tails, after which he rushed wildly up to the White House to tell what he had seen and show what he had done. From that day forward Mr Sudberry always commenced his day's sport at the salmon pool. As usual, on this his last day, he went down to the salmon pool. But he had so often fished there in vain, that hope was well nigh extinguished. In addition to this, his spirits were depressed, so he gave the rod to Fred. Fred was not naturally a fisher, and he only agreed to take the rod because he saw that his father was indifferent about it. "Fred, my boy, cast a little farther over, just below yon curl in the water near the willow bush. Ah! That's about the place. Hobbs declares that he raised a salmon there, but I can't say I've ever seen one myself, though I have fished here every other morning for many weeks." Mr Sudberry had not quite finished speaking when Fred's rod was bent into the form of a large hoop. "Hallo! Here, father, take it. I don't know what to do." What a blaze of excitement beamed on the father's countenance. "Hurrah! Hold on, Fred! No, no, no! Ease off! He'll break all the way!" The caution was just in time. Fred was holding on like a true Briton. He suddenly let the rod down and allowed the line to run out, which it did, like lightning. "What now, father? Oh, do take it! I shall certainly lose the fish." "No, no, boy! It is your fish. Try to play it out." No one but the good man himself knew what a tremendous effort of self-denial Mr Sudberry made on this occasion, but Fred felt certain that the fish would get off. He also knew that his father would give £50 down on the spot to land a salmon, so he said firmly, "Father, if you don't take the rod, I'll throw it down." This settled the question. Father took the rod under protest, and, having had considerable experience in trout fishing, began to play the salmon with really creditable skill, considering the difficulty of the operation, and the fact that it was his first big fish. With varied expression flitted across the countenance of the enthusiastic sportsman on this great occasion. He totally forgot himself and his sons. He forgot even that this was his last day in the Highlands. It is an open question whether he did not forget altogether that he was in the Highlands. So absorbed, so intensely concentrated was his mind on that salmon. George and Fred also became so excited that they lost all command of themselves, and kept leaping about, cheering, giving useless advice in eager tones, tripping over stones and uneven places on the banks, and following their father closely as the fish led him up and down the river for full 2 hours. They too forgot themselves. They did not know what extraordinary faces they went on making during the greater part of the time. Mr Sudberry began the battle by winding up the line, the salmon having begun to push slowly upstream after its first wild burst. In a moment it made a dart towards the opposite bank, so sudden and swift that the rod was pulled straight, and the line ran out with a whiz of the most violent description. Almost simultaneously with the whiz, the salmon leaped its entire length out of the water, gave a tremendous fling in the air, and came down with a heavy splash. Fred gasped, George cheered, and Mr Sudberry uttered a roar of astonishment mingled with alarm, for the line was slack, and he thought the fish had broken off. It was still on, however, as the wild dash downstream, followed by a spurt up and across, with another fling into the air, proved beyond a doubt. The fish was very wild. Fortunately it was well hooked, and the tackle was strong. What with excitement and the violent action that ensued at each rush, Mr Sudberry was so dreadfully blown in the first minutes that he trembled from head to foot, and could scarce wind up the line. For one moment the thought occurred that he was too old to become a salmon fisher, and that he would not be able to fight the battle out. He was quite mistaken. Every minute after this he seemed to gain fresh strength. The salmon happily took it into his head to cease its antics for half a minute, just when the fisher was at his worst. That half minute of breathing space was all that was wanted. George! Cut! Water! George could not make out what his agitated parent wanted. Water choking, reiterated his father. Oh, all right. George scooped up a quantity of water in a leathern cup and ran with it to his choking sire, who, holding the rod tight with both hands, turned his head aside and stretched over his left arm, still, however, keeping his eyes fixed on the line. Here! Up the lips! The lips were projected, and George raised the cup to them, but the salmon moved at the moment, and the draught was postponed. The fish came to another pause soon after. Now, George, try again. Once more the lips were projected, once again the cup was raised, but that salmon seemed to know what was going on, for, just as the cup and the lips met, it went off in an unusually fierce run down the river. The cup and its contents were knocked into George's face, and George himself was knocked over by his father as he sprang down the bank and ran along a dry patch of gravel which extended to the tail of the pool. Hitherto the battle had been fought within the limits of one large pool, which the fish seemed to have an objection to quit. It now changed its tactics, and began to descend the river tail foremost, slowly but steadily. The round face of the fisher, which had all this time been blazing red with eager hope, was now beclouded with a shade of anxiety. "Don't let him go down the rapids, father," said George. "He'll never get past the thick bushes that overhang the bank." Mr Sudberry stopped, and held on till the rod bent like a giant hoop, and the line became rigid. But the fish was not to be checked. Its retrograde movement was slow, but steady and irresistible. "You'll smash everything!" cried Fred. Mr Sudberry was constrained to follow, step by step. The head of the rapid was gained, and he had to increase the pace to a quick walk. Still farther down, and the walk became a smart run. The ground here was more rugged, and the fisher's actions became quite acrobatic. George and Fred kept higher up the bank, and ran along, gazing in unspeakable amazement at the bounds and leaps which their fat little sire made with the agility of a roe deer. "Hold on! The bushes! Let it break off!" Mr Sudberry scorned the advice. The part of the bank before him was impassable, not so the river, which rushed past him like a mill race. He tried once more to stop the fish, failed of course, and deliberately walked into the water. It was waist deep, so he was carried down like a cork with his toes touching the ground so lightly that, for the first time in his life, he rejoiced in those sensations which he had hitherto believed belonged exclusively to harlequins and columbines, namely, swift motion without effort. 50 yards at the rate of 10 miles an hour brought him to an eddy, into which the salmon had dashed just before him. Mr Sudberry gave vent to another roar as he beheld the fish almost under his nose. The startled creature at once flashed out of his sight, and swept up, down, and across the stream several times, besides throwing 1 or 2 somersaults in the air, before it recovered its equanimity. After this it bolted into a deep, dark pool, and remained there quite motionless. Mr Sudberry was much puzzled at this point to let out line when the fish ran up or across stream, to wind in when the fish stopped, and to follow when the fish went down stream. These principles he had been taught by experience in trout fishing. But how to act when a fish could not be made to move was a lesson which he had yet to learn. "What's to be done?" said he, with a look of exasperation, and no wonder. He had experienced an hour and a quarter of very rough treatment, and was getting fagged. "Pull him out of that hole," suggested George. "I can't." "Try." Mr Sudberry tried and failed. Having failed, he sat down on a stone, still holding the rod very tight, and wiped his heated brow. Then, starting up, he tried for the next 10 minutes to pull the fish out of the hole by main force, of course never venturing to pull so hard as to break the line. He went up the stream and pulled, down the stream and pulled, he even waded across the stream at a shallow part and pulled, but all in vain. The fish was in that condition which fishers term the sulks. At last Fred recollected to have heard Hector Macdonald say that in such cases a stone thrown into the pool sometimes had the effect of starting the sulky one. Accordingly a stone was thrown in, and the result was that the fish came out at full speed in a horrible fright, and went down stream not tail but head foremost. Now, when a salmon does this, he knows by instinct that if he does not go down faster than the stream, the water will force itself into his gills and drown him. Therefore, when he goes down head first, which he seldom does, except on his way to the sea, he goes at full speed, and the fisher's only chance of saving his fish is to run after him as fast as he can, in the hope that he may pause of his own accord in some opportune eddy. A fine open space of bank enabled Mr Sudberry to run like a deer after his fish for nigh a quarter of a mile. But at the end of this burst he drew near to the Falls, a succession of small cataracts and rapids which it seemed impossible for any fisher to go down without breaking his neck, and losing his fish. George and Fred roared, "Hold on!" Mr Sudberry glanced at the Falls, frowned and compressed his lips. He felt that he was "in for it." He resolved not to be beat, so on he went. The fish went right down the first fall. The fisher leaped over a ledge of rock 3 feet high, scrambled across some rough ground, and pulled up at an eddy where the fish seemed disposed to rest. He was gratified here by seeing the fish turn up the white of his side, thus showing symptoms of exhaustion, but he recovered and went over another fall. Here he stopped again, and George and Fred, feeling convinced that their father had gone mad, threw off their coats and ran to the foot of the fall, ready to plunge into the stream and rescue him from the fate which they thought they saw impending. No such fate awaited the daring man. He succeeded in drawing the fish close to a gravelly shallow, where it gave an exhausted wallop or two and lay over on its side. George came up and, leaping into the water, tried to kick it out. He missed his kick and fell. Fred dashed in and also missed. Mr Sudberry rushed forward and gave the salmon such a kick that he sent it high and dry on the bank. But in doing so he fell over George and tripped up Fred, so that all three were instantly soaked to the skin and returned to the bank without their hats. Mr Sudberry flung himself on the conquered fish and held it fast, while George and Fred cheered and danced around him in triumphant joy. Thus Mr Sudberry landed his first and last salmon, 10-pounder, and thus brilliantly terminated his 3 months' rustication in the Highlands. But this was not the end of the whole affair. By no means. Mr Sudberry and family returned to London, and they took that salmon with them. A dinner party of choice friends was hastily got up to do honour to the superb fish, and on that occasion Fred and his father well nigh quarrelled on the point of who caught the salmon. Mr Sudberry insisting that the man who hooked the fish was the real catcher of it, and Fred scouting the ridiculous notion and asserting that he who played and landed it was entitled to all the honour. The point was settled, however, in some incomprehensible way, without the self-denying disputants coming to blows, and everyone agreed that it was, out of sight, the best salmon that had ever been eaten in London. Certainly it was one of the merriest parties that ever ate a salmon, for Mr Sudberry's choice friends were of an uncommonly genial stamp. Jones, the head clerk, the man with the red nose and bumble aspect, was there, and so brilliant was Mr Sudberry that Jones was observed to smile, the first instance on record of his having given way to levity of demeanour. Lady Know-Nothing was there too, and before the evening was over she knew a few things that surprised but did not in the least convince her. Oh no! She knew everything so thoroughly that there was no possibility on earth of increasing her stock of knowledge. Truly it was a happy party, and Mr Sudberry enjoyed himself so much that he volunteered the Highland fling in the drawing-room, George whistling the music, on which occasion he, Mr Sudberry, swept nearly half the tea-service off the table with his coat-tails, and Mrs Sudberry was so happy that she didn't care a button, and said so. But this was not the end of it yet, by any means. That winter Hector and Flora Macdonald visited London, and were received by the Sudberrys with open arms. The result was that Lucy became intensely botanical in her tastes, and rooted out the old plants. Of course Hector could not do less than assist her, and the finale was that these two scientific individuals were married, and dwelt for many years thereafter in the Highlands. Strange to say, George and Flora fell in love with each. Why say more? We do not mean to write the history of these two families. It is enough to say that every summer, for many years after that, the Sudberrys spent 2 or 3 months in the Highlands with the Macdonalds, and every winter the Macdonalds spent a similar period with the Sudberrys. On the former of these occasions Fred renewed his intercourse with Mr. Macallister, and these two became so profoundly, inconceivably deep and metaphysical, besides theological, in their converse, that they were utterly incomprehensible to everyone except themselves. Best of all, Jacky became a good boy. Yes, that day on the hills with Peter was the beginning of it. Old Moggy, Willie and Flora were the continuation of it, and Jacky became good, so to the unspeakable joy of his mother. Old Moggy lived to a fabulous age, and became at last as wrinkled as a red herring. For all we know to the contrary, she may be alive yet. Willie lived with her, and became a cultivator of the soil. But why go on? Enough has been said to show that no ill befell any individual mentioned in our tale. Even Mrs. Brown lived to a good old age, and was a female dragon to the last. Enough has also been said to prove that, as the old song has said it, we little know what great things from little things may rise. End of chapter 21. End of Freaks on the Fowls, 3 Months Rustication, Story 1 by R. M. Ballantyne.